Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Awakened a Wing Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku has always had somewhat of a difficult life. Constantly hiding away in the toilet or roof to eat your food because of the very real threat of someone taking it or pouring it out all over him. Having to map out his route from and to school so as to avoid most of the worst beatings wasn't ideal, but it could be worse. Izuku could be having a broken arm currently. Not even to mention how his teachers would unfairly punish him over the rest of his class, by taking his classmates' side over him or them conveniently grading his assignments and tests down lower than the class average. But maybe Izuku was wrong, maybe he was just not as smart as he thought he was, which could be a very real possibility. But the amount of times he had found himself being right over his classmates indicated something else. Or maybe Izuku was just full of himself. Yeah, that sounds more right. But hey, it could be worse, at least he has his mom who loves him. Too bad that she has to work all those extra shifts to cover all the wounds he gets on a daily basis, or all the extra prescriptions he had to take. It could get a bit lonely. But that's not her fault. And he has his friend, right? I mean, Kaken is his friend, right? It's not his fault that Izuku doesn't have a quirk and he can't defend himself, or that Kaken joins in on the beating a lot of the time, or that he instigates a lot of them, or that he burns Izuku's analysis books. Kaken is still his friend. Isn't he? I mean, no one else would like to be friends with quirkless Deku. Really, Kaken is doing Deku a favor by being his friends. I mean, like, friends rough each other up and playfully call each other names. That's just what Kaken and Deku's friendship is like. And things could still be a lot worse. It's not like it's every day that Kaken beats Deku up. If Deku just keeps his head down and doesn't mutter to himself, then he won't be beaten too badly. So it's really just Deku's fault at the end of it all. But if Deku Izuku had to point to the time that made everything get worse, then it was that time at the doctor. When he sat in front of 4-year-old Izuku with an X-ray of a toe and explained how he was quirkless. Little Izuku didn't really understand why the picture of a toe meant he wouldn't have a quirk, but it was a doctor who told him, so I guess it made sense. Doctors were never wrong. They had studied for a long time to get where they were. Little Izuku knew that much, so he wasn't about to question the validity of a doctor's claim. And hey, there were a lot of things that made sense too, as when people told him that quirkless people were more vulnerable and had to be more cautious because of it. Izuku broke his arms and legs all the time, or at least way more than the other kids his age. He was also way more sensitive to light and loud sounds and had to eat a lot more than regular quirked people. All indicators that he was a defenseless, useless Deku. His quirklessness made him way more of a burden than his mother deserves. After all, if he wasn't quirkless he wouldn't get so easily bruised. All the other kids who had quirks rarely got bruised, so it only made sense that it was his lack of quirks' fault. His fault. As if breaking and bruising your bones on a regular basis wasn't enough, he also had to eat a lot more food than quirked kids. This meant that his mom had to buy him a lot more food on top of all the casts or bandages he regularly went through, or the trips to the hospital, or the extra calcium he had to take. He really was just a burden on her. One time Izuku even tried to eat less to downplay his hunger so as to lessen the strain on the budget, but this only made his mom upset and panicky as her eyes watered and she started to fret over Izuku's well-being even more than usual, so that plan had massively backfired. So here is Izuku, at 13 years old, laying on his bed lost in his own thoughts. He had a pretty bad headache and backache? Is that the right term? I'll have to look that up later. For quite a few days now. It had even gotten so bad once that he had passed out from the pain once during gym class. His mom even had to go get him, having to take half a day off from work. Doesn't feel too good about that. Just so he could get home and lay in bed without any worries. She had been so frantic and anxious when she first saw Izuku, yet another useless part of himself. So here he had been, for the past 3 days, in a lot of pain that came and went in waves. Just laying and sometimes sitting in his bed, only willing himself upwards when most necessary. He wasn't entirely sure what time it was gray outside with all the clouds in the air, so that wasn't a good indicator. He couldn't really hear any rustling in the house, so that probably meant his mom wasn't home, although that wasn't a good indicator of the time either. He could look at his phone, but it very inconveniently wasn't by his side, so Izuku just laid there, thinking. He was only really brought out of his thoughts when he started to feel hungry. He had probably felt hungry for longer than this, but it always felt somewhat guilty to eat food, but he had to eat something eventually. And waiting until the moment where his body was basically screaming at him to eat felt like the most opportune moment. Izuku rose up from his bed, taking note of the dizziness and oncoming headache. This is probably why he should have eaten early when he first felt hungry. He gingerly made his way to the kitchen to make himself something. He found some different vegetables and pork and made himself a simple ramen dish. Izuku wasn't terrible at making food. He wasn't nearly as good as his mom, but he was decent considering he had to make food for himself for quite some time. It was when he sat down at the dinner table that he saw the note laying in the middle of the table. Izuku opened it. "Hi Izuku. I negotiated myself a bunch of extra hours in the hospital. It does mean I probably won't be home as much. I've left money for 2 weeks worth of food. I hope it goes well in school and that you're taking care of yourself. Love you." Izuku let out a soft sigh as he put the note aside. It's not like it's the first time mom has had to take extra hours because of Izuku, but it doesn't make it easier whenever it happens. Izuku refocused on his ramen in front of him. If it wasn't because he was so hungry, that note would probably have ruined his appetite, and to be honest it hadn't helped, but Izuku still resolved himself to finish his dish. With the dish finished and Izuku having cleaned up after himself, he was left in the middle of the kitchen with only his own thoughts again. He could see the news or maybe take a trip out in the hope to get some notes on a hero somewhere, but his sprained arm begged to differ for the latter one, and it wasn't like Izuku was that interested in analyzing heroes right now anyway. It wasn't like he wasn't interested and he still wanted to be a hero, but it had become a bit difficult to stay enthusiastic about heroism with each passing year. Maybe Izuku should just go back to bed. The food had been a good distraction from his pain. He was really starting to feel again how it hurt everywhere. It had even gotten worse and spread to his hands, forearms, feet and lower legs. Which was just great. The internet hadn't been a great help on that front. Most websites saying something about him probably having cancer, so he was pretty much only left with overthinking about what could be wrong and how this could make things more difficult for his mom. It was concerning because it didn't make any sense where this pain was supposed to come from or why it was there. But it was strange how he felt pain almost everywhere. Not that Izuku thought that much about it, kind of difficult when most pain respirators are screaming at you. So Izuku just resigned himself to go back to bed. Maybe he would go to the doctor tomorrow, but he had been telling himself that the past 2 days and nothing had happened yet, so probably wouldn't happen tomorrow either. Not even to mention, he probably wouldn't be able to get himself down there anyway. Would they even treat him or take him seriously if he went? Stop thinking like that, Izuku. It's bad for your mental health. So Izuku went back to bed. He slipped back into his sleepwear and made himself comfortable in his bed. Which, with how much pain he was in, wasn't much, but a little comfortable was still better than not at all. And Izuku then laid there, waiting. He did fall asleep a couple of times because he checked the time on his phone, which he had luckily remembered to take with him, with the time jumping forward a few times. It was that last time that really woke Izuku up. A sharp pain shot through his body, starting at the nape of his neck and going downward to the bottom of his back. It was excruciating how bad it felt, like his back was pushing inwards and outwards with regular intervals, almost like his bones were rearranging themselves inside of him. It only got worse as he felt the pain intensify not just on his back but also down to his lower abdomen and upwards into his arms and legs. His face was similarly in pain, not as much as everything else, which really felt like an inconsequential win at this point, but Izuku'll take any win no matter how small. And it got so much worse. His back was starting to arch outwards, like something writhing to come out. Izuku only had enough cognizant thought to pull off his sleeping t-shirt before he felt his skin rip apart. Izuku was panting in pain as he felt warm blood run down his back and to his head. In his somewhat lucid mind, he could also feel the blood between his fingers as it seeped into his mattress below him. Izuku didn't have much time to react before he felt himself losing consciousness from all the pain. And before he could even think of grabbing his phone and calling for help, he felt darkness slowly overtake him and he passed out. Izuku was overlooking a park. There was something strange and familiar about the park, but Izuku couldn't really recall what. He felt simultaneously weightless and heavy, which was strange considering that he was missing a body. Oh yeah, that was a thing. Izuku couldn't see his own body, but it wasn't too much of a concern. Izuku was way more interested in the fact that he wasn't in any pain. He was just there up in the tree, looking down on the park. It just felt right to be looking down on people like this, being so high up without a care or fear in mind. Okay, that sounded wrong. Izuku wasn't like that. He didn't mean he was looking down on people. It was just nice to look at them from such a high vantage point. That doesn't sound that much better, but it is a tiny bit better, which is progress. Izuku was simply enjoying himself here, but he couldn't help forgetting something important. Everything felt a bit like the park looked normal enough, but why weren't there any children or parents there then? It was also remarkably windstill, and there weren't really any sounds from the hustle and bustle of the city. Another mark of something being wrong. Izuku couldn't quite put his finger on what before he started to remember back-breaking pains and passing out in a pool of his own blood. And that is when Izuku realizes, oh, this isn't real, this a dream dash. Izuku wakes up. He would probably have woken up with a jolt, but considering how sore his everything felt, he could kind of piece together why he hadn't. It took Izuku quite a bit of time to take stock of himself. He wasn't in pain anymore, a plus. Or at least not too much. Just extremely sore everywhere on his body, another plus. It's better than pain. He could feel the soaked filled mattress having turned an ugly red color and the very strong metallic smell it gave off, minus. It should be an indicator for how bad things were, but Izuku just really wanted to sleep right now. It wasn't one of his best ideas ever, but he choked that up to the presumed blood loss that he had experienced. He probably laid there in a literal pool of his own blood for hours, or maybe it was just a few minutes, before he decided to take strides in pulling himself up. He could really feel that he wasn't just sore when he did that, everything hurt as he did it, and it was also surprisingly heavier than he was used to. Probably just because of the blood loss that decreases people's strength, right? It probably does a lot more than that, but Izuku can't really wrap his head around that right now. For now he's simply trying to pull himself up and himself to the bathroom, which is a lot more difficult than it should be. Everything feels wrong, from the way that he takes his steps to the way that he constantly has to rebalance himself to the way that it just feels kind of off to walk, like he is having to readjust some basic ideas of walking he's had his entire life. Oh yeah, and also, everything hurts so much. It really shouldn't be surprising by now, but Izuku was still pretty amazed with how much it hurt. He blearily stumbled towards the bathroom, only somewhat recognizing that he had apparently been crying at some point during this entire ordeal. He got to the bathroom, turned on the light and staggered towards the mirror, and was met with something that shattered any expectations he could have ever had. Wings. There were wings coming out of his back. Izuku couldn't quite comprehend what exactly was going on, but he was still pretty proud of himself for not freaking out. He could simply feel his breath becoming sparser and his chest rising and falling in quick succession, and, oh wait a second, he was freaking out. But I doubt anyone could really blame him considering he had freaking wings sprouting from his back. They were really bloody and a bit puffy in the places that weren't entirely splattered with blood, and in such areas he could barely make out a hue of green. He raised his hand towards the mirror to compose himself better, only then realizing that his nails looked a lot more like talons and his hands had a more scaly look to them. Not entirely, it looked like they blend pretty seamlessly with the rest of his skin. Izuku poked lightly at it. It was still a bit soft and sore, which was to be expected, but it still felt very different to what he was used to. So he just kind of stood there and tried to calm himself down and wrap his head around things. There were so many thoughts running through his head, so many panicked small thoughts of what was going on. It didn't help that his wings, weird to refer to them as his, but we can unpack that later, were starting to become more sensitive and he was gaining feeling in them. It made him acutely aware of just how small his and his mom's bathroom truly was. And a lot more receptive to the fact that this was actually happening. He had wings. All of this made Izuku a tiny bit claustrophobic, which didn't help with his growing panic attack that he was probably currently having. But it was the next part that made Izuku lose his train of thought. It felt off, and it was when he more clearly took stock of the rest of his body that he noticed. I'm a girl. He had been so preoccupied with everything that he hadn't realized that his body didn't exactly look like he remembered, which yes, obvious bird mutation probably contributed to that. But he also realized that he didn't really have a guy's body anymore. While flabbergasting, it was kind of low on Izuku's freak-out bingo board right now. Another thing he is going to unpack later. For now, Izuku had to make sense of everything else, but before that, he gave his body a cursory glance to get a much better look at all the blood covering his body. Probably a good and manageable place to start with cleaning himself. Izuku proceeded to take his remaining clothes off and make his way to the bathtub where he started the shower head. It had been significantly easier to move now when he had a better grasp on what was going on, but not as easy as it usually is. He also took short note of the fact that his feet didn't look 2 feet-like anymore. He could unpack that later. He started to scrub himself clean of the blood, expecting to be met with open wounds all over his body, which only made it more surprising when he found none. So he simply kept cleaning himself, somewhat ignoring the parts of his body that were entirely foreign to him now. His wings were probably the most difficult of all of them. It was rather difficult to contort his arms to wash them. Not helping was the aching parts of his back and shoulders, which impeded his progress quite a bit. He also didn't have the best control of his wings, which led him to spend upwards of 40 minutes on the wings alone, which could not be good on the water bill. When he felt like he was done, or as done as he could be, stepped out where he could really get a better look at his wings. It was a lot clearer that they were green in color, starting with an emerald green on the top of the wings grading into a pine green and ending with black tips. They were beautiful and they left Izuku way more speechless than he already had been, but it was the first time Izuku had started to feel more at ease than the entirety of the morning. Izuku just stood there for some time, really taking in the coloration and fluffiness of his feathers. They were puffy in the places that were drier than the rest. It looked like downy feathers, or maybe it was just baby feathers. Which made sense, but it did make Izuku realize something important, or 2 things really. How do you dry wings? And how do I put on clothes with the wings? The first problem was relatively easily solved. Izuku just ended up patting his wings lightly with the softest towel he could find until they were relatively dry. When it came to the clothes, he resigned himself to finding the largest shirt he had, cutting 2 holes on the back of it. They ended up being very uneven and ugly, but they would work. Getting his wings in the shirt through the holes, on the other hand, was an extremely painful ordeal. And Izuku only almost passed out twice during the process, so that was a plus. He chose not to think about finding a bra, because 1, how would that even work with wings on his back? And 2, he didn't want to think about that right now. He became more aware as the most pressing concerns were resolved that he was starving. He was always somewhat hungry throughout the day, but this was on a whole other level, so next thing on the itinerary of this horrible day, food. He went toward the kitchen where he just threw whatever was least difficult to prepare, which ended up being an assortment of different leftovers and side dishes that had no right to go together whatsoever, but to Izuku it looked like a feast. It didn't take him long to unpack it all and devour it quicker than he had anything else. It helped tremendously with his hunger, but it also made him aware he was very tired, which led to realization of another problem. His bed isn't in the most sanitary state right now. Could he even make it into a sanitary state? It was a disconcerting thought, but one that would be future Izuku's problem. For now, he found his way to the couch and made himself comfortable and fell immediately asleep. Izuku woke from what was probably the best sleep he had for a week now. He sat up and adjusted himself as he started to feel a bit of a heavy load on his back, which was odd, until he felt the tickling of feathers, and, oh right, he has wings now. Oh my god. That wasn't a dream, left Izuku's lips, making him acutely aware of just how lighter his voice sounded now. Another thing to be unpacked later. But the thought of him having feathers did make him giddy, because it just occurred to him. He had a quirk. He had a quirk. I mean, it had to be a quirk. It couldn't be anything else but that, right? It felt so surreal, like an unrealistic dream that had come true. A dream of his wildest dreams had come true. He had a quirk. He had wings. He had wings, and they were his alone. He's not entirely sure how long he sat there, but he didn't care much for keeping track of the time. He just sat there lightly feeling his wings, his fingers slightly moving them back and forward, careful not to make them ache too much. But he was just so happy right now, he didn't want to think about anything else. He just wanted to take it all in and feel happy. It took him some time to get himself out of that mindset to deal with the current problem, blood-soaked mattress. Izuku pushed himself up off the couch and made his way to his bedroom, becoming more and more aware of the putrid metallic smell of blood as he came closer. He held his hand to his mouth and nose and turned the lights on to be met with what could be described as murder scene. Blood soaked deep into the mattress and blood splatters all around his room. Do I really need a room? Izuku says to himself. Be brave, Izuku. You need to deal with this. He came to the conclusion that the blood splatters on the floor and walls could probably be cleaned off with some bleach, but the mattress was probably unsavable. So Izuku took the time to take any piece of bedding that couldn't be saved and threw it in a garbage bag and dragged the mattress out of his room into the doorway. He dragged the mattress and garbage bag down the stairs, very happy that it was currently very late during the night so he didn't have to deal with his neighbors. How come none of my neighbors checked in with me during this entire ordeal? I can't imagine I was silent for most of that time, Izuku mulled over. He filled that thought like so many others for later. He made his way down to the streets and over to the dumpster, where he promptly started to dispose of the contents in them and placed the bloody mattress beside it. It probably wasn't the best way he could do it, but Izuku didn't have much time to think about recycling right now. But it did leave him time to think about everything about how he had a quirk now. He could really start training to become a hero now. OMG, he had so much to learn about his quirk. And it solved a lot of the puzzle pieces he had, or it at least gave explanations to why he had to eat so much more and why he broke his bones so easily. Birds generally have higher metabolism than humans and they also have hollow bones to help with flying. Everything makes so much more sense now. Izuku was kind of lost in thought with all of his thoughts practically spilling out of him. He could feel himself get excited, more excited than he had been in years. There are so many possibilities for him now. He was so immersed in himself that he didn't realize the footsteps coming up to him before. Hey, what are you doing out here at this time, kid? Shota's POV. Shota so much needed a raise. Not only did he have had to pull the expel and reinstate trick on his current class, but the rat had even had the audacity to demand him to take a more active role in this year's sports festival. It had always been Zashi's highlight of the year, and Shota was more than happy to give him the spotlight. But apparently there had been complaints about Zashi being more than a little biased to the hero course students in his commentating, which, okay, it was true, but if it meant Shota didn't have to fill in as a commentator he would allow it. But now the rat was practically forcing him to fill the spot beside Zashi. So now Shota was out on his patrol, partially to clear his mind but also to get away from anything that had to do with UA. Don't get him wrong, Shota loved teaching and readying his students to the world of pro-heroing, but sometimes it was nice to be on patrol. Nothing too spectacular had happened so far. He had apprehended a purse thief, stopped a robbery in progress and assisted an officer who had had a run-in with a minor villain. He even had time to get some coffee from one of his favorite places. Everything was turning out to be an uneventful and relaxing patrol. That is until he saw a small kid dragging what looked to be a mattress towards some dumpsters. That in of itself was kind of odd at this time of day, night, but it was what he saw that the mattress was covered in that really made him concerned. It was completely soaked in blood. What was a kid that couldn't be older than 12 be out and doing with such a thing? Shota decided to move closer to get a better view of the kid. As he moved closer he could see that the boy, girl, was alarmingly pale. It looked like they were either extremely sick or a terrifying prospect that all this blood was theirs. Shota observed for a bit longer, thinking about the best way of approaching them. They seemed to have some kind of avian mutation, and it seemed to be a pretty moderate mutation at that, with them having talons on their hands and feet. Were their talons sticking out of their shoes? Why didn't they have custom-made shoes? Their feathers looked fine, at least from what Shota knew of this type of mutation and birds in general. Shota moves a bit closer as he hears some mumbling coming from the kid. Birds generally have higher metabolism than humans and they also have hollow bones to help with flying. Everything makes so much more sense now, he heard the kid murmur themself. Well, I'm gonna fill them under, is probably a girl, but the pitch of a voice is rarely a dead giveaway of gender. I'll probably have to ask them about that later. Shota readied himself as he moved a bit closer as he said, Hey, what are you doing out here at this time, kid? Izuku's POV. Izuku was frozen. Completely lost like a deer in the headlights. Someone was there and they were asking about Izuku's well-being. Izuku wasn't mentally prepared to talk to anyone right now. He hadn't even shown his mom his new quirk. OMG, Izuku is gonna have to show mom his quirk. He's gonna have to show her he's a girl now. She's already overworked as it is, and her failure of a son shows up with wings and talons and isn't even her son anymore. How is she going to react to him? What'll she think of him? She'll probably be disappointed in him. She'll probably, wait, wasn't something else happening right now? Hey kid, you alright there? I'm not gonna hurt you, the foreign voice said. Oh yes, stranger danger. Izuku takes a shaky breath and turns around slowly. He is met with a man with unruly dark hair, an oversized scarf, what looks like a jumpsuit or maybe just a black sweater pants combo, and a pair of some really tacky yellow goggles. Yellow goggles? OMG! Your eraser head. Izuku all but shrieks. I didn't get it at first, but that scarf and yellow goggles combo solidified it. OMG, the eraser head is standing right in front of me. How does your scarf work? It's probably not purely made out of cloth, or else it probably wouldn't be that effective at holding villains. Maybe some kind of metal is inside it? Do those goggles help you too? Is your quirk sight activated? It would make the goggles make sense as a sort of protection. But wouldn't that also just make villains focus on your eyes because they are so distinctive? Izuku almost started to devolve down to muttering before he realized what he was doing. OMG, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to overwhelm you or creep you out. He let out as he saw the raised eyebrows and unreadable expression on maybe Eraserhead. Wow, slow down kid, I'm not creeped out at all, mostly surprised that you know who I am. Underground heroes aren't usually well known. Eraserhead responded, and if Izuku didn't know any better, it looked like he was half smiling. To answer a few of your questions. There are metal alloys woven into the scarf, making them practical for non-lethal takedowns. And for the goggles, yes, they are for protecting my eyes. And it's not that big of a problem if they go after them, because that just means they're sloppy in other areas and are easier to take down. OMG, Eraserhead answered my questions. Ugh, if only I had my notebooks on me. Izuku said, half in defeat, half in glee. But kid, you didn't answer my first question. What are you doing out here this late at night? You're not hurt anywhere. What? And no, not at all, I'm perfectly fine. I'm just checking, because that mattress looks like it has seen better days. Eraserheads respond by pointing at the very much off-red mattress that is half inside the dumpster. Mattress? Izuku only just realized how much of a misunderstanding this could cause. No, it's not what it looks like. I didn't hurt anyone, all of this is my blood. Eraserhead raises an eyebrow at the revelation. No, wait, what I mean is, it's my blood, but I'm totally fine. Izuku frantically explains. It doesn't even hurt that much anymore. It's mostly just sore. Eraserhead seemed to have a concerned frown on his face. Kid, that isn't really reassuring. You can tell me if you're in any kind of danger. Eraserhead says and waits 2 seconds as it seems like he is thinking of something. Did your parents do this to you? No. My mom would never do something like that. It's really not what it seems. This is I don't actually know. Izuku is frantically trying to make her brain work with him. He hasn't even unpacked everything that's happened, and now he has to do it in front of one of her favorite heroes, if not his favorite. And he is just here making a total fool of himself and taking precious time away from a pro hero. Why does he always mess up like this? Okay kid, breathe with me. Here, look at me. Take a deep breath, hold it for 4 seconds and breathe out for 4 seconds. Come do it with me. In and then out. In and then out. Eraserhead does this for some time before he opens his mouth again. You feeling better now? Yeah. So sorry. Lot of stuff has happened and I haven't had time to think about it yet. Izuku doesn't feel great, but at least he isn't hyperventilating anymore, a plus. Will you tell me about what has happened? Sometimes it's good to talk with someone else about your worries. Eraserhead is crouching down at respectable distance. It gives Izuku a better chance to compose himself and gather his thoughts. I wasn't lying when I said it was my B-blood and that I was okay. Izuku takes an uneasy breath. I've been in a lot of pain the past couple of days, And it all accumulated yesterday. Or at least I think it happened yesterday. I was in the most pain I've felt, and then these wings and T-talons sprouted from my body. I've been trying not to think too much about it, but that is what happened, essentially. And it's very new to me, and there was so much blood and I just wasn't really thinking straight. So, the blood is from you manifesting your quirk. Izuku nods. It felt like they broke Mi's skin apart when they came out. That's pretty concerning, kid. Have you been to the hospital yet? Or a doctor at the very least? No. Sorry, Izuku says, trying to suppress a sob from surfacing. Hey kid, it's alright. I'm not blaming, just taking stock of the situation. But I will probably have to take you to a hospital, because it sounds like you might be extremely blood deficient right now. Izuku shakes slightly. No please, Mr. Eraserhead. And my mom is already busy enough, I don't want to burden her anymore. Kid, I can promise you she doesn't think you're a burden. Eraserhead says, trying to reassure Izuku, but it doesn't work out that well. How could Izuku do something so selfish as interrupting his mom when she's already doing so much for him? And Eraserhead must have picked up on Izuku's growing panic attack because he said, "Okay kid, how about this? I take you to the hospital, and I'll stay with you until we're sure you're fine, and then afterwards we'll tell your mom when she's not busy." Izuku thinks for a half-second before nodding hesitantly. I like that idea. Eraserhead gives a soft smile. Alright kid, let's get you to a hospital then. By the way, what's your name, kid? Can't keep calling you kid. Is Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku didn't like hospitals. Hospitals almost always meant bad news, bad for him because he had probably hurt himself somehow, and bad for his mom because it probably meant an unexpected new expense. But the worst part was probably the doctors. Izuku had never really had a positive experience with a doctor. They never really listened to his concerns or treated him with particularly good care. Quirkless people don't experience pain the same as quirked people, and Izuku was even labeled as a liability by his doctor because he regularly gets hurt. So Izuku didn't have a lot of expectations when he was being escorted by Eraserhead to the hospital. Maybe things would be different. Being in tow of a pro hero could probably provide some nice credence to his situation, and maybe he did need to see a doctor. Actually, Izuku's body did feel kind of messed up now when he had time to calm down. Extreme lightheadedness, the soreness returning with a vengeance, and bit of residual pain from the manifestation. Maybe Izuku really did need to go to the hospital. Might have underestimated my body's state a bit. Is my car? Izuku was knocked out of his thoughts by what Eraserhead was saying to him. Thank you, Eraserhead. As Izuku started to take a step into his car, becoming aware of an important thing. How do wings and cars work together? Today had just decided to be difficult for Izuku, hadn't it? He sighed, taking stock of the situation at hand. He hadn't really had time to measure it himself, but he was almost certain that his wingspan was a lot bigger than what this car door was. Well, guess it's about as good a time as any to test out the control of these wings. Izuku began with trying to figure out how to feel his new limbs. It was a strange sensation placed around and near his shoulders, and moving them felt simultaneously off and natural. Izuku took a few seconds to take charge of the feeling and tried to concentrate on his wings, focusing on the thing he did when he put on his shirt and willed the wings to close in close to his back. And it was about as painful as the first time he did this. His wings hadn't had time to get better, so he decided to act on the moment and rush into the car when he had the chance. The landing could have gone better. Cars probably weren't meant to be entered like this, and he was paying the price right now. Didn't even want to think of how he looked to Eraserhead. Oh God, Izuku just, literally, jumped into his car. This is so embarrassing. But Eraserhead didn't really seem to react to Izuku's graceful entrance as he simply closed the door after him and made his way to the driver's seat. You strapped in back there, kid? Eraserhead said in a neutral tone that if he was disappointed with Izuku, he didn't let it show. You can forego the shoulder strap. I doubt it'll feel that great with your wings. Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And a giant relief considering his wings did in fact not like being held in this position, so the less pressure Izuku could put on them the better. How far is the hospital, by the way? Around 15 minutes, maybe a bit more considering I'll probably drive a bit slower. Oh, sorry you have to accommodate me like that. None of this is troublesome, you're not being a burden. I'm simply looking after a kid who obviously needs urgent care. It made Izuku a bit lost for words. It feels reassuring to have someone worry about you. It was strange to feel like this from anyone else but his mom, even if it's just a tiny bit. He relaxed a bit after that. Maybe the hospital wouldn't be too bad with Eraserhead there. As they arrived at the hospital, it was time for Izuku to squirm himself out of the car, which he did with even less grace than he did when he entered the car. But he did end up getting out of the car with great difficulty. They made their way to the receptionist, who only gave Izuku a few baffled looks as she looked up his files. It almost looked like she wanted to comment on something but refrained for some reason when she looked up. She motioned them to sit in the waiting area till they were ready for him, which apparently wasn't that long because just as soon he had sat down it couldn't have been more than 10 minutes, and they had a room for him. Must have been because Eraserhead was with him. Yay for corrupt partiality. They were both let into what looked like an examination room as they were instructed to wait for a doctor to come and check on him. Being in a hospital still felt off. It always feels like you're taking up the space and time of the nurses and doctors working there. He was slightly fidgeting in his seat as he heard the door open. A doctor who appeared to have some kind of antenna Quirk walk into the room. And you must be Midoriya, and you are the pro-hero who brought him in, I take it? Eraserhead nodded lightly as Izuku stiffened up again. I found Midoriya in an alley where I suspect that they have suffered from severe blood loss or else are possibly dangerously ill. Referring to what Izuku could only suspect was his extremely gaunt appearance. I'd like you to check on their blood levels and also make a quick preliminary quirk evaluation. Midoriya told me they experienced a manifestation yesterday. Oh my, that is quite the late age for manifesting a quirk. The doctor said with a surprised but jovial sound. We should quickly test the blood levels. A nurse is already on the way to get that started. As to the quirk evaluation, I can make some quick tests and theories, but Midoriya really should see a specialist about that. The doctor smiled warmly, alternating between Eraserhead and Izuku as he spoke. If that sounds good to you, then I'll get started. Has Midoriya's guardian been contacted yet? I'll be dealing with the bureaucratic things for now. Midoriya's mom is currently unavailable, but she'll be filled in as soon as possible. All right then. Well then, Midoriya, if you're ready, we'll get started on the checkup. Why yes. Thank you. The doctor smiled as he moved to run the test he had to. The nurse also came along and ran the blood test. And to the surprise of almost no one, Izuku was messed up. The fact that he was still walking and could hold a somewhat coherent conversation was a miracle to everyone involved. Izuku was given a lot of blood to replenish what he was missing, as well as a few other medicines. Because the doctor in question was concerned about the type of manifestation Izuku had experienced and about the possibility of infection. We'll probably have to keep you for observation and just to make sure that you're all right, Midoriya. You've been out for quite the ordeal and we'd like to make sure that your body is A-okay. The doctor said with his jovial tone. He seemed to be kind enough. He hadn't done anything to make Izuku worried yet. We'd also like to figure out more about your quirk manifestation. It is quite the rarity to see it happen this late, after all. And looking at your charts, it looks like the manifestation did a few other things than just give you wings. We'll figure that stuff out together too, and I'll get you a few pamphlets on it. Izuku flushed slightly as the doctor brought those changes to the forefront of his mind. It took quite a bit of time for all the tests to be done, and God, it was an exhausting affair. Having so much done in such a comparably short amount of time would take the wind out of most people. And it was odd, it was the first time the medical staff hadn't looked at him with distaste. Instead, there was another kind of glint in their eyes that was a bit harder to discern. Eraserhead had kept to his word and was still here, although Izuku was pretty sure he fell asleep 10 minutes into the examination. But it was almost like he willed Eraserhead to wake up because he started to stir awake the moment his eyes landed on him. Everything well, kid? Oh yeah. They're done with the tests. They could run this late, and I'm not lightheaded anymore. Didn't even know I was that. Oh, and they gave me some medicine of some kind to make me sleep better, and it's making me all wobbly. And then you woke up and asked how I was, and I told you how I was, and here we are. Izuku said in a rambling tone, not catching himself doing so. He was usually pretty good at stopping himself from rambling. Eraserhead. Eraserhead rose slightly from the chair. "Yeah, kid? What's on your mind?" "Thanks for not informing my mom." "Hey, I promised I wouldn't, right? But I do think we'll have to contact her tomorrow. She'll want to know you're here and what has happened to you." Izuku grimaced slightly. "Why yeah, you're probably right. I can handle all the uncomfortable stuff, kid. You just need to relax and recuperate. I'll figure out the technicalities like your mom's name and so on from the hospital staff." "Thank you. I'll head out then. And don't worry, I'll come and check on you when you wake up." Izuku nodded with a faint smile on his lips. "Sleep well, kid." And as Eraserhead left, Izuku was alone. It had been an insane few hours, but he didn't feel as overwhelmed as he thought he would. He just felt content. He hadn't expected this kind of treatment from the pro-hero. He had just been kind and gradual towards Izuku as he tried to get his hands on things. The staff had been pretty accommodating for him as well. One of the nurses even had some kind of salve that is soothing for bird mutations, and it felt so nice. He can't help but consider that it's because he has a quirk now that they're being so nice to him. Even if there is a nagging voice that it is not that nicer. There were some strange looks from some of the nurses when they went to his room that were similar to what he was used to but still different enough. But right now that isn't really his concern. Right now he just has to worry about falling asleep. He can deal with the rest of the tests, considerations, and his mom tomorrow. So Izuku falls asleep, a sleep that is better than it has been for quite some time. Izuku felt like she was floating on a bed of feathers. It was an extremely comfortable bed the nurses had placed Izuku on, and it felt like she could just float there forever. Or it might be the drags. Probably the drags. Izuku doesn't remember hospital beds being comfortable or feathery. But no matter what it was, Izuku was still in a comfortable daze as she stirred awake and got up to see the interior of the hospital room. It took Izuku a few moments to fully come to, stretching his arms and wings as the remaining sleepiness left him. It was a quiet morning, or as quiet as a hospital could be, with Izuku determining that it is still early morning but not so much that the staff hadn't filled in completely. But it was still enough for him to get his bearings and take stock of his situation, and start to feel a bit off about his bed. He wasn't quite sure what this off feeling was all about, but something about his arrangement felt like it was missing something. He shifted slightly carefully in his bed, very careful looking around his surroundings and that his wings wouldn't hit anything when he moved. It didn't make any sense. The bed was comfortable already. Okay, that was a lie. So what was wrong, what was missing? It was becoming annoying how he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. So he just ended up sitting and staring intently on the chair opposite of him, getting marginally agitated as he thought about how the cushion was sewn closed the rest of the chair. He was so absorbed in this staring contest that he didn't even register the nurse walking into the room. "Oh, Midoriya, you're awake," the nurse said, surprised, shaking Izuku out of his staring contest. "The medicine should have kept you asleep for a bit longer. I suppose it's because of your bird mutation." She smiled comfortably. "What is the matter? You seem a bit frazzled." I don't know. I just felt annoyed and exposed." "Yes. I don't really know, but I'm fine." "Well, okay then. I'm just here to check on your numbers and make sure everything is okay. You want me to arrange for some breakfast now when you're awake?" "That would be nice, thank you." The nurse nods as he proceeds to look over Izuku and check something off on his board. He then went out to take care of the breakfast. When he came back, he had what looked like standard hospital food, with what Izuku could recognize as iron-rich food. As he ate the boring food, it made him a little less aware of the nagging feeling in his head, but it quickly came back as he finished. But he didn't have a lot of time to think about that as the door opened and Eraserhead entered. "Hey kid. Slept well?" "Yes. Thank you, Eraserhead." "Good. I thought I'd come and check on you to see if everything is all right, and also to inform you that I've talked to your mom and she's on her way. Should probably be here any moment now." Well, that's a bombshell. Izuku did know it would happen early-ish, but he still thought he would have had more time to think. "That's good. I just hope it won't be too much of a burden for her to come here so early." "Kid, she was in hysterics when I told her you were in the hospital," he said tiredly. "Didn't he get any sleep when he left Izuku yesterday? I can tell you she loves you a lot. And she's your mom, You shouldn't feel bad that you have to rely on her. Eraserhead said with clear firmness in his voice. Yeah, sure, but dash dot. No. No buts, kid. I've only known you for a max of 5 hours, and even I can tell you have some serious self-esteem issues. Eraserhead looked annoyed when saying it. It was difficult to pinpoint exactly what the emotion on his face was. It's gonna be fine, kid. She sounded like a good mom from the short conversation I had with her. She is. Izuku sighs and falls back in the bed, relenting a bit by Eraserhead's reassurance. He doesn't feel too bad about the whole situation anymore. Maybe things will go okay. It didn't take that long from Eraserhead informing Izuku of his mom being on the way for him to be there. He had somehow procured the pillows from the other empty hospital beds without anyone noticing, which he had been dutifully arranging on his own bed. He wasn't quite sure why, but it felt right to do it. But being so absorbed in his project did mean he again didn't notice his mom rush into the room and practically tackled Izuku. Often, Izuku shrieked as his mom was wrapped around him, with her softly sobbing, which probably was only softly because she was holding back. Oh, Izuku. I was so worried when I heard you were in the hospital. Are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, right? Have you eaten anything? Do you feel alright? Do you need anything? Mom was rapidly shooting off questions and looking over his body while trying to suppress a sob. I'm okay, Mom. Eraserhead helped me a lot yesterday. Izuku said, trying to suppress a sob of his own. But Mom, how come you haven't questioned anything about the Izuku gestured vaguely around him. Everything. Oh, Izuku. Mom says with the same warm smile he is so used to. There is nothing about your appearance, quirk or no quirk, boy or girl, you're still my precious child, and that will never change. Mom taking Izuku's hands in her own while smiling. I was more scared to figure out that you were in the hospital than anything else. All these changes that you are experiencing. We can deal with them with time, we'll figure out the peculiarities later. And now it was Izuku's turn to cry. The tears he had tried to hold in started flowing, with it becoming a full-on sob. Quickly enough. He just let his emotions take over as he sat there with his mom while they both held each other's hands. It was always a nice surprise when his mom did things like this. He could often get stuck in his head that he wasn't worth the trouble and that he caused more trouble than what is worth. At this point, it shouldn't be surprising that his mom had his side, but it still somehow was. It took some time before he could calm himself down enough to be able to hold a decent conversation with his mom. But he really didn't know what to say. Should he tell her about his manifestation? That would probably be too traumatizing for her. Maybe about the new accommodations he would need with his wings. Or maybe about how he needed a new mattress, and probably a whole cleanup of his room and a new repaint. And he hadn't even come to terms with the whole being a girl thing. Did he worry about it that much? It felt like he had to worry about it because he didn't know. It just felt like he had to be upset about it, but was he? All of these thoughts apparently showed on his face because Mom interjected before he could spiral further. We don't have to talk about everything that has happened to you yet. All of this, manifesting a quirk at 13 and waking up in a foreign body, is probably a lot for you to handle. We can deal with it later. His mom said to him with a warm smile and matter-of-fact attitude that gave Izuku a lot of necessary clarity. Thank you, Mom. It's not like I don't want to talk about it all, but I haven't even figured out a lot of these things myself. I understand, sweetie, she said as she hugged him again. So, I hope you have had a nice stay at the hospital and that they've treated you well. As she looks behind Izuku to the assortment of blankets and pillows, and sees how they are missing from all the other beds. Some kind of project you have going on? Oh. As Izuku remembers what he did with the bedding of all the other beds. Yeah. I'm not sure, I just had an urge to do something. And the pillows just kind of felt tantalizing, and then the blankets looked nice and warm too. And then it just ended up like this. It does look comfortable in the little nest you've made for yourself, she said with a smile which made Izuku, without realizing it, release a satisfied and happy chirp, which also made him realize exactly why he was doing the things he was doing. I have bird traits, he says as the realization sets in. Mom laughed lightly as she patted Izuku on the head in an act of reassurance. We'll probably learn a lot more about your quirk, sweetheart. You don't have to be embarrassed about it. Izuku could feel a low trill in the back of his throat as he sat with his head in his hands, contemplating what was going on. He felt like he wanted to crawl in on himself and hide, but he also wanted to be near his mom. "I can just see that you're going to be a problem, kid," came from the slumped form of Eraserhead. "Oh, you must be the hero who helped my Izuku get to the hospital. Thank you for looking after my child." Eraserhead rose from his place on the chair. "It's no trouble, Ms. Midoriya. The problem child just needed a bit of guidance to get to the hospital. But you seem to be in a better mood than you were last night, kid." Eraserhead adjusted himself as he stood up. "I have a few things to discuss with you, Ms. Midoriya, and then I'll be on my way. And you, kid, I hope you get better quickly. I hope I don't see you outside in that state again," he said as he gestured to his mom to get out of the room. Whatever Eraserhead had to say to Mom didn't take that long, as Mom was quickly in and beside Izuku again. They kept their conversations light, with Izuku telling a very short and abridged version of the events that had transpired. To his glee, Mom didn't seem to mind the fact that he had ruined his mattress, but was instead a lot more concerned about the whole Izuku bleeding thing. The doctor came by at some point, where they told them that Izuku was in perfectly fine health. He had experienced blood loss and iron deficiency, but they had dealt with the worst of it. He would be staying at the hospital for the next 4 days for observation, where he would then be allowed to go home afterwards. They would spend the time making sure he wasn't anemic or anything too horrible, as well as registering his quirk. It was a pretty bare-bone registration, all things considered, which mostly included the physical changes like has talons on hands and feet that seem to correlate to a bird of prey mutation, and wings, obviously. Other than that, there was a note about possible bird instincts and traits emerging. But all that was fine, because currently Izuku just wanted to get out of here. His mom had been a rock in all of it. She had stayed until visitor hours ended, had even proceeded to go to buy a new mattress for Izuku and set it up in his room all on her own. She had also brought homemade food to Izuku during the visiting hours, prioritizing iron-rich food, and just been a generally warm-hearted and sturdy presence during his stay at the hospital. Luckily, his stay at the hospital was coming to an end, and he could go back home where he could finally get some rest that wouldn't be disturbed bustling of the hospital. And the idea of going home and building a proper nest was very front in his brain as he went out of the hospital with his mom. When Izuku arrived home, he had expected to be met with a blood-stained room and the need for sleeping on the couch for the foreseeable future. Even if Mom had bought a new mattress, she wouldn't have had time to clean his room. What he hadn't expected was not just a new mattress, but a new bed that almost looked like one of the special bed types made especially for his type of mutation. And his room was even completely clean. When Mom had said she had been out to buy a new bed, this was not what Izuku had expected to see. He felt that would have had to go out and collect it one of these days. When he had asked his mom about the cost, she told him not to worry and that it had been covered with no further problems. The answer didn't help alleviate Izuku's worries, but Mom wouldn't really elaborate on it. The new bed was bigger than what Izuku was used to, and it was quite a bit higher off the ground. It wasn't that much bigger considering how small his room is, but it was still noticeable. Other than the increase in elevation, there are also a lot of extra pillows for him to rearrange as he wants. He counts 5 pillows on the bed, 2 regular-sized pillows, 2 small-sized ones, and a bigger one that seems to be the size of 2 regular-sized ones. Izuku is having some rather conflicting feelings about all of it. On one hand, he is afraid of how much all of this costs. On the other side, he feels very giddy about the prospect of looking over his new nest. While it does conflict him, he still very quickly moves his way up on his bed, where he takes stock of the pillows and starts to rearrange them slightly as he tests out different spots and see how they feel. He was doing it for quite a bit of time, alternating between lying down, sitting, and arranging. Sometimes it was unbalanced, or it was good for sitting but laying down, or it was good for laying down but not sleeping or dash. Izuku immediately turns around, fumbling, falling out of his bed, at the sound of laughter at the doorway. "Oh, sweetheart, you weren't supposed to fall down by me coming in," his mom said as she went over and helped Izuku up from the floor, checking him over. "I hope you like your new bed. I only bought some of the essential things, as the doctor said it would be good for you to pick pillows, plushies, and blankets yourself," she said with a warm smile. This is fine, Mom. I don't want to get more than what is necessary." But where did you get the bed from so quickly? Izuku asked inquisitively. Izuku, you were in the hospital for 4 days and I couldn't very well let you sleep on the couch. So obviously I got you a new bed, and I just thought I'd get you something that would be better for you now. She said assuredly. It didn't help his worry, but it was a starting point. But anyway, his mom said as she clapped her hands together. I came in because I wanted to ask you what you wanted to do about your clothes. Oh, right. I do need new clothes, don't I? I don't think my old clothes are gonna fit me anymore, because, you know. As he gestures in the general direction of his wings. Also, we'll have to take care of your underwear situation. I'm not letting you go around braless. His mom said as a matter of fact. Izuku became beet red. What? Izuku, it's not as big a deal as you make it out to be. There is just some stuff we'll need to have done in the upcoming week. Yes, I know. But I just haven't gone through most of my changes yet. The whole bird mutation is still pretty new to me, and I just didn't expect you to be so upfront about the other thing. Izuku said, withdrawn while he fidgeted a bit in place. His mom sighed and smiled slightly as she pulled Izuku into a hug. Don't worry, sweetheart. I'm not expecting us to do it immediately. You can take the next 2 days to get acquainted with yourself more, before we go out and buy your essentials. Izuku nodded into her hug. They stood there a bit like that until Mom let go and said, So I'll just let you off to your own devices for now and we'll pick up the clothes situation later. I've bought ingredients for Katsudon because I thought it'd probably be good after such a stressful few days. Izuku smiled at his mom and nodded as she then went back to do her own things. It left Izuku back in his room to start looking over his new situation. He had had a bit of time in the hospital to figure out his quirk a bit more, but it wasn't really private enough to test things probably. Not to mention the amount of times he got interrupted by nurses and the like. So he decided to start from what few notes he had jotted down there. The first are the physical changes. The most immediate were the wings and talons on his hands, as well as turning into a girl, somehow. Not that it was unheard of, some quirks did change such aspects of a person sometimes, but it was rare enough to make nurses make a double take. His height hadn't changed much, but that wasn't that surprising. He had always been smaller for his age. His further notes were on his feet. He had gotten talon that sprouted from his toes. They didn't change his feet too much, and like his hands, the talons that could be retracted and extended at will. They did seem to help a bit with grip though, which could be perfect for when landing or sitting on high surfaces. The talons on his hands were still human enough but also different enough to stand out. He could still grip things easily enough most of the time. There were also minor changes such as bird markings around his eyes. They looked a bit like hawks when Izuku thought about it. He seemed to have a few small feathers growing in and around his hair, not too many but noticeable enough. There was also the whole bird instinct thing of him wanting to build a nest, but he hadn't really noticed much else. As for some of the theories he had, could he make bird sounds? Some animal-style quirks gave an extra throat, so to speak, for the sound, speech. The animal the quirk was based on made. Could he eat bones? Vultures and owls are known for eating their prey whole meat, skin, bones and all. There were also some experiments that he probably shouldn't do yet, such as flying tests. The idea of itself was tantalizing and exciting in a way Izuku couldn't describe, but he had to rationalize with himself that his wings might not be ready for it. Maybe he could go to the park after the necessary shopping to test out his wings more properly. Maybe he should look up some videos of hawks fighting villains and see how he used his wings. But that could happen later. Flying was still too exciting to think about. He really wanted to get out and test it out and try and take a round in his neighborhood. But the puffy baby-like feathers on his wings begged to differ. Izuku was kind of stuck in that theorizing trance for what felt like minutes but was probably closer to hours. He would alternate between pacing his room, sitting down, writing something down, stare at his hands or feet or mirror to look at his mutation more in depth and repeat pacing his room. At some point he came back to his bed nest thing and sat down. There were a lot of things that had changed in so few days, but things finally started to feel a smidgen easier. And it made it easier for Izuku to focus on the upcoming shopping he had to do. He had no idea of what to do when it came to women's clothing and fashion, and especially not when it came to mutation. It's not like he had never thought about the idea of girls' clothes or how dull and uninteresting boys' clothes always were. But he had always cut himself off whenever those thoughts crept in. He was the quirkless, weird, muttering, useless, and danger-prone boy. How could he dare have such thoughts that would just complicate things further? So Izuku would just bury the thoughts deep down. He didn't want to be more of a burden than he already was. He did want to stand out more than he already did. So when his quirk manifested itself in that way, he didn't really know if he should feel happy or guilty. This almost feels too easy. Are his feelings real or is he just faking? He wasn't sure what to think, but going from quirkless to having a quirk, and visible one at that, going from a boy to a girl, maybe he had a more visceral chance to try out a few new things now. Maybe he didn't have to refer to himself as a boy anymore. The thought itself made Izuku excited. It was a different kind from wanting to fly, but not any less tantalizing. He lay down on his bed and took the large pillow into his embrace as he let his wings sprawl out. There were so many pieces that were starting to fall into place, and things that had felt wrong before were beginning to make sense. He nuzzled his head further into the pillows as he smiled in content. Maybe things wouldn't be so scary during the upcoming week. He laid like that for quite a bit of time, stuck in his own thoughts and fantasy as he heard his mom call for him. He got up and headed into the dinner area, where they then had their food. The dinner was filled with light conversation as Izuku spoke a bit about the stuff he had learned from his observations. Mom just smiled and seemed generally happy for Izuku's excitement. As the dinner came to a close, Izuku helped with cleaning the table and dinnerware. He said, I think I'll be fine if we went out and bought the essential stuff tomorrow. The quicker we do, the quicker I can get back to school, and after all, said with a nervous smile. Of course, Izuku. If you feel ready for it, we can do it tomorrow. Have you thought about anything in particular you want to buy? Asks. Only what you talked about. I thought about in and outdoor clothes, underwear, probably a new uniform, and coats that are wing-friendly. He laughs nervously. I also thought I'd get some general books on birds so I can read up on them, and also maybe some more pillows and stuff. He lets out a bit more quietly. Mom smiles as she ruffles Izuku's hair lightly. I think we can manage that stuff. I'll go and write it down so we don't forget anything tomorrow. Izuku turns around, gives his mom a light hug and returns to cleaning the last dishes. He goes back to his room where he flops back on his bed. All of it was resolved easier than Izuku had expected, and tomorrow actually felt somewhat exciting now. Tomorrow was going to be a good day. Izuku woke up to a view filled with feathers. The sun shining through from behind them gave a greenish hue as Izuku started to stir awake. Izuku rose up, ruffling and stretching the wings, being met with the resistance of a just too small room. He reached for her phone. Them? Izuku shook their head. There's plenty of time to figure that stuff out. For now, they had to get ready for the shopping trip. They looked at their phone to see it was 8:30, plenty of time to get a quick shower and breakfast. They had planned it out with Mom that they would go out at around 10 so they could have as much time as necessary to get all the things done. But it wasn't like they had to do it right this instant. They could maybe take a few minutes to take in the sun, giving their wings a bit of time in the sun, warming them up. It had become a bit of a habit for Izuku to peer out down through their window. It was fun to have a bird's eye view of things, which was really exciting for when they would test out their wings. It took up a bit of their time as they looked through the window and stretched a bit before they decided it was time to probably take a bath and get ready. They got up and procured one of the poorly cut shirts they had been fidgeting with the other day. This was somehow way worse than what they had had on before. The holes were way bigger, and it was also a smaller shirt, so it was more difficult to get on. But it would have to work. They went their way to the bathroom, shooting their mom a quick good morning before heading inside. Cleaning themselves had become a bit easier, having had to take showers at the hospital, and even getting a few pointers from a nurse who had a niece with an avian-type quirk about how to clean their wings best. But it was still extremely cumbersome, especially with the size of the bathroom. So Izuku proceeded with the act of contorting their limbs in weird ways to reach their wings, scrubbing their back without hitting their wings, not poking holes in the shampoo bottle, again, and just generally trying not to hit the walls with their wings. It was a bit weird to use the talon finger things when washing their body, but it had become easier to go through the motion, but it still took Izuku around 30 minutes to finish up. Afterwards, it was simply a case of putting on the clothes, which couldn't be that difficult. Oh, how wrong they were. It took way longer than what it usually took, but at least it was over with now. They got out of the bathroom to get something for breakfast and let feathers dry a bit easier, because it is apparently very difficult to dry feathers with a towel. Izuku got to the kitchen and noticed that Mom had already prepared something simple for them. Mom was already seated, so they just went ahead and took a seat adjusting for their wings and thanked Mom for the food. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. Mom said the minute they sat down, quickly getting up and scurrying off into her bedroom. Coming back out with a bag. I know we're going out to buy new clothes, but I couldn't let you go around in those makeshift clothes, she said as she pushed a bag into Izuku's arms. They looked in the bag and paused a bit in surprise as they saw what looked like a new outfit. Taking it out and looking it over, they could see that it was a simple outfit of a simple top, blazer, and pants, and looking more closely they seemed to be designed with wings in mind. I thought we were going out to buy new clothes, Izuku said as they sat and turned the clothes over to get a better view of them. Yeah, we are, but I couldn't with good conscience let you go around in those torn-up clothes. And I just saw it when I went to the Mutant Quirk specialized store, Mutation, she said as a matter of fact, leaving Izuku lost for words. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but they couldn't have been that bad, were they? I mean, they're just the clothes I usually wear, just a bit cut up. Izuku, dude, I love you, but you've never had the best fashion sense. Over half your wardrobe is in some way dedicated to hero prints. And while some of them look good, like the one you have of Hawks, most of it is in that ghastly All Might style. Mom! Izuku shrieks, offended at their favorite hero being besmirched like that. I'm sorry, Izuku. All might be a great hero who saves more people than any other hero, but his hero costume's entire marketing is downright dreadful. At least the black sets of clothing you have is a bit better, even if it is just because they are so unassuming. At that, Izuku held their mouth, not wanting to reveal that they had tried to match some of Eraserhead's costume with plain black clothing and the tan scarf they had gotten last month. It's not that bad, Izuku utters with a pout. But then it's good that most if not all of it doesn't fit me anymore. Maybe we'll be able to get some clothes that look good and fit me better, they said a bit more confidently. Izuku turns their attention back to the clothing in their hands, a small smile forming. Thank you, you could have waited till we were both out in the store. But I'm glad you took the time to get me these. Mom gave a small squeeze and went back to her chair. Of course, sweetie, I just wanted you to be a bit more comfortable while we're out all day today, she said as she sat down and returned to her food with a smile on her lips. Anyway, let's finish up here so we can get going. We have a long day ahead of us. Right. As they spent the next 15 minutes eating their food. Mom had kept it simple, but she had still sneaked in some more iron-heavy things like an extra egg and a small serving of oats. According to the doctors, Izuku wouldn't have problems with the iron deficiency anymore, but it didn't keep Mom from worrying about their health. It did warm their heart, but there was still a nagging feeling about the cost of the extra care. Maybe Izuku should look into getting a part-time job? Izuku finished their food and went over to help Mom with the dishes, which took them a short amount of time with the both of them working on it. They were then sent to their room to switch into their new outfit. They got to their room and poured the content of the bag out on their bed, spreading them out and organizing the items. It was also then that Izuku noticed the sports bra, and they really shouldn't be surprised anymore. Mom had said they needed one, and a sports bra was probably the most manageable right now. It also looked to fit with their wings. Izuku started to take off their mangled excuse of an outfit and put on the outfit Mom had prepared for them. Everything was pretty easy to get on. The blazer even had closable slits sewn into them for winged quirks. Having put the entire outfit on, Izuku decided to pair it with the totally not Eraserhead-style scarf they had bought, just because they remembered how cold they had felt when they had been outside. They got out of their room, locating the shoes the Eraserhead had come by with when Izuku was staying for observations. Because apparently he had confused Izuku's torn shoes with being because of their quirk manifestation. And even when Izuku tried to explain that wasn't the case, it only made him more adamant to give them to Izuku. I'm all ready, Mom, Izuku semi-yelled into the house. Mom came scurrying shortly afterwards as she moved over to get her shoes and jacket on. Alright, I have my purse and I have, yes, and, as she mumbled a bit to herself checking over her things. Okay, let's get going, Izuku. I have everything ready. Mom locked the door and off they went to the mall to get everything on the list. It took them a bit of time with the train and walking before they were outside the mall entrance. The first place they visited was the Mutant Quirk specialized clothing store, Mutation, the biggest chain store that had a wide variety of clothing for any mutant-type quirk. The first thing they did was get the necessary measurements down. Apparently it wasn't only a matter of Izuku's height but also their wingspan and how they were placed on their back. They also told Izuku about their talons because there was a risk that they could rip the clothes easily, which, fair, but it was still embarrassing to think that they could screw up like that. They got an assortment of different and affordable outfits. Some indoor and outdoor clothing, things that accentuated Izuku's wings, and some that were a bit more airtight for if Izuku was going to fly. There was also a bit more ordinary stuff sprinkled in and the odd Hawks merch as well, because apparently Hawks had a lot of merch specific for flying quirks. Gee, I wonder why that could be Izuku. As they finished up in the clothes store, they moved on to the interior store that sold pillows and the like. Izuku stood and looked through a few of the items, weighing up 2 pillows and a blanket with some different prints on. Having a difficult time deciding? Came from his mom by his side. Oh, I'm just thinking which would be best. I don't want to pick the wrong one. Izuku responded tepidly. Why not all 3? You seem to like them all. She said back assuredly. No, I don't want to strain our budget. Izuku, you're not straining our budget. We have more than enough for a few pillows and a blanket. Mom said without a stutter. You bought a new bed for me. That couldn't have been cheap. Izuku says a bit too resigned for their liking. Besides, I already have a few at home. Oh, if that's the problem, don't worry about it. I didn't pay for the bed. Mom says to the utter confusion of Izuku. Izuku blinks once. What do you mean by that? What do you mean, sweetie? How did we get that bed if you didn't pay for it? Izuku was starting to slightly lose their mind. What did Mom mean? Beds don't just materialize in front of people wishing for them. Did she steal a bed? Wait, no, that's stupid. Oh, that pro hero, what was his name? Eraserhead said he'd donate a bed through his agency. She said, dropping it like a bombshell. I thought you already knew that. Izuku stood with a 1,000-yard stare. No, I didn't know that. I didn't even know Eraserhead would think about me more than just bringing me to the hospital. But he gave me a bed? Izuku uttered out as they tried to focus on what Mom had just told them. Well, yeah, he did. You know, he doesn't seem like such a bad guy. His entire attire and physical disposition does him no favors in that department. She with a small chuckle says. But there you have it, Izuku, so don't think too much about the cost. We have more than enough for what's on the list says. That okay, I guess I'll get the 2 pillows and blanket. Izuku says almost on automation. Mom smiles and takes the items up to the cashier. She plans for it to be sent to their house so they don't have to walk around with it. But it's not enough to get Izuku out of their head. Eraserhead had donated a bed to them, not only that he had given them a pair of brand new shoes that seemed to be pretty expensive if Izuku would guess. Also, what is this about, through his agency thing? Eraserhead didn't have an agency as far as Izuku was aware. Why would he do such a thing for Izuku? Izuku didn't get much clearer on it even when Mom had decided they should probably get something to eat. They went onwards with their shopping trip, getting a few books on different kinds of birds and some general books about caring for feathers and preening. They were almost about to leave the mall when Izuku thought of getting some home care products that the doctor and nurses had advised to get, so they walked for a bit until they found a specialty store that would have what they were looking for. Mom had gone over to one of the employees to ask about advice for caring about feathers and avian mutations. Meanwhile, Izuku had made their way over to some care products for feathers. They were mostly looking for the ones the doctor had suggested, but there were so many options. Izuku was standing and reading the description of a miracle cure that was recommended by 9 out of 10 doctors, and one with the unmistakable advertisement of hawks. All the weird phrases and words shot Izuku off into a spiral of disparate thoughts until, if you would like my guidance, then I would advise you to go with the one Hawks endorses. Came from a voice to Izuku's left. They turned around frazzled and were greeted with a boy with what looks like a raven mutation on their head. It is the one I have had the most benefit from. And it works quite efficiently. Izuku stood silent for a few seconds wondering what they should do. Which was evidently not necessary because the Raven boy spoke up again. My apologies, it was just that. You seem to be in peril and need of assistance. And Dark Shadow was very invested in aiding you. Izuku blinked slightly. Oh no, it's not that. I was just surprised. I just wasn't expecting anyone to come up and help me. They say, nervously shifting in place. But you say the Hawks one is the best? Izuku asks as the Raven boy nods. Then I'll probably take that one. I don't really know what to buy when it comes to avian quirks. All of this is kind of a new development for me, and I've tried to get things under control. And, I'm rambling now. I'm sorry, I'm just... Wait, what was that about a dark shadow? Izuku says as they finish their mumbling. Dark Shadow is my partner. The Raven boy says, geez Izuku, you really need to figure out his name. You can't keep calling him Raven boy. Your partner dash. As Izuku is about to question the Raven boy about it further, a shadowy bird comes out of his stomach and immediately flies over and begins to fuss with Izuku wings as it pokes and lightly picks at their wings. Eep! Dark Shadow! The Raven boy yells. Can't you see you are disturbing a fellow customer? The shadow bird halts at his words and hovers back to him. Sorry, Fumikage. But it's just so exciting. It's another bird. Aren't you excited? It's the first time we've seen another bird in like years. I am aware, Dark Shadow. But we should not overwhelm them. The Fumikage says to the shadow bird whose name apparently is Dark Shadow, which seems to be a sentient quirk. This is so exciting, a sentient quirk. What possibilities there could be with something like that. I am sorry for Dark Shadow's eagerness. They are very enthusiastic when it comes to other subjects of Eris. Subjects of Eris? This boy has an interesting way of talking. Oh, it's okay, but Izuku faces towards the shadow bird. But, Dark Shadow, next time, please ask me in advance before you start to touch my wings. With that, Dark Shadows does something that Izuku interprets as smiling as it chirps happily. But anyway, it doesn't seem fair that I know your name when you don't know mine. My name is Izuku Midoriya. They say with a smile, putting out their hand to shake Fumikage's hand. He meets Izuku's hand. Quite. I am called Fumikage Tokoyami, and you are already aware of Dark Shadows. You may use they-them pronouns for them. Oh, of course. Izuku beams at Tokoyami. I'm still undecided on that stuff, so for now they-them is also fine for me. The Raven boy nods in understanding. Oh wait, what's the time? Izuku says as they look at their phone. Oh no. I should really get going. Izuku all but panics. Maybe we could exchange numbers so we can resume this conference at a later date. Let's do that. Izuku said as they exchanged phone numbers. Then goodbye Tokoyami, I'll text you later. Izuku exclaimed as they went towards the cashier and their mom. Oh, and thank you for the recommendation. Tokoyami simply nodded and turned back to what he was probably doing to start with. Izuku went over to the cashier where they met up with the mom and paid for the care products they had found, or what mom had found. Izuku had only gotten that Hawks branded bottle. As they got out of the store, mom poked at Izuku. So, I saw you talking to that boy near the feather products. I didn't want to intrude, so I just looked around for the rest of the doctor's recommendations. Oh yeah. His name is Tokoyami, and he gave some advice about what product I should get, and then we just fell into conversation. Izuku says, smiling. Well, I'm happy that you found someone who could help you like that. She said while giving Izuku a slight side hug. I believe we have everything we need unless there is anything that has come to your mind. Izuku thought for a second before responding. Well, I would like some different plushies. I've thought about some different kinds. They say while blushing a bit. Of course, sweetie. Let's go over and find a store that sells such things. They went over to one of the stores that had what Izuku had been thinking about. A Miruko one and a stylized red hawk that was based on Hawk's quirk and a fox one. Went back home, they fell into a comfortable, quiet conversation. At one point Izuku turned their head because they thought they saw the recognizable blonde spikes. But there was nothing when Izuku looked. Izuku simply shrugged and went back to their conversation with their mom as they headed back home after a successful shopping trip. Izuku sat on their bed, their new uniform hanging on their mirror. Aldra had been informed of Izuku's hospital stay and quirk manifestation, but honestly knowing them they might just have forgotten to tell their teachers or write it up as a legal leave. They probably hadn't even believed Mom when she had informed them that they had had a quirk manifestation. And it's not like Izuku could fault them. Quirk manifestations at 13 was an absolute absurdity and was mostly unheard of unless you were a specialist doctor in quirk science or had studied quirks for an extensive period of time. And for it having happened to the useless, danger-prone Deku? Obviously no one would believe that. Izuku had procured a uniform that fit Aldra's style. The colors were a bit off compared to what Aldra used, but if they had a problem with that they could have provided Izuku with one on their own. But there had been complete radio silence, so Izuku had had to take it into their own hands. It wasn't even because it was that different, it was a bit lighter in color than the other ones but not enough to get in trouble. If Izuku went to a school with sane teachers, that is. They sighed a bit. They had had a nice weekend with Mom buying the necessary things and figuring out more about themselves and their quirk. They might even be on the cusp of something big, but of course reality had come in and hit Izuku like a truck. Obviously they couldn't hide from Aldra forever. Forget about coming in with wings, Izuku could deal with that, but all their classmates would definitely never shut up about their new look. But Izuku could only postpone the inevitable for so long. They had to be at Aldra in the next hour, having to meet up before anyone else. Talking things out with the principal and teachers was going to be exhausting. Well, fortune favors the bold. Izuku whispered to themselves as they went over and put on their uniform. They had put it on twice already during the weekend, once with help from Mom to figure out how to do it, and once again to do it by themselves. So it didn't take that long to put it on. Izuku was if nothing else someone who was over-prepared for any situation. Izuku took a look in the mirror. A small smile crept its way onto their lips. The uniform just seemed to fit them better than their old one and their wings looked great, really accentuating the look. They finally looked like they would fit in. Although, the idea that it had to take Izuku getting a quirk to make it happen did feel conflicting. No, stop it Izuku. You're brooding again. It'll be fine. We just have to go and talk to the principal and teachers for 10 minutes max, and then it's just going to be a normal school day afterwards. Yeah. Everything is going to be okay. They got out of their room putting on their shoes and scarf, having already eaten way earlier, and else they just went on their way to Aldra. There wasn't anything eventful about their walk to school. It was quite a bit earlier, so there weren't that many of their classmates who were there. It did occur to Izuku during their walk that it would be so much quicker if they just flew over to Aldra. As it stood right now, they had to make a lot of different turns and cross streets to get to school, but if they flew they could skip all of that, just having a straight line to their destination. Not even to mention that their wingspan probably made it significantly quicker than their walking or even running speed. But they hadn't really had time to test out their wings like that, and a possible 10-minute flight might be too much for their first flight. Also, a skirt plus flapping wings didn't seem to fit particularly well. But it didn't even seem to matter because Izuku was already in front of Aldra. Had they really been thinking and daydreaming so much that they hadn't even noticed that they had arrived? Izuku sighs. No matter the reason, Izuku was here, and they had to confront this stupid situation at some point. They walked into the school and made their way to the secretary. She was as usual barely paying attention, looking through her phone while a coffee machine was revving behind her. Izuku had hoped a bit that because they were so early she would be a bit more aware, but apparently not. I'm here to talk about my medical leave from school with the principal, Izuku said, trying to sound as confident as they could muster. She finally looked up from her phone. And you are? Is Izuku Midoriya? My mom should already have called about my medical emergency. She looked a bit skeptically at Izuku as if she was trying to see what their deal was. You know, it's not very nice to lie, miss. According to my charts, Midoriya is quirkless and a boy. And looking at you, you don't seem to be either of those things. Izuku was starting to get a little impatient with the receptionist. And as I've been trying to say, my mom called in about how I had my quirk manifestation a week and a half ago. There should even be a doctor's note that explains it. Izuku said with a huff. The receptionist rolled her eyes and finally started to tap away on her computer. It took around 5 minutes before Izuku saw a change in her face as it changed from a scowl of irritation to one of surprise. Why yes, Midoriya, I can see right here that you indeed have a time with the principal. I'll go in and tell him you're ready, she said as she hurried into the principal's office. That wasn't that difficult, was it? Izuku mumbled to himself. Izuku waited for a few more minutes before the receptionist motioned them inside. As they came in, the principal, in an uncharacteristic way, smiled as Izuku got into the room. Midoriya, how nice to see you after your break. I hope you had time to relax, he said, showering Izuku with a tone that made their skin curl up on themselves. Come now, sit down, he said as he motioned Izuku to a chair in front of his desk. I've already heard the description from your mother, but seeing it in person is something else entirely. It is quite an impressive set of wings you've gotten yourself, isn't it, Midoriya? They are quite similar to Pro Hero Hawk's wings, aren't they? He said with an uncomfortable glint in his eyes that Izuku had only seen it used on another person in their class. But enough of that, I called you in here so early so we could discuss any possible problems. You missed quite a few days of school that you'll have to catch up on. Of course, you do have a doctor's note, so your time off has been excused. As for your missed work, your teacher has compiled the missing work and will be giving you the rundown of what you have to do to catch up. And of course, the most exciting thing, you'll have to take the Quirk assessment in PE. He said with the same off-putting and sickening tone that made Izuku want to hurl. Oh, and that's right, I have heard you wanted to be a hero, right? So of course Quirk assessment would practically be a must. Izuku was absolutely flabbergasted with how transparent the principal was. Did he seriously just equate, because Izuku's wings looked similar to Hawk's, that would mean they would automatically become a great hero just because of Hawk's placement? Was this the kind of butt-kissing Katsuki had experienced all this time? Izuku simply nodded. So I guess that means I'll have to head to the teacher's room now for my missed work, they said with their most uninterested tone. Why yes, you may head out, Midoriya, and do remember the Quirk assessment for your next PE lesson, the principal said with an eagerness Izuku had never experienced from him. Izuku got up and headed out of the principal's office over to the teacher's room. An odd sense of relief, their teacher didn't seem to treat them that differently. He might have been a bit more weary about Izuku's wings, but he didn't react much and just handed Izuku the missed work and sent them off to the classroom. As Izuku got to the room, it was completely empty, because of course it was. They had asked them to get in at such an earlier time than necessary. Izuku simply moved over their desk as they slammed their head on the table. It was starting to dawn on them how tiring this entire ordeal actually had been, so they placed their arms around their head and just decided to get a bit of shut-eye until class started. It helped a bit. Izuku fell in and out of sleep, constantly being on the edge of consciousness and unconsciousness, so they were very aware as their classmates started to come in. They even heard the Katsuki talking with someone Izuku couldn't quite place. It was nice that no one had interrupted them at this point. Pretending to sleep was basically the only thing that really kept Izuku from freaking out. They just knew they wouldn't be able to function properly in front of their class. And then the bell rang. Izuku raised their head just enough to be able to see and acknowledge their teacher. It all ran smoothly until their name was called and there was a strange uproar from beside them. Hey, Teach, the shitty nerd isn't here. And who's the bird sitting in his seat? Coming from Katsuki's seat, it made Izuku flinch a bit, interrupting them in responding to the teacher. Oh yeah, right. That bird you were referring to is Midoriya, the teacher said with the smallest amount of enthusiasm possible. He was at the hospital for his Quirk manifestation. Just treat him like you usually do, I guess. They heard the teacher say barely under his breath. Say what? Katsuki erupted out of his seat. The hell do you mean the nerd manifested a Quirk? He's 13. And Kacchan was about to say something when he looked Izuku's way before his eyes widened a bit. Quiet down, Bakugo. You're interrupting the class, the teacher said, slightly fed up. I know this is a big change, and we'll just have to deal with the fact that Midoriya now has a Quirk. Now, turn to page 45 of your workbook, he said, ignoring the seething coming from Katsuki's seat. Izuku was probably gonna be the one to deal with that later. Izuku felt uneasy throughout the classes. They were getting glances, glares, and curious looks from their classmates. Why couldn't the teacher have given Izuku a bit of time to explain? He had basically just passed all the explaining on Izuku's shoulders. He could at least have given Izuku a minute to give a short explanation. They weren't sure what would happen when class ended. Having a quarter of the class going over to their desk and crowding it was expected. It didn't make it easier, but it was expected. All of them asked way too many questions for Izuku to keep up. It's kind of wild how quickly their tune changed and more than a bit jarring. If anything it was. "Oi Deku!" Katsuki yelled out while pushing himself through their classmates. Me outside. Now. Izuku should probably react with something, but that isn't necessary because Katsuki is already holding their wrist and dragging them out of the classroom. It was a really close call closing the wings so they didn't hit anyone or anything while Katsuki was dragging them. Why was he acting so set off? What have I done now? He couldn't be mad at them for manifesting a quirk, could he? I mean, that is outside of my control and surely Katsuki knows that, right? He dragged Izuku for quite a bit until they were alone. Katsuki, what did you want to talk about? Katsuki seemed to flinch slightly at what Izuku said to him, which was kind of strange. I think maybe we're taking up a lot of the time for our break. I also have a lot of W work to catch up. And so may dash. The hell, Deku? What the hell is all this? It's my quirk, Katsuki. I'd still kind of new but dash. Yeah, right, nerd. I mean, how the hell did you get those? Where did they come from? He looked generally agitated at Izuku. I don't know. One day they were just there. What do you mean they were just there one day? You don't think I'm actually buying that, do you? You're 13. What did you do to get those wings and get all the rest? Katsuki was saying, raising his voice with each sentence. This was a lot more difficult than I could have imagined. Does he really not believe what's going on? Or is he just choosing not to believe? I don't know what to say, Katsuki. I sprouted wings in a sea of my own blood, passed out, and woke up like this. It's difficult to talk to someone when they choose not to listen to you. And before you say anything, it is possible to get manifestations at this age. It's just really uncommon. Katsuki just stood and scowled at them. Whatever. You do you or whatever, but just know that this doesn't make you better than me, shitty nerd. He said as he pushed past and walked back inside. You were the one who dragged me out here. Izuku mumbled to themselves. 5 minutes went by before they decided to go back inside. Kachin probably just needs a bit of time to accept it. He's not stupid. This whole ordeal was probably just to convince himself more than anything. Returning to the classroom the rest of the day was rather uneventful and annoying. Most of their classmates had stopped bothering Izuku, but there were still a few stragglers who came close. But there must have been something that made them go away. One of them even said ungrateful under her breath as she walked away. Was it something about Izuku's demeanor? They didn't know each other. Why did she think Izuku would want to talk to her? Also, she made fun of Izuku's athletic abilities not a week before the manifestation, and even hid their PE clothes. Izuku decided to stay back at the school library for a bit, getting through a bit of the maths homework. It was easy enough, but there was a lot of busy work that had to be done. But it would be better like this. At least most of the students had left at this point. They started heading home, going in the direction of the park on the way back. At least they could clear their mind a bit by sitting there. A notification sound came from Izuku's phone as they came closer to the park. They fished out their phone and saw one new message from Tokoyami. They blinked momentarily, realizing belatedly that they had exchanged numbers with the Raven boy. They opened their message app and saw, Tokoyami, how did your re-entrance go? They smiled a bit, remembering how they had semi-rambled texted to Tokoyami about how they were returning to school today. It was a bit embarrassing because they had forgotten about the text chain, but it was nice to see Tokoyami being concerned. Midoriya. Tokoyami, that bad? Don't worry too much, I am sure the future has much in store for you. Also, Dark Shadow says they want to reconvene with you again for a cleansing session. A link to an article about 10 best ways of preening your feathers. Number 7 will surprise you. Methods? Izuku laughed at the apparent shenanigans Dark Shadow was forcing on Tokoyami. Izuku, thank you for pep talk and tell Dark Shadow we'll find time. Victory hand. They put their phone away as they entered the park. The short conversation with Tokoyami had helped a bit with their mood. They sat down and on the bench took in the light May breeze. Katsuki hadn't reacted as extremely as Izuku had expected. Other than the small confrontation, he hadn't done anything to them. He mostly just ignored them or scuffed at Izuku if they made eye contact. It's a relief he hadn't used his quirk anywhere near Izuku. Shudder thinking what such fiery sparks could do to feathers, what an explosion could do with some freshly grown wings. They flipped their head back, getting face to face with the big tree above them. They sat staring like that at it until a stupid thought crossed their mind. They stood up pushing their bag closer to the bench and walked over to the tree. They got closer to the tree as they looked it over for vantage points as they realized something, raising their hands up to their face, talons. They took off their shoes and started to climb the tree, extending their talons slightly to dig into the tree as they got higher and higher as they got up to one of the higher hanging branches. They sat there looking over the park for some time. It was a really nice feeling, freeing, almost. There was a small twitch, almost like an itch in the back of Izuku's mind, like there was something instinctual that Izuku should act upon. And that is exactly what they did. They stood up on the branch, outstretched their wings, and then they jumped. The height was high enough to float a bit but not short enough for Izuku to just fall flat on the ground. And it went poorly. Their wings slightly flapped, or at least tried to, as Izuku tried to stretch their wings and glide a bit towards the ground. And then they hit it with a thud. They scurried across the ground and probably scrapped something. They sat up and started to look themselves over, expecting at least a few cuts, which was surprising when they only had a few scrapes. But the most exciting thing was that Izuku felt all giddy inside. Given the first attempt had resulted poorly, Izuku should be more upset about it, but they just wanted to get up there and try again. It was extremely tantalizing. Izuku was using their quirk. They were flying, kind of, and it was all something that only they could do. They had to do it again as they got up and moved towards the tree again. This is a dilemma. Izuku had let her hair grow out the past 4 months and the curls were just a complete mess. It wasn't that longer but it was enough to change things up. She had invested a bit more time in getting hair products for curly hair, which was an absolute nightmare. It had always been kind of annoying to get the correct kind of products before her quirk manifested, but it was somewhat hampered by Izuku being apathetic to her appearance back then, so she hadn't known just how difficult it actually was to get the good products. So here Izuku was standing looking over an aisle of shampoos. Her eyes fell on lady hair shampoo filling almost an entire display case, but her hair was more straight or at best wavy, so not really being helpful. She found one she had read good things about and picked it out. I guess I'll try this one. She mumbled to herself as she moved to the cashier and bought it. It had been hectic the last couple of months. Izuku had taken quite a bit of time to get comfortable with her new arrangements. There weren't any more obvious problems with her mutation. Her wings didn't ache anymore and she could even flap them more frequently, and she had gotten a lot more comfortable being a girl in public. It was even starting to get a bit easier to navigate crowds with her wings, although it was kind of annoying to be in them. They were usually too loud or just straight up unnerving to be in place with a lot of people. So this was one of the rare occasions where she had actually braved the train station, because flying everywhere wasn't really an option yet. Her wings had gotten a lot stronger and durable, but it wasn't nearly enough to fly for extended PRDS of time. She could reliably glide from higher vantage points, and could even keep herself up a bit by flapping them. But flying to different places was a rather bad idea. Not to mention the threat of illegal quirk use. What do they even mean when they say that? It made sense if one's quirk was something like, make earthquakes or produce acid, then she might get it a bit, but her wings? They were attached to her. It's not like she could make them go away, and they were basically an extra set of limbs. Why couldn't she use them? Maybe it'd just prompt other people to do it too or make them jealous. Didn't make it feel any better though. She exhaled a bit and picked out her phone and snapped a photo of the shampoo she had gotten and sent it to Tokoyami. Midori, I got myself a new shampoo. Now's to see if this'll work if it'll fail me too. Two bird, It is the third one this month, is it not? Midori, no. I don't go through that many shampoos. Two-Bird, but it wasn't even a week ago you said that you were going through them like water. Midori, okay now you're exaggerating, angry face. Two-Bird, I believe you have even mentioned losing all your pocket money on care products. Midori, hero ibviak piemper. Ayahawk, shut up. Izuku was starting to regret texting Tokoyami. They had hung out together a lot more since they met in May and especially over summer break. It was a completely different experience from hanging out with Katsuki. Tokoyami actually listened when Izuku would start rambling and he didn't find it creepy. It was also fun to listen to him talk about his latest graphic novel he had read. The first time Izuku was over at his place, she found out he apparently has a lot of pre-Quirk media, a lot he had gotten from his parents. Izuku also found that she had quite a few more instincts than what she first had anticipated. Being together with Tokoyami kind of brought more bird sounds and behaviors out in both of them. They'd randomly chirp at each other expecting a response, or they would preen each other's feathers. Tokoyami in particular would sometimes find random objects and give them to Izuku for no apparent reason, something to do with him having more crow instincts. And they had even shared small soft things to each other's nests. Two-Bird, I hope for your wallet that this one brings you more success than the prior attempts. Midori, are you making fun of me right now? Two-Bird, smiley face. Midori, I'ma fight you goth bird. Two-Bird, I relish the challenge, Midoriya. As long as you'll be satisfied with the same outcome as last time. Izuku puffed her wings offendedly. Midori, that's Dark Shadow's fault. Their way to And it won't happen next time, I've gotten way better with my wings. I'll show you. Two-Bird, I look forward to seeing your progress. How does next Saturday sound? Izuku stopped as she momentarily blinked in confusion. Sometimes Tokoyami surprised her with how straightforward he could be and also just whether he was joking or not. Midori, yes sure, let's do it. Greater than over equal to less than over equal raised fist. Same time as last time? Tokoyami, that will work for us. Izuku smiled at the text messages. The challenges with Tokoyami were basically just an excuse to hang out. They used them as flying practice, as having someone who could catch her if she fell was pretty handy. But it also became a bit more when Izuku found out that Tokoyami was also aiming for the UA hero course, and they started to help each other a bit. Or more like, Tokoyami and Dark Shadow practiced their quirk and Izuku did strength training. She was still nowhere near being proficient with them, but it was a lot easier when training with someone else. Didn't mean she couldn't practice a bit on her own. She looked around till she found an alleyway with no people. She slipped in and tried to look around for vantage points to get upwards. There was a fire escape, some pipes, and some air conditioning units. She may not be able to fly, but she could float, kind of. So she took a few steps back, bent her knees, and flared her wings and got into a run as she jumped for the fire escape, flapping her wings. It gave a boost to her jump that she immediately used when she grabbed the fire escape, using the boost to propel her momentum upwards. Using the metal as support, she climbed up while flapping her wings, simulating a feeling of flying, getting herself up to the rooftop. Landing on the roof, she took a look around, feeling elated at the victory of getting up here. It was something that would have been impossible a month ago, but she had learned how to use her wings for movement over flying. She crouched down a bit, looking down on the street below. It was getting close to evening, before turning her attention to surrounding buildings. The gaps between the buildings weren't too bad. You could get between them if you were adept at parkour, and her wings made it just that much easier. She might not be able to fly, but jumping and flapping across buildings were still possible. Izuku went over to the gap between buildings and ready to jump. It might not be the most legal thing she was doing, but in Izuku's defense, it's really difficult to train your wings. At a good distance, she decided to take a run and jump. Her wings took hold of the wind as she glided to the other roof. And to be fair, no one had stopped her so far, so was what she was doing really illegal? Yes, it is. And it's not like there are many other sufficient ways of training her quirk. She could maybe have used the gym at Aldera, but that would require her to stay at Aldera for longer than necessary. There was also outside gym membership she could look into, But those were usually kind of expensive and most of them weren't overly friendly to heteromorphs. So the kind of very illegal thing she was doing was her only option. And Izuku couldn't really lie that it was really fun. It was the closest thing she could get to flying and she wasn't gonna limit herself in using her wings that had been locked away from her for so long. And if that wasn't incentive enough to break the law, I don't know what is. Not to mention this is so much quicker to get home this way. Getting on the train is just uncomfortable and a bicycle feels really dangerous. Maybe when the wings are stronger, getting from A to B is gonna be so much quicker and cheaper. And with a bit of strength training it might even be able to carry a person. She went through the mantra of jumping from building to building, lost in her thoughts as she practically soared across the buildings until something grabbed onto her leg and she lost her balance on the next roof, landing with a thud. Ah, that hurt. All right, problem child, explain. A familiar tired voice came from behind her. She spun around to look at the voice. Eraserhead, what are you doing here? Izuku said, bewildered. My patrol just started. Better question is, what are you doing jumping around on rooftops? He said with a tired expression. Did he ever sleep? Practice? 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 Eraserhead didn't seem particularly impressed with the answer as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. So, I'm just trying to get acquainted with flying by jumping across roofs, she said with less confidence as the sentence went on, curling up her hand around the plastic bag in her hand. And I bought this. I didn't steal it. Eraserhead blinked slowly at the answer. You really need to stop doing this, problem child. You also dug yourself into an unnecessary situation like last time. Wait, you remember me? Izuku said, surprised. Of course. You left quite the impression on me, kid. And I think I remember telling you not to get yourself into this kind of situation again. To be honest, this isn't the same situation. I'm not bleeding this time, she said with her best attempt at a smile, which didn't seem to be the right thing to say. You know what I mean, problem child. He said in a tone that meant, stop playing games, kid. Sorry, I know it's not really legal, but my quirk isn't particularly easy to train in any other setting, she said with a resigned expression. At least not in any way that matters. She mumbled to herself. Eraserhead sighed. I'm not here to arrest you. A kid using their quirk in such a non-threatening and harmless way is hardly worth pursuing, he said, taking off his capture weapon and bringing Izuku to her feet. But jumping around on rooftops like this is dangerous and I would really advise you to stop it. Izuku moved her head side to side a bit, trying to come up with something to say to Eraserhead. I know it's wrong and dangerous, but everyone else has basically had their quirk since birth and I'm just so far behind, so, she shifted a bit in place. I want to quickly train my quirk. I don't have that much time to do so after all, she said a bit quieter. Eraserhead was silent for a moment, seeming to contemplate his next sentence. Are you training for a hero course exam? Yeah, she said quietly. You don't think I can make it? No. I think you can make it. I was honestly trying to figure you out for some time now, he said a bit more lightly. I've seen you jumping around on these rooftops a few times the past month. Are you gonna stop me from doing it? Izuku asked inquisitively. Eraserhead threw his head back and rubbed the bridge of his nose again. I won't really be able to stop you if I said yes, right? Izuku shook her head as she shrunk in on herself. He sighed. All right, I'll make you a deal. You stop doing these dangerous antics and I'll train you in an appropriate size gym. Izuku's widened. Are you for real right now? Eraserhead nodded his head. How often? Twice a month at most. And our deal ends the moment I find out you're jumping off rooftops again. Izuku beamed and jumped a bit with joy. I take it you accept my deal? Eraserhead asked. Yes, I accept, Izuku said almost immediately. Getting to train with the Eraserhead, this is a dream come true. Now, when that problem has been solved, get down from the roof, kid, he said with no argument in his voice. I'll escort you home to make sure you don't get yourself into trouble. Izuku's wings puffed involuntarily as she felt a pout coming on. None of that. This isn't up to discussion, problem child, he said with finality. Izuku deflated slightly. Okay, Eraserhead. Just call me Aizawa. You're gonna learn under me, and I am going to hate hearing you call me that all the time. Izuku smiled at that. Okay, Aizawa. The trip back home was rather uneventful, except for Mom's frantic movement when she was greeted with Izuku in the company of a pro hero. It took a few days of explaining and pleading for Mom to allow her to go out again. Apparently learning that your daughter jumps off rooftops is a bit traumatizing. It finally came time to Saturday and I met up with Tokoyami for their planned training hangout. Hiya Tokoyami. Dark Shadow. Izuku said, running up to the two. Hello Midoriya, are you ready for our small practice session? He asked in return. You bet I am. Oh also, I have exciting news. Eraserhead told me he would train my wings so I could fly. Izuku said, jumping around in place. Eraserhead. He is that underground hero you've talked about, is he not? Yes. He caught me rooftop jumping and told me to cut it out and train with him instead. Tokoyami's eyes twitched a bit in what Izuku had come to know as his way of furrowing his brow. Midoriya. I thought you told me you'd stop doing that. Izuku blushed a bit. I might have misconstrued the truth a bit. But it all turned out well. Now I have Eraserhead to train me. Oh, I'll ask him if you can come along too. Tokoyami sighed in response. The end result doesn't justify the means, Midoriya. He said with a serious look on his face. I am still happy for you, but both I and Dark Shadow would feel horrible if something bad happened to you. Her wings twitched a bit and deflated. I know. I'm sorry Tokoyami. I promise I won't do anything to endanger myself like that again. Somehow I don't believe that. Tokoyami uttered. But let us get going with our training session. Dark Shadow has been eager to show their newest trick. He said as he went over to a free spot in the park. Izuku nodded and ran over to Tokoyami, pulling out a notebook as she saw the new moves Dark Shadow had been practicing on. From the rooftops he saw the most precious sight. Two baby birds practicing their quirks, whistling and preening each other during the breaks. It was pretty out of the blue how he had stumbled upon the two avian quirked kids training in the park. He just wanted to find a spot out of the way to enjoy his lunch, but that is just how it had ended up. He smiled to himself at the carefreeness of Ias. This was one of the reasons he became a hero, having a world where children could have the chance to be kids. He packed up his lunch, his break having ended 10 minutes ago, and went over to the edge of the roof. The kids had shown some promise in how they used their quirk, and they were definitely aiming for heroics if the green-feathered one's rambling was any indication. He filed the two baby birds under points of interest in his mind and took off. A loud crash could be heard throughout the gym as Izuku landed on her side, rolling along the floor. You overcompensated. You're too afraid of heavy-hitting attacks that it led you 0 in on my arms. Forgetting where my capture weapon is. Eraser, Aizawa said for what felt like the 100th time. Izuku arose with a sore shoulder. I no. Let's go again. She said as she got up wobbling. Let's call it here for today. Aizawa said as he went over to get Tokoyami, who he had also thrown to the ground, up off the ground. What? Come on Aizawa-sensei. We've barely gotten anything done today. Izuku said with a shriek. We're over time, Midoriya. He said, pointing a finger towards the clock on the wall. Oh, I hadn't noticed. She said with a shy smile. I knew you hadn't. You two, get to the showers and then get going. Aizawa said with finality. Both Izuku and Fumikage shuffled their way to their respective showers. They were both bruised and sweaty from Aizawa-sensei's training. It had been around 7 months since he had started training Izuku and 6 since he allowed Fumikage to join in. And Izuku had learned an important fact about the underground hero. He was not lenient when it came to training. He was extremely tough on both of them, always trying to push them to do better than they did before. But she only respected it more about him because of it. He wasn't soft on her just because her quirk was newly manifested. No, he actually invested more time in teaching her the basics. She cleaned herself off, taking only a short shower so she could get home quicker. Her wings ruffled with the splash of water. She had had her first molt sometime around September to October, giving her a new coat of more mature feathers. And it had undoubtedly been the worst experience she had gone through. Her back had itched, she had been sick with a fever for over a week, and she couldn't even use her wings the first week following her molt. But it was all worth it, her wings were a lot more robust now and easier to use. It wasn't perfect, she still had problems keeping herself airborne for long PRDS of time. But she could fly short trips as long as it was relatively wind still. She finished up with her shower, got dressed and went outside being met with Fumikage. Smiling as she approached him. Good. Now when you both are done with your showers, take these, eat up, and then get moving. Aizawa said with the same recognizably tired expression as he reached out 2 bentos to them. It had become a regular thing that every time, either after or during their training, Aizawa would give Izuku and Fumikage a bento each. It started the 3rd time Izuku trained with Aizawa-sensei and it had just continued from there. It was a bit funny to see such a serious person like Aizawa-sensei making such a cute-looking bento. But he didn't seem to bat an eye when asked about it, he would simply give a shrug and tell her to eat. She and Fumikage sat down together, ate their lunch, thanked their teacher and moved on ahead. They parted ways at the train station where Izuku started to head home. The start of their 3rd year in middle school was coming up, which also meant their applications would soon be sent out. The thought about finally getting out of that school was something Izuku had dreamed of for a long time. Her last year hadn't been as horrible as she had expected. Most people simply ignored her now, not being able to call her a quirkless nobody anymore. But for the rest it had just shifted. Some of them were apparently on top of being quirkist assholes also very anti-heteromorph. So the teasing had simply shifted to her mutation. And then there were the ones making fun of her being a girl, which honestly felt like a low blow. It was never even particularly clever insults either. And then there was Kacchan or Katsuki. He actually hadn't done anything to Izuku, he had just ignored her at every chance he could. Even when they were on duty together he would just start cleaning up without her input and pretend she wasn't in the same room. But that was mostly how her months went by. Training with Aizawa, hanging out with Fumikage, or helping out mom wherever possible. Of course Bakugo. You must be aiming for UA. She heard her teacher say, shaking her out of her thoughts. What is going on? Why was he revealing which high school we had put on our applications? She was rudely cut off from her thoughts again when Katsuki started yelling something incomprehensible. Seriously, what have I missed in the last 5 minutes of class? Oh right, you're also aiming for UA, aren't you Midoriya? Her teacher said, okay, so he is revealing everyone's applications. What? Izuku said, tilting her head while she felt her wings twitch a bit in confusion. The class had a tense air about it. There were some who wanted to laugh at the notion, some who looked generally annoyed, and the last just looked bored. But before Izuku or the teacher could say anything they were interrupted. Tisich, whatever. You listen here you shitty nerd. Just keep out of my way and don't try and stay on the same pedestal as me. Katsuki said as he turned away from Izuku. Which what? What have I missed? Sigh, I really should stop zoning out so much. The teacher returned to what seemed like the subject of the class, but knowing him it could be about anything but ultimately an uneventful class. Or it would have been. Deku, the hell did he mean you're going to UA? Came from Katsuki's direction as she was getting ready to leave. It's just what he said. She said a bit quietly. Also, technically I'm not going, I'm trying out. So don't give me that crap. You're not going to UA Deku, you'd just be a complete liability for everyone. He said as he moved in front of her desk. You break your bones FING constantly, and you want to be a hero. You'll just make everyone else's life miserable. Hey, I've been training a lot, and ever since my wings came in I don't break my bones. That often. Izuku said, trying not to waver. Don't lie to me Deku. You're weak even with your quirk, and you're just gonna pull everyone down with you. He said as he turned around. So you better give up on this delusion and don't try out for UA. In which he stomps away with his cohort scrambling after him. She returned to putting her things, becoming aware of just how silent the room was with everyone gone. It wasn't like she hadn't thought about it, she knew her constitution could be better. Hell, she had been thinking about it before her quirk manifested. Did Katsuki really think she hadn't thought about it? She got up and started to walk home. But it didn't mean she couldn't try to get into UA, She could probably get through the entrance exam. Right? She wouldn't be a burden to people if she did it. She could just use her mobility to not get hit. Yeah. That would work. Not many people could fly and she was pretty quick. Although, she couldn't really stay in the air for long and she would still need to engage with villains physically. But her bones had gotten a lot more robust after her wings came in. She didn't break her bones anywhere as often as she used to. It doesn't mean she never does it, but it has decreased a lot. Although she was still not good enough at fighting, she still couldn't even touch Eraserhead, and Fumikage was like a wall when he and Dark Shadow got going. What did she have? She was a bit fast. Nowhere as fast as Hawks. She was agile. What does it matter when Aizawa can catch her and Fumikage can hinder her? Maybe it was a mistake what she was doing. Maybe she should stop what she's doing. She still couldn't fly properly, and she was still pretty far behind Fumikage. Could she make it? It might still work out. She could focus her training on rescue heroics, or focus on quick silent takedowns. Do something. As she felt her vision becoming blurry, as she felt tears fall down her face. She stopped up trying to reel in her tears and compose herself. Things had been a lot better the past year, but Katsuki just had to come along and ruin it. She stood and cried like that for a bit until she felt a cold, uncomfortable feeling wrap itself around her. You'd make a great meat suit. Coming from a garbled voice, they quickly constrained her. She started to squirm and claw at the sludge to get out of its grip. Did it just say meat suit? It was going to wear her? Stop squirming like that. I'll just reform when you rip a piece of me off, he said with a menacing glee. How could she get out of this? Was this how things were gonna end? Even with all the training she had gone through, she was still not strong enough to get out. She kept ineffectually clawing and ripping at the villain to get out, flapping her wings to get momentum away from him. But she was barely able to get off the ground just herself, so some extra kilos of sludge didn't help. It was getting harder to keep herself conscious as her body went cold from the sewer sludge when she felt the force of the air barrel at her ripping the sludge off her. She wasn't really able to notice what happened as she fell unconscious. Wake up! Was the first thing she heard, accompanied by a painful slap across her face. What is going on? She said with Strat as she jumped up in a fighting stand, expecting the sludge villain, only to be met with the blinding smile and blonde hair of the #1 hero. You're all better now. I was getting kind of worried for you there, All Might said to her in a laughing, jovial tone. All Might? The All Might saved me. I can't believe I have to thank you. I have so many things to ask. Don't worry, young one. I have already signed your book. It is quite the notes you have there. Keep up the good work. I'll leave now when I know you're in good health, he said, putting 2 bottles in his pockets, readying a jump. Wait, All Might. I want to ask you something, she screamed desperately, feeling the air pressure hit her as he jumped away. This couldn't end like this. She took her bag and took into a sprint as she flapped her wings as strongly as she could, taking off after All Might. This might be her only chance to ask All Might, and she wasn't gonna let chance slip through her fingers. She beat her wings as hard as she could, seeing the blonde hero in the distance. He was really fast. Even with her flapping her wings as hard as she could, ignoring the pain she felt in her wings, it seemed impossible to keep up with him. That is until she saw him twitch in air, redirecting to a rooftop. She changed direction and landed beside him, seemingly startling him. What the dash? All Might uttered, completely flustered. Izuku was panting heavily. She had never pushed herself that much before. I'm so sorry about following you, but I had to ask. I needed to know, she said, coming out in broken sobs from her exhaustion and encounter with the villain. It might be stupid, but she needed a bit of reassurance today. My girl, All Might said as blood spluttered out from his mouth and steam enveloped him, and in his place a small skeletal man stood. Izuku stood silent in awe. What just happened? Damn it, guess my time ran out. Hey, young one. You okay? You're kind of staring, Skeletal Might said to her, waving his hand in front of her face. What happened? Is something wrong with you? Are you the real All Might? Are you okay? She screamed out. Nothing to worry about. I just got hit pretty good a few years back in a villain attack. so I can only keep my hero form for so long. Anyway, you wanted to ask me something? Oh yeah. I wanted to know if someone with a weak constitution could be a hero. She had heard Fumikage tell her countless times that she'd be a great hero in the future. But there was always this nagging voice in the back of her mind. He's just been nice to you. He doesn't know anything about your past. Why would a useless Deku like you ever be anything else? So she had to know she wasn't following a pipe dream. All might sighed a bit, sitting down and pulling up his shirt to reveal a garish wound near his stomach. Kid, you gotta know how dangerous it can be to be a hero. Just look at me. I'm hardly keeping on, and this is after I was beaten up badly. If you say your body is weak, then it's probably better to forget about being a hero. You might end up way worse than me. Izuku stood slightly stunned. Oh, is that so? She said, shaking slightly in place. Sorry, kid, you seem to have the heart in the right place, but you should also know your limits. He said as he got up and moved towards the door, leaving Izuku alone. Of course it'd end out like this. He's the #1 hero, he probably knows a thing or two about being a hero, and he's probably right that Izuku would be worse off than him. She'd probably just be a burden to everyone. She stood at the rooftop kind of just wallowing in her own thoughts. Maybe it was a better idea to find something else to do with her future. And then a large explosion and crackling sound was heard from a few streets away. With very little hesitation, she started to run in the direction of the explosion. Pushing past people, sprinting as fast she could, coming face to face with the sludge villain that tried to take her before. The villain was screaming and taunting the heroes around him to stay away. He was holding someone hostage the same way he had Izuku, and it was horrifying to see who it was. Katsuki. He was slashing about, explosions erupting from his hands. This couldn't be happening. Why wasn't any of the heroes doing anything? Kacchan was only keeping on because his quirk kept disrupting the sludge villain. What could she even do in this situation? Is this what she was resigned to, just a spectator frozen in fear? She stared at Kacchan as they locked eyes, and an emotion she hadn't seen in his eyes flared up. Before she had even registered, she was halfway on her way towards them. She took her bag in her hand, throwing it at the villain, as she spread her wings far and flapped as hard she could, propelling herself forward. She was above Kacchan, quickly extending her talons and gripping at him as hard as she could, pulling him with all the force she could muster, using trajectory to pull him out of the sludge villain. And it worked. Kacchan and her were soaring through the air, getting a good distance between them and the villain. This act was apparently all that was needed for the heroes to get into gear and run at the villain, apprehending him. Izuku and Kacchan landed with a crash on the ground. Her heart hammering in her chest, not really registering the heroes and first responders around them. Her head was pounding, she was heaving for air, she could feel the wetness of sweat on her brow and something dripping on her hands. Only one thing was going through her head: protect flock. Izuku. She was kicked out of her adrenaline spiral with Kacchan calling her name. Kacchan, are you alright? She heard herself stutter out. Yes, I am. Now get you effing talons out of my shoulders, he said in pained gasps. Izuku looked down on her talons, first now registering the wet sensation of blood and just how tightly she was gripping Katsuki. She retracted her talons, quickly stumbling backwards as two paramedics rushed to Katsuki's side. She was still a bit lost in her mind as she saw Katsuki getting treated and taken over to an ambulance. It wasn't like she hadn't experienced her bird traits flare up before, but seeing it happen like this was a bit scary. Everything afterwards was a bit of a blur. She felt like she remembered the paramedics tried to calm her down, the heroes discussing her interfering with official hero work. Some of them, Kamui Woods and Backdraft, praised her for her getting Katsuki out of there, and some, Mount Lady and Death Arms, reprimanding her for doing such an irresponsible thing. At some point she was deemed fine enough to leave. It was all a blur really. She didn't register walking home or entering her room. She just knew she wanted to be somewhere safe. She crawled into her nest and laid there trying to calm her nerves down. She had done something heroic, but it was also true that it was extremely dangerous. Maybe she wasn't cut out of heroics. She took out her phone, staring at her conversation with Fumikage. She wrote out a message that she sent first to Fumikage and second to Aizawa-sensei. Green Bird, do you think I can be a hero? Fumikage was the first to respond. Goth Birds, of course. I have thought so from the moment you told me that is what you desired to be. And you have only strengthened that thought with each passing day. She smiled at Fumicage's message, tears prickling behind her eyes. He wasn't one to joke or sugarcoat his message. And he was always reassuring towards her. She heard the ping of a message as she was about to write something back to Fumikage. Seeing a response from Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, I wouldn't be training you if I didn't think so. She let her tears fall as she let her head fall down into her pillows. Maybe things weren't doom and gloom, she had trained a lot, and there was still time before the exam. What is Izuku even doing here? Seriously. This is a mistake of epic propositions, she should just go home. I mean, they couldn't fault her for flunking on her own exam? She hadn't even stepped in yet. She could just try again next year or go for another school. She didn't have to take the exam here. She didn't have to take it right now. She was standing in front of the giant gates of UA. She was clenching her fist strong enough to draw blood, staring listlessly at the giant concrete building. And she was hyperventilating. Oh God, she was hyperventilating. She was having a freaking panic attack in front of her dream school. But she couldn't just give up like this, not when she hadn't even entered the school yet. She could give up and get panic attacks when she was accepted. Or rejected. Stupid Aizu, this isn't what you trained with Fumikage and Aizawa-sensei for. Do you have any idea how disappointed Aizawa would be in you? Or how Fumikage would give his raised eyebrow treatment? Or how sad Dark Shadow would be? Are you really going to be the person who made Dark Shadow cry? Come on, Izuku. You can do this, it's easy. Just take one step and then another until you're in the exams hall. Easy, right? She closed her eyes as she took in a long breath, her wings trembling and shaking as she took her steps towards the building. This was going to be fine. It was always less horrible than what she thought it would be. But this could be the day she was right. And then she felt herself fall. I knew it. This is the worst day of my life. Izuku quickly extended her wings and hit a strong buffet of wind, kicking herself into the air to prevent herself from falling, which was evidently the wrong move as she flipped in the air and instead of landing on her front she landed on her back. Definitely a mistake to come here. She closed her eyes and smiled at the misfortune she found herself in. With an audible sigh she propped herself up on her hands. Hey, you okay? A voice above her said, a brown-haired girl standing in front of her. I tried to catch you with my quirk, but you were already in the air before I could reach you, she said while extending her hand to Izuku. Izuku blinked before taking her arm, getting helped up. Omya, I go a bit all out when I get overwhelmed. Thanks for trying anyway. Oh, totally, I saw how quick you were. There was no hesitation and then you were just, whoosh. The brown-haired girl said while motioning her arms in arch upwards. Izuku blushed a bit. Why yeah, my SP speed is kind of my only strong point. She grabbed her arms slightly as she realized. OMG, the exam. I have to hurry. We have to hurry. Izuku said as she ran to the door. Thank you for helping me up, see you around. She waved back to the girl. She quickly got her way to the entrance, locating the booths where they took admission. She went over to one of the tables and got her number and was referred over to the exams hall. It was a cinch to find her way and get the paper. She went over mentally all the things that could be on the test, muttering through all the possibilities. There was some kind of commotion that was happening around her at one point feeling like it was directed against her, but it was probably just some delusion. The written exam went by quickly. The questions felt like they were easy enough and she didn't have any difficulties with the essay part. And the analyze the person on your left's quirk felt too easy. So obviously something was wrong and Izuku was going to fail. But it's not like she could do anything about it with the physical exam coming up. She went to the changing room and got ready in front of the large gate. And she wanted to throw up. This felt a lot more real than what it was supposed to feel. She grabbed her hands together in a ball right in front of her, breathing in and out as well as she could to control her heartbeat. It should have been easier when she got inside, but this is still scary beyond measure. Izuku lifts her head, scanning the crowd. Why wasn't Fumikage in her group? She could really need some reassurance from him right about now. And begin! Kicked Izuku out of her thoughts. She started to run, flaring her wings to set off. Which was a very strange feeling considering no one else was moving. Was she doing something wrong? She flew out and got a few meters away from the group when she heard Present might continue. What's wrong? The test's already started. Come on. Get moving. Oh, so she wasn't wrong. It was everyone else who made a mistake. She flew through the fake city, gaining distance from most of the other examinees. Only the revving sound of an engine followed by a blue-haired boy was able to gain on her and exceed her. She also noticed the robot littering the different streets. Izuku got into a dive, aiming towards the exposed wiring of the smaller robots, sharpening her talons as she ripped them out. Using her momentum to flip over and aim for the robot beside it. She kept moving through the streets, prioritizing the smaller robots as they seemed to have more exposed wires. It might not be a lot of points, but if she could focus on her speed and gain a lot of them, they would accumulate quickly. It was kind of difficult to figure out how much time had gone. Her wings were sore and it was difficult to keep on floating. Her arms felt strained and like they were reaching a breaking point. She definitely couldn't continue this at the same intensity. As a giant building crumbled and a skyscraper-sized robot appeared. This was ridiculous. They couldn't possibly think someone would take this down. Nah, screw this, I'm not dealing with that. Someone on Izuku's side said, and honestly she was inclined to agree. How do they expect us to beat that? Someone else said. There was nothing she could do against it. She was about to follow her fellow examinees when she saw someone squirming under some debris in front of the robot. She went into a sprint using the force her wings generated to get to the examinee in an instant. I'm here to help. Don't worry. Can you get out from the debris? She said to the brown-haired girl from the school entrance. No, I am stuck. She said, struggling. Can your quirk help somehow? No, I'm at my limit. Izuku's face went into a frown, contemplating what she had to do. She just really didn't want to do it. I'll grip onto you really hard, it'll probably hurt a lot, but I'm not sure we have another choice. She said with a stern expression. The brunette seemed to pick up on the gravitas of the situation and nodded. Izuku readied herself, placing her hands on the girl's shoulders and locked her grip on them. She had only ever done it with Katsuki that one time, and that was a fit of instincts rather than on purpose. The brunette winched in pain as Izuku extended her wings, placing her feet firmly at both sides of the girl and bending her knees in preparation, hitting her wings as strongly as she could. She was able to rip the brown-haired girl out of the rubble as they both were thrown backwards away from the robot. The wind force was enough for them to get far away from it, landing with a pain smash. Izuku winched in pain as she immediately let go of the girl and got over to her, propping her up on her shoulder as they got to safety. Here, let me help you with that, ribbit. A girl with black hair said as she supported the brunette on the other side. The bell rang as the test came to an end. The three of them go over to a clearing that had some sittable debris to sit on. Thank you for the help. Izuku uttered out. Her arms were killing her and that fall did not help either. Don't mention it. I didn't really do anything. Are you okay though? Ribbit. She said, turning her attention to the other girl. Yeah, I just think I need to be bandaged up a bit. She said, flinching as she moved. I'm so sorry about that. Izuku said, fretting about her. I couldn't think of anything else to do. Don't be. It helped me after all, and this isn't that bad. I'm tougher than I look, you know. She said reassuringly, trying to clasp her arm but winching a bit at the movement. An elderly woman came up to the three of them. OMG! You're the youthful heroine, recovery girl. Izuku exclaimed with excitement. I see some of you might need a bit of my help. Recovery girl said as she went over and gave both the brunette and Izuku a kiss on their cheeks. Although it seems like you also need a bit of bandaging up. I'll get you to infirmary, dear, and get you all checked up. She said to the other girl. Recovery girl took the girl with her as the examinees started to disperse. Izuku got herself to the changing room and got changed, really feeling the effect of recovery girl's quirk as she almost fell asleep a few times. She was still able to get herself home, shooting a quick, "How'd it go?" text to Fumikage, before she got to her bedroom and face planted on her bed. The next week went by in a frazzled blast. Izuku was way too unfocused to get much of anything done and was just ineffectually pacing around in her room or hiding away in her nest. Fumikage had done well according to his own metrics, and talked about an angry blonde guy who blew up every robot in an alleyway and almost destroyed the support beams of one of the buildings. I guess Katsuki had fun. And then she got her letter from UA, and they really just spent all that money on a 3D projector for this? How much money do they have? The projector activated, showing All Might in front of her, going through her written and physical tests. The accumulation of her villain and rescue points was enough to land her in the hero course class 1A. She fell into her bed grabbing a pillow and screamed into it. She did it. All that hard training and preparation had actually paid off. A few tears fell down her face. All her worries had been mistaken, and it was such a relief to finally be able to relax. Izuku ran out of her room to her mom, almost tackling her to the ground. "I got in!" she exclaimed, clinging to her mom. Mom returned the embrace and squeezed her back. "I'm so happy for you, sweetheart. We should celebrate this. I should head out and get everything necessary for a great dinner," she said, letting go of Izuku and walking around the house to find her purse and check the kitchen for ingredients they had. As she went for the door, she said, "I'm so proud of you," as she headed out. When she returned, they enjoyed the extraordinary dinner as Izuku rambled on about all the possibilities at UA. Izuku took in a shaky breath. She was standing in front of the giant door to her classroom, and seeing just how big the door is makes everything a lot more intimidating than it should feel. She breathed out and took the first steps inside her new class. "And I am telling you to buzz off 4 eyes," came the familiar voice of Katsuki towards the blue engine boy. "This is highly inappropriate behavior for a hero. You should have dealt with these childish behaviors in middle school," Miningenium said. "The hell do dash, and Izuku's gonna ignore that." She did not want the first thing she experienced in her new class to be Katsuki's trademark yelling. Instead, she scanned the class until she saw the black feathers of her friend. "Fumi!" she yelled as ran over to the side of Fumicage's seat. Dark shadow appeared and wrapped themselves around Izuku immediately as she got close to the seat. "Izu, I see you also got into class 1A. This is a very joyous occasion," Fumikage said. Izu, I haven't seen you in forever. We need a new preening session. Fumikage has been really frazzled the past weeks without seeing you," Dark Shadow said in quick succession as it sprang from Fumi's stomach. Next thing she heard was Fumi coughing at Dark Shadow's words. "A time for us to reconvene would be most desirable," he said with a barely composed attitude. She returned a giant grin towards the both of them. "Of course we're gonna do that at some point. We're probably gonna have more time to do that stuff with tests over. If you're here to make friends, then you're in the wrong place," interrupted a voice from the front, which when Izuku turned her attention looked like it came from a yellow caterpillar. "It took you 20 seconds to calm down. I expect that to be solved by next time," the caterpillar said as a man came out of it. "And it's Aizawa-sensei? I knew he worked here, but in class 1A. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Now take these sportswear and get moving. We have things to do and places to be. Mr. Aizawa, I believe there we have orientation first, so dash," Miningenium said before getting cut off. "Orientation can wait. You have plenty of time for that later. But right now, I need to know what you can do," Aizawa-sensei said as he waited expectantly at their class to get moving. Both Izuku and Fumikage were the first to get up and get their sportswear and move out of the classroom. They both knew better than to let Aizawa-sensei wait when it came to training. They got done and got out to the testing area as the first ones, seeing their classmates trickle in one by one. "What do you think Aizawa-sensei is gonna make us do?" Izuku said to Fumikage. "He's probably gonna appraise our skills. We are the only ones he knows anything about after all." Izuku hummed in agreement as everyone filled in. "Alright, that only took you slightly longer than I had expected of you. I'm gonna test your quirks. You probably know about the exercises you took in middle school. Well, do them here, but this time you'll use your quirks," So this was Aizawa-sensei's plan. It made sense in a way. Most hero courses trained their students' quirks almost exclusively, so it made sense he wanted to know what they were capable of. Katsuki was up first. Apparently he scored highest on the physical test using his quirk to really exemplify how much he could improve his throw with it. Most of the tests were a regular affair. She did best in the running and movements test, utilizing her mobility to the fullest. Only really placing behind Ida in the long-distance running, and behind Ojiro, Shuji, and Azui in the obstacle course. The strength test was easy-ish. Her having a bird of prey mutation meant a very strong grip. And the throw was not that different from middle school. It did go longer, but it's not like her quirk affects her strength in that way that much. At the end she placed 8th and Fumikage placed 4th. No one was expelled, even though if Izuku had her way she'd want the great boy to be. He was way too much of a walking red flag to ignore. Maybe she should bring it up to Aizawa-sensei when she gets to talk to him again. All in all, it was a very Aizawa-style first day. He had done these things too many times during their training sessions to surprise Izuku anymore. She got redressed in her uniform and started to head home only to get tapped on her shoulder. "Hey Aizu, right? I'm so happy we're in the same class." She turned to see the brown-hair girl or Uraraka speak to her. "Oh yeah, hi, Uraraka? Right." The brunette nodded in acknowledgement. "But did you just call me Aizu?" "Oh yeah, I heard the crow boy say that. I'm sorry. Is it too familiar?" No, I just wasn't expecting anyone else to call me that. It's really only Fumi, Dark Shadow, and my mom who call me that," she said, rubbing her arm. "So it's like a nickname then. Then you can call me Achiko if you want to. Wouldn't want to be left out." "Sure. We can do that. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. Just so we both know each other's name." "You got it, Aizu," Achiko said with a smirk. "But it was really scary, wasn't it? I never thought our homeroom teacher would be like that. I was really scared I might get expelled." "Maybe. You'll get used to Aizawa-sensei's teaching style. He's not nearly as bad as he seems," Izuku said kind of thoughtlessly. "You know our teacher?" Achiko said curiously. "Oh yeah. He kind of taught me before the entrance exam." "What? So you're like a legacy child or something?" Izuku blinked at that. "No, not at all. I just got to meet him before it all started and he trained me." Achiko squinted her eyes at Aizu. "Okay, but it seems like I have a lot of catching up to do. Sounds like you're already further ahead than me. Not only did you save me from the giant robot, but now also this," she said thoughtfully while nodding her head in agreement to her own words. They talked like that while walking out of the school, meeting up with Fumikage along the way. This was looking to be a good school year if things were going to continue like this. The next couple of days went off without a hitch, with Aizu spending time with Fumikage and Achiko. Until the day came when they would have their first heroics class. "I am entering, like a normal person through the door," came the unmistakable voice of All Might. Izuku was shocked that he really took a teaching position at UA. "Today we'll have battle trials. And for that you'll need hero costumes," he said as the right wall opened up, revealing suitcases with all their seat numbers. "Come now. Get your costume and follow me," he said briskly, walking out down to the gyms. Izuku got her case and went down to the changing rooms, where she took out her outfit from it. Honestly speaking, she hadn't been too creative with her hero costume. She had based a lot of the design off Hawk's costume, with an airtight suit and flight jacket and pants for the cold weather accentuated with gradient light brown to green, accompanied with a set of green visors. The clothes did also have green lines to differentiate herself from him though. If people didn't know any better, they'd probably think she was cosplaying Hawks, which might not have been too far off base. "Look at you all. You look like real heroes now. Haha," All Might said in his booming voice. "Now in this class you'll be paired up in teams of villains and heroes dash." Things were getting exciting. Izuku couldn't lie, she was pretty hyped at seeing what her classmates could do. As long as she had a good matchup and partner, she might even be able to show off a bit. So Villain Team D consisting of Bakugo and Ida will be up against Hero Team A consisting of Uraraka and Midoriya. Izuku looked up from her semi-mumbling stupor. This had got to be the universe playing some kind of sick joke on Izuku. Katsuki was her first ever opponent in UA. I mean, yes, Ida is there too, but it'll be over Katsuki's dead body that he's ever gonna get near her. No, this'll be Ida standing back to protect the bomb and Katsuki hunting down Izuku. Which among many things is just perfect. Not only is Izuku a bad matchup against Katsuki, but he probably still has some kind of problem with her being here, so he'll probably want to vent all his frustrations during this match. Her wings ruffled slightly at the thought of Katsuki's explosions burning her feathers. This was going to be such a disaster. So, do you have an idea for what we should do? Achiko said while Yaoyorozu's team prepared for their match. Izuku responded with a sense of dread. Write our obituaries? Izuku said in a joking tone. But it didn't really get a response. Katsuki is probably going to leave Ida with the bomb while he goes out to find me. So our best course of action would be for you to sneak up to the bomb and use zero gravity on it while I deal with Katsuki. Why would Bakugo go exclusively after you? We know each other. We went to the same middle school. Izuku said curtly, observing what her classmates were doing during their match. Oh, but wait, why would that make him go for you? Does he dislike you? Izuku grimaced a bit at Achiko's question. Maybe. I don't know. It's complicated. Izuku said, frowning in the direction of Katsuki. Oh, so you're gonna fight him while I fight Ida? Probably gonna be difficult. I mean that Bakugo guy did place first in the exam, and isn't Ida like super fast? I don't know if I can keep up with that, Achiko said with a thoughtful and strained expression. This is gonna be tough. Clasping her head in exasperation, rubbing it from side to side. Izuku laughed nervously. Don't worry. I have no intention of actually fighting Katsuki. His quirk would overpower me instantly, she said as her feathers shook at the thought. I'll just try and evade him the entire time. What if we just don't confront them then? Achiko exclaimed. How would we do that? Izuku asked in confusion, raising her eyebrow. Well, it's an apartment building and you can fly. So I could make myself weightless and you could carry me up, so we went in from the top and took them by surprise. Achiko said, beaming at her plan. That might just work out. We could even use it to spy out the placement of the bomb. Yes, exactly. We just need to figure out our strong suits and we'll beat them for sure. Which I guess means evade and sneak. Izuku said with a glint of hope in her eyes. Izuku returned her focus to the screen. Apparently Yaoyorozu's team had won. She used Great Boy's, I refuse to learn his name, stickiness in combination with a net she produced, followed up by applying cuffs to them. It was astonishing. By all means they should have been at a disadvantage. Kaminari and Gyre had the stronger quirks on paper, but they still couldn't overcome those two, even if it seemed like Yaoyorozu did most of the legwork. It was kind of a strange decision by All Might to announce all the teams and matches immediately at the beginning of class. It gave teams like hers and Ishido, who had their matches later, more time to prepare, while the rest had way less time to prepare. Maybe he just wasn't that great at teaching. Actually, did he even have a teacher's license? He was the #1 hero before. Had he always had a teacher's license ready to go, or is this a new thing? Although, considering throwing a bunch of untrained teenagers into a fight situation with no real prior battle experience or training, maybe he didn't have a license? That is a horrifying prospect, and I am now going to stop thinking about it. She sighed to herself. She'd just have this work out, but knowing some of the teams with less favorable matchups won was a huge boost to her self-esteem. If they could follow their plan, everything would work out great. Maybe this wasn't going to end so badly. Izuku moved her head up again to look at the next match, only to be met with the entire building freezing completely over. Hagecure seemed to be jumping in place from the cold, and Ojiro was completely frozen solid. The hero team just won without even entering the building. Achiko and her were screwed. This is a Hifei joke. The first battle of the school year and he was up against goddamn Deku. How did she even get in? She's good at analyzing situations and she never gives up. Shut up. This wasn't what was supposed to happen. He was supposed to be the only one to get out of that shitty school system and get to UA. But no, She just had to take the exam and get in as well. What could they even do against him? He could literally burn her feathers, he was physically stronger than her, and he could probably even match her speed. For the most part. Probably. And if that wasn't enough. Bakugo! Bakugo! Are you even listening to me? The annoying rules stickler yappered in his ear. We need to figure out a plan for when it's our turn. I believe our best course of action would be dash. Would you just shut up? It's not even our turn and you haven't shut up since we got paired up. Katsuki responded with complete hostility in his voice. Just let me deal with Deku and you can stay with the bomb or whatever. Just don't drag me down, Four Eyes. Four Eyes seemed to pop a vein on his head by that comment. Bakugo, we are a team. You can't just go ahead without me, we have to formulate a proper plan that showcases and amplifies both of our abilities. It is what the makings of a true he dash. At some point he just stopped listening to Four Eyes. What the hell is his deal? How does he think he can be any kind of useful to him? He was going to be the #1 hero, and he didn't need some upstart rules stickler to help him. He scowled towards Izuku. Seriously, why hadn't she changed her name by now? She seemed to be talking about something with that bub cut that excited her. If he knew Deku right, and he better knows her pretty well, she's probably making plans with the bub cut on what to do against him. He gritted his teeth as his stare intensified. Just you fing wait, Deku. I'll show you belong below me and that you're not better than me. But she saved you, didn't she? Katsuki flinched at his own thoughts, instinctively moving his hand to his shoulder. He felt the healed scars a bit. I am going to beat you, Deku, just you wait. He looked over to the current match. Looks like that candy-caned half and half and tentacles won. He grinned, good, it was his turn next. Watch me, Deku, I'll show you. Him and Four Eyes got up to the 5th floor where the bomb was and got ready. You listen here, Four Eyes. I go down and deal with Deku. Your only job is to keep that bub cut away from the bomb. Now wait a moment. You can't just, Bakugo. Stop walking away this instance. Four Eyes kept yelling from behind him. He has one job, how much can he screw that up? Katsuki scowled his way down the corridors in a semi-jog. He wasn't about to announce his location just yet. As he got closer to the 3rd floor, he got a bit confused. Deku should have been here by now. Bakugo! Come back quickly. They're on the 5th floor. Came through the earpiece. The hell did he just say? Katsuki clenched his hands and focused his stare in a furious stupor. In a matter of seconds he had erupted his hands in a violent explosion, flinging himself forward with tremendous speed. Deku had, if any, tricked him. She had gone behind his back, literally, and taken him completely by surprise. The hell was her deal? How could she do such a thing? How could she have played him like this? Because she's a better hero than you. Perch. Katsuki maneuvered his way through the swings of the corridor, almost slamming his head on a few walls. He could feel a small strain on his hands. He was pushing himself beyond what he usually did, but he couldn't let this battle end so disappointingly. And then he got to the room. Somehow, Four Eyes hadn't only kept the two of them away from the bomb, he was FNG matching them 1-on-2. He tensed his muscles and let out one last giant explosion, propelling himself against them. Du. Deku turned to his direction midair, looking shocked as if she hadn't expected him to get up there. He repositioned, threw his right arm back readying an explosion and punched, aiming for her chest. But she had already moved seconds before he began punching. And she flipped him over? She had grabbed him as if it was planned from the beginning. She had read him like a FANG book. He touched the ground, swirling himself around aiming for left hand toward Deku. But she jumped back with her wings spread wide. The hell, Deku? How'd you do that? As she was levitating she fell backwards and slightly stumbled as she landed. I've paid a lot of attention to you through the years. You always open with a right hook. She said completely with a glint in her eyes. Oh yes. Then watch this. He got into a sprint, aiming for Deku's left shoulder as he sprang to the side to surprise her. She dodged to the right just in time to not get fully hit, but he did manage to get a hit in on the tips of her wings. She winched with a whine, but she was still able to get over to his side with her talons extended. He barely got away from her as he used an explosion to propel him up in the air above Deku. He moves his hand down and fires a shot at her as he falls down to the ground. As he landed, he repositioned into a fighting stance, coming into view. Deku had covered her head half with her hands and wings. He could see some scorch marks and burning feathers as Deku slowly moved her arms down. The hell, Deku, you dash. This is why I told you not to come to you. You think just because you have wings now that you're not the same quirkless loser. He gritted his teeth, feeling his hands spasming a bit at the overuse of his quirk. You just got yourself hurt. Exactly like what I said you would. She kept standing there staring at the ground. That F, look at me, you goddamn nerd. He threw his hands back, unleashing a blast from both hands as he tossed himself at her, aiming a punch at her. And before he could even register what was going, she had already dodged downward, using the elevation he had on her to get down below him. She grabbed his leg and flew up in the air, where she then whirled around in the air and flew down to the ground again, hitting him to the ground again. Katsuki gasped for air as all of it left his lungs when he hit the ground. He tried immediately to get up to get the upper hand on the nerd when Uraraka has secured the bomb. The heroes win. Came All Might's voice over the speakers. He looked over in the direction of the bomb. Debris was floating around in the air as Bubcut was holding a floating bomb, for eyes gasping for air not far away from her. They had FNG lost. Deku and Bubcut had one right under his nose, and he had lost. Izuku woke up to a white ceiling. She blinked slowly as she started to stir in the bed, flinching at the soreness of her arms. It felt like she had flown into a truck at full speed, a very angry and blonde truck. She propped herself up on the bed ineffectually as she felt a pain strike through her back as she fell backwards into the bed. Oh no you don't, said a voice to her right. You keep laying down, you're too badly beat up to be moving around. The voice said as its owner came into view. Recovery girl, what dash? And slapped down on her mouth, shutting it close. Now dear, no more straining yourself. It was quite the rough time you had back in class. You should feel lucky that I got to you when I did, she said with a wide warm smile. I used my quirk on you when you were asleep to deal with the worst, but I still had to bandage up your arms and wings a bit. Also, I'll have to use my quirk on you again. It's a silly drawback, but my quirk is most effective when the receiver is awake. You'll probably feel tired for a few days. Izuku nodded slowly, which Recovery Girl took as a sign as she went over and put a kiss on her temple. It took effect immediately as she felt the soreness diminish significantly while making her terribly tired. Your classmate will probably be here any moment. They were quite worried about you, she said as she moved toward the door. Get a bit of sleep until they come, okay dear? As she opened the door and went out on her way. She would probably have followed Recovery Girl's advice if the door didn't almost immediately open after she had left. OMG Izu, are you alright? Came from Achiko as she ran up to the bed. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a bit sore, she responded. That guy, Bakugo. He was quite violent in your match. Came the voice from behind Achiko as Fumikage came into view. Izu, you really look like you took the brunt of his attacks. Izuku smiled at him. I mean, you saw it yourself, Fumi. He only went after me. He completely ignored his teammate even when he was getting overwhelmed to focus on you. Even after you were clearly exhausted from that flight. Fumi said while narrowing his eyes. Don't worry too much about it. It's just how Kaketsuki is. I've told you about him after all. Still doesn't make it feel better. Fumi said, sighing. You did do a really good job, all things considered, Ribbit, said a third voice beside Fumi. You were able to infiltrate the building and get a jump on the villains without getting noticed. And you held your own against one of the strongest people in our class. The voice said as they came into view. A girl with long black moss-colored hair and a set of hypnotizing eyes. You're Azui, right? You were on Fumi's team, right? Azui nodded. He is a good teammate to have. And please call me Tsuyu. Sure thing as Tsuyu. But if you don't mind me asking, why you here? I get why Fumi and Achiko would come and check on me, but us two don't know each other. She asked rather sheepishly. I don't mind. Tokoyami was pretty restless when you were taken to the infirmary, so I wanted to be helpful and support him. Also, we met shortly during the practical exam and I just wanted to meet you again more officially, Ribbit. She said completely straight without wavering. What did Recovery Girl tell you? How long are you gonna stay here? Achiko chimed in from her right. I guess I can go when I wake up? It was all kind of vague, but it sounds like I'm just gonna be tired so I should be able to leave soonish. Izuku answered, puzzled. Recovery Girl hadn't really given her the clear. That sounds a bit like when I was here after the exam. Okako said in thought. I can help you home, Aizu. Came from Fumi in front of her. You will probably need some support getting home. Izuku waved her hands in front of herself. No, you don't have to do that, Fumi. I can get home on my own. The same way that you could get home after that one particular training session with Aizawa-sensei and you passed out 10 meters from the gym? He said unimpressed. That was different. That was really early into our training, I've grown since then. She said, trying and failing to puff her wings through the bandages. Fumi stared at her for a good 20 seconds before he opened his mouth. I am taking you home. Izuku waved her arms in front of her, pontificating wordlessly and waving in the direction between Fumi and Tsuyu and Okako, expecting a response. I think that is a great idea, Tokoyami. I would help if I could, but I need to get home to my little siblings. Tsuyu said, traitor. It sounds like Tokoyami knows where you live and can help you get there. I really need to get to my train before it's too late, but else I would have helped too. Okako responded in kind, traitor NR2. Izuku pouted as she slammed her head down on the pillow. Come on, Aizu. I am certain your mother is wondering where you are. Fumi said as he moved a few steps back, giving Izuku room to get up. She got up from the bed feeling the slight dizziness from Recovery Girl's quirk. Oh, I have your clothes and backpack with me. You can probably put it on dash, Okako said as she trailed of looking in the direction Fumi. Fumi, you want to go out while I get changed? Izuku asked him. He looked momentarily blindsided as he blushed slightly. Yes. I will be right outside as you get ready. She got up and threw her uniform, only winching 2 or 7 times because of her injuries. But most of it was from the exhaustion. Apparently Katsuki's attack had been a lot more than what either her or Recovery Girl's quirk could handle. She got done and left the infirmary to meet up with Fumi again. The 4 of them left and moved as a group to the train station where they split up. Fumi took her with him on the train. Normally she wouldn't be caught dead in the Iron Death tube, but she couldn't very well fly in this state. Much to Fumi's glee, he never did like the prospect of her possibly getting fined for quirk misuse. Alright, I'm home, you can leave now, she said in no uncertain terms, leaving Fumi just looking at her with squinted eyes. Okay, you can stay for dinner. That'll make you less worried about my wounds, right? He nodded to her, leaving her no choice but to acquiesce and lead him in. She knew Mom wouldn't have a problem with it anyway. And those are the main themes of Romeo and Juliet. Are there any questions? Yamada-sensei clasped his hands and enthusiastically asked the class. It was really kind of a whiplash. Having the heroic and physical classes for training them and their quirks paired up with the deceptively regular classes such as English and maths really made it kind of strange. She had originally feared that it would make regular classes less interesting, but present Mike, or Yamada-sensei, really made English interesting and spun it in a way that made it make sense for heroics. Such as explaining the need to be able to articulate yourself properly during rescue heroics, or if they got stuck in a situation with an English speaker. He said there was more than that, but what can you expect when the school year had barely started? Izuku stretched herself across the table. She had only just gotten her bandages removed earlier that morning when she went to see Recovery Girl. It was fortunate that it was early in the morning so she could get a quick shower in, but it still felt itchy and weird to move her limbs without them on. Yes, Yuita. What is your question? Maybe she should practice longer-lasting fights. She couldn't very well only rely on quick confrontation and sneak attacks. Although, that was how Aizawa-sensei and Hawks usually fought. Well, you see, that is because if Izuku wanted to prevent a repeat of the fight with Katsuki, she had to figure out something for drawn-out fights. Maybe she could get a pole or a sword. Wait, what would that even help? Maybe it was a matter of positioning. And that is why Romeo took his own life. It might work out if she kept her distance from people and just repeatedly engage and disengage her opponents. That could work pretty well. It could also... Okay, what is it about Romeo's suicide that is so intriguing? Was this really such an interesting story for Ida to ask more about? It seemed quite straightforward to Izu. Even though that doesn't really mean anything for Ida's understanding of it. Was the poison Juliet took one that stopped her heartbeat, thus leaving Romeo to believe she had died? It probably says so in the text. You should have read it more carefully, Izu. Or, he could have been distraught and not been thinking straight. People aren't usually completely aware when traumatic things happen to them. Or maybe you should just read the text again, Izu. Maybe she could control her heart rate. Some birds could adjust their heart rate, so maybe Izu could as well. Don't know what it could be useful for, but hey, a new skill can't be bad. Well, Yamada says while clapping his hands together. I guess that's all we had time for today. Remember to go over the worksheet for the next lesson. He said with a pep in his voice. The class started rustling out, wanting to get home after all their classes. Izu. Fumi's voice came from beside her. I can see your bandages are off. So we can decide when to meet up for that shopping trip you wanted. Oh, so now you want to go on a shopping trip? You didn't sound so interested before. She said with a pout. Not when you have possible fractures or broken bones. No, in those scenarios I am quite apprehensive about going out to places with you. She narrowed her eyes. Dumb reasons. I don't think your well-being is a dumb reason. Agree to disagree, she said with a self-satisfied smirk. But yes, I will grace you with my presence. It's you who wanted to dash. Ah shush. She yelled, covering the crow boy's mouth beak. Yes, let's figure out some day that fits us both. She should really get it through her head that she can't play jokes on Fumi. It'd be nice to get out after the battle trials. This sounds like a fun conversation. What are you two talking about? Okako said from behind Fumi. Sorry to eavesdrop, but it always seems exciting when you two are talking. We were just talking about doing something to take the pressure off the battle trials. Izu responded with a smile. That sounds like fun. Anywhere specifically you're thinking? No, not really. We were just going to go around window shopping mostly. I do need more feather oil, so might buy that. It is essentially the same as hair oil but for feathers. Izu said, swinging from side to side. Hey, why don't you come with us? We could make it into a friend outing. Okako beamed at the suggestion. Of course we can do that. Will also give me a chance to explore Muzutafu a bit. Great. I'll show you around to a few good places I know. Izu said. What about inviting Tsuyu as well? Fumi spoke up from between them. If we are figuring out a trip then, I think she would fit in quite well. Izu looked up in the direction of Tsuyu. She was currently speaking with Ishido. Yeah. Let's wave her over here when she's done with her talk. Let me go over and ask her. Then she can just come over here when she is ready. Fumi said, already on his way over to the two. He seemed to greet them and said a few words. Tsuyu responded with a nod and then he came back. What did she say? Izu asked as he returned. She said she'll come here in a few minutes. Ishido had a few questions for her. It wasn't long before Tsuyu strode over to the three of them. Tokoyami told me that you want to ask me about something, Karo. Hi Tsuyu. Yes, we were thinking of taking a shopping trip and wanted to hear if you wanted to join us. Izu asked, jumping slightly in place. Like, getting to know each other? Sure, we can do that. I'd be happy to get to know you three some more. You seemed pretty pleasant from our conversation before, Karo. Should we then do it Saturday? Okako spoke up. That works for me. Fumi answered. Tsuyu put out a thumbs up. Yes, let's do that. Izu exclaimed with glee. They get interrupted as Yamada-sensei's voice speaks up from behind them. I see you guys are having a good time. Oh sorry. Yamada-sensei will get out of here quickly. Okako said surprised. Nah, don't worry about it little listener. You're allowed to stay in the classroom after class. At least within reason. So no problems with me. The blonde hero said. Just wanted to make sure that you had recovered fine, Midoriya. If what Shota said was right, you took a pretty hard hit. Izu stood upright. Sorry about worrying you, Yamada-sensei. I'm totally fine now, it was really just a sprain towards the end. Serious enough for Chio to make you wear those bandages for a week. But I won't pry. Too much. Izu pulled a bit into herself. Just telling you to look out for yourself, little listener. The blonde hero said with a warm smile. Also, if you're looking for a good place to eat while you're all out, check out this place called the Green Roof. I hear it has very good katsudon on their menu. That sounds good. Maybe we should go there. Izu responded with glee in her voice, noticing the knowing glint in Yamada-sensei's eyes as she did. Well, I'll get moving. Can't let Shota sit alone in the teacher's lounge for too long. He'll probably just fall asleep again like that. Yamada-sensei moved out through the door, waving to the four of them goodbye. Now we also have a restaurant recommendation for when we're out, Karo. So you spoke up. Yeah, and if it's true that their katsudon is good, then we'll definitely have to try it. You really like katsudon, Izuku? Tsuyu asked with Izu nodding excitedly. Well then it's lucky that was the type of place Yamada-sensei recommended. Funny how that turned out. She said, obviously absorbed by her own thoughts. It was definitely a surprise, but hey, maybe Yamada-sensei just have the same food preferences that Izu had. Is that why he refers to Aizawa-sensei as Shota? Fumi said under his breath in an almost whisper, holding his hand to his head in a thoughtful pose. As they all started to head outside. Izu, how have you been able to live this far? Achiko said as Izu stood in the clothes section holding an oversized shirt with the print shirt on it. She wiped her head over to Achiko. Generally pretty well, I think. She said, furrowing her brow in a confused stare. I know how to cook, repair clothes, how to bandage up burn scars, and treat broken bones and dash. Okay, wait, stop a minute. Achiko said, waving her hands around, almost hitting the clothes rack. I was talking about your fashion sense. But now I'm concerned about all the other stuff you just said. I don't understand, aren't they just normal life skills? Also, I wasn't going to actually wear this in public. They're just good for homeware. Okay, but some of the other things you've been looking at weren't much better. Achiko stated. Also, don't change the subject. What do you mean you're good at patching yourself up? That's not something people are usually capable of. Izu stopped for a few seconds, trying to wrap her head around what she just heard. Oh yeah, normal people don't usually know how to do those things. Oh, you learn a few things along the way. My bones are hollow so they break easily, you shouldn't think too deeply about it. That should probably be enough to dissuade her from asking more questions. I guess that would make sense, but it doesn't explain the burn part. The brunette continued. Well, maybe we should find something else rather than clothes. We still haven't gone to the place Yamada-sensei recommended. You're deflecting, Izuku. They're from Bakugo, aren't they? Tsuyu chimed in as she was weighing up 2 blouses. You're scarily observant too, you know that, right? She barely knows Izu, and she could already figure that much out on such short notice. He doesn't do it anymore, but he did do it quite a bit when we were both in middle school, and before that, to be honest. That's Quirk misuse, isn't it? It almost sounds like assault. Achiko piped up. How could he get away with that? This isn't good. If the conversation continues down this road, it'll end badly for Katsuki. And they'll probably also want to know why he would have such a grudge against her. How could she explain to them that she used to be quirkless, have an inactive quirk factor, or that she used to be a boy? Would they treat her differently? Obviously not. They didn't seem like bad people, and Fumi didn't care about it. But even with Fumi and Dark Shadow, it had taken quite a bit of time for her to open up about the late quirk manifestation and everything involved in it. Maybe she could just tell them half of the facts. But that doesn't help with explaining Katsuki burning her. Does it matter that it doesn't? Izu grimaced, trying to figure out her best approach. What Katsuki had done was obviously not okay, but he hadn't really done anything as of late. Yeah, after you got your quirk. And Katsuki was meant to be a hero, it was his calling after all. She couldn't very well go against that. The thought gave her a strange feeling in her throat, definitely something she could think about later. I had a late quirk manifestation. Katsuki and I have known each other since we were forever. Our parents knew each other from high school, And we had these big plans of being a hero duo when we grew up. But when my quirk didn't manifest at 4, he got upset and kind of took it out on me. The rest is history. Izu. Achiko let out with a choke. So he bullied you because your quirk didn't come in at the right time. That doesn't really excuse him in any way, Karo. I had hoped there would have been some sensible reason for it. So you said, yeah, I guess you could call it that. Why do you seem to defend him like that, Ribbit? I'm not. I just have some thoughts and feelings I have to get my head around. He isn't really a bad guy and he has been better since middle school. Izu tried to say with a little conviction but failing quite spectacularly. I think there is some stuff I'm not entirely sure about myself. I'll tell you guys about it when I have a firmer idea about it. Okay, I guess if you're aware of it and are doing something about it, I'll let you off the hook for now, but I'm here if you need anything. Achiko chimed in. I don't like your decision but I'll respect it. Tsuyu responded. Fumi starts stirring as he sees the conversation die down a bit. Izu has a complicated past, let's say, but she usually knows what she's doing. Her friend interjected. Does not mean we should not keep an eye on her. You don't have to always keep an eye on me, Fumi. I'm fine. Of course we have to look after you, Izu. Dark Shadow sprang out and said, we're a flock. We have to protect each other. Dark Shadow. Fumi and her yelled at the same time. Dark Shadow retracted back slightly to Fumi's stomach at the outcry. Izu sighed loudly. It wasn't like she disliked talking about it. Her avian instincts kind of extended to deeming people a part of her flock or not. Her closest people were a part of her flock, like Mom, Fumi, Kachin, and Dark Shadow. But it doesn't mean she enjoys talking about it in public. It was a strange feeling to talk about it with people who weren't a part of the flock. Tsuyu laughed slightly at the two birds while Achiko had a confused expression on her face. So that's how close you two are. I knew you knew each other beforehand, but not to this extent, Karo. Wait, what do you mean? I don't get it. Achiko said, alternating between Tsuyu, the two of them. It's a mutation thing. Sometimes the instincts of what our quirk is based on gives certain impulses. Tsuyu explained. So, like, I have the aptitudes of a frog other than having its abilities and is also the reason I end a lot of my sentences in Karo. Oh, I think I get it now. So a flock is like, what is that like? Izu scratched her arm slightly at the question. It's kind of like a cross between family and close friends, that it exists in. It's a bit much to talk about with people not in your flock, sorry. Sorry. I didn't want to make you uncomfortable. Achiko quickly adjusted. It's not, don't worry. I might tell you more later. Izu said back with a blinding smile. But why don't we head over to that restaurant place Yamada-sensei talked about? I feel like I've gotten hungry. Yeah, let's do that. Achiko said with Tsuyu and Fumi nodding in agreement. Where they then headed to the restaurant cafe place. Izu opened her eyes with a jolt and a not-so-silent chirp escaping her lips. She is met with Tsuyu's face and some of her classmates looking in her direction. She hadn't really slept too well last night, so she had tried to catch up on it a bit during the bus ride. We're here, Karo, Tsuyu said. She put her head in her hands as she tried to escape the stares of her classmates. It had generally been easy keeping the chirping to a minimum. The only time she really slipped up was when she was with Mom or Fumi, or that one time during training with Aizawa-sensei. Thank you, Tsuyu. It was still uncommon for her to lean into some of her more avian qualities. Hopefully it didn't make the rest of them uncomfortable. I didn't make any sounds or vibrate when I slept? Tsuyu tilted her head as if Izu had said something unintelligible. Not that I know of. Although, I also wasn't really paying attention to it, so it's possible that you did, Karo. Izu groaned in displeasure. It was more than a little embarrassing to make bird sounds, especially with such an uneven mutant to non-mutant quirks there was in the class. Hopefully they were better than kindergarten was. No one had pointed it out yet, so she might just be in the clear. Tsuyu and her got up and moved with the rest of the class to the USJ building. It was really exciting. They were about to try out rescue training for the first time. And under the supervision of 13 no less. Achiko hadn't been able to shut up about them ever since they found out they would be the other hero there beside Aizawa-sensei and All Might. Although it didn't look like All Might was actually here, was he waiting together with 13 inside? Aizawa-sensei was ushering everyone in as quickly as he could. He seemed increasingly annoyed and cranky about the whole situation. He mustn't have slept much last night. As they got in, it was like a collective gasp as they really got to see the marvel that was the interior of this institute. It looked big from the outside, but looking from inside was another thing entirely. Think of how much money this costs. There was a water area, a city complex, and is that a volcano? What did they expect they would have to handle as heroes? Maybe they were just overly cautious at least, or, she threw a glance over at Aizawa-sensei, maybe it's just his influence. All right, Hellions, quiet down. Aizawa-sensei interrupted everyone's muttering with a raised tone. You're gonna learn rescue heroics today under the supervision of me, 13, and, All Might? 13, I'll let you explain what they're supposed to do today. The astronaut-themed hero stepped forward, adjusting themselves. Looking at them in person, it's really easy to see where Achiko had gotten her inspiration for her hero costume. Hello everyone. I'm 13 and I'll be your rescue teacher for today. Aizawa-sensei and All Might is gonna assist me in the areas I can't be in physically. The most important facet of rescue training is knowing the limits and impact of your quirk. Some of your quirks are quite destructive and could lead to unforeseen disaster when you're out fighting a villain. So it's important to know how to use it without harming your surroundings too much, and also have knowledge about what danger a villain's quirk might have on the area. 13 said without a stutter. You could really see how much they had practiced this speech. Rescuing is also a cornerstone of heroics. Fighting and beating villains up might be the more flashier and visible part of heroics, but saving people from crumbling buildings and dash. 13 stopped as Aizawa-sensei laid a hand on their shoulder. He had a stern expression on his face that was almost interrupted with one of dread. 13. Take the kids and get out of here. Everyone wiped their heads in the direction of what Aizawa-sensei was looking at. A giant purple mist had consumed most of the lower floor, and out came a flood of people, all aimed with different weapons and what looked like cheap support gear. Is this a part of the dash? These are real villains. Get back. Aizawa-sensei interrupted Kirishima as everyone's expressions started to twist into something akin to panic. Everyone was interrupted by the raspy and hoarse voice coming from the back of the giant group of villains. Hello hero hopefuls, I am Tamura Shigaraki and we are the League of Villains, and we are here to kill All Might. A chilling air settles down on their class. It's not unnatural for villains wanting to kill All Might, but he sounds so sure of himself. A terrifying visage covered in severed hands and head of unruly and damaged hair showed itself the owner of its voice. Why can't I see All Might anywhere? He's supposed to be here. Where is he? The hand villain said, stumping the ground. 13, get moving. I'll keep them at bay. Aizawa-sensei chimed in during Shigaraki's meltdown, jumping down to engage them. Aizawa-sensei's words must have wiped the villain out of his stupor as he looked up at the hero. Oh no you don't. Kurogiri, get those kids. Split them up so they can boost each other. Aizawa-sensei tensed up as he looked back at their class. Aizu felt the hair on the back of her neck rise. If that villain gets up here, they won't be able to survive this confrontation. Ida. She swings her head over in Ida's direction. Go. Get out of here and get the heroes. What? But dash. No buts. You're the fastest of us all, you'd be able to get to UA and contact the heroes. Now go. Aizu screamed at Ida, spurring him on, making him run out through the entrance. A swirling purple circle appeared between them and the door as a mist man walked through. I do so apologies for interfering in your escape, but I can't let you leave. He reached out a hand towards them as 13 hurried forward to try and stop him. They tried to use their quirk on the mist villain, which was easily deflected with the placement of a portal in front of him. It was also around that time that small mist ball appeared below their feet. I'll show you, you knock-off Mysterio. Katsuki screamed as he jumped into the fray against him, with Kirishima following closely behind. But it was a little too late. The The small portals had already grown big enough to consume over half the class, as they fell down in separate circles. The screaming of Katsuki was the only thing that was overshadowing everyone else. Izu felt the change in air pressure as her body twisted in the space she now occupied. She was above a giant body of water with a boat situated in the middle. She repositioned her wings so they closed into her body, opening them up little by little and using them as gliders, working with the wind rather than trying to flap against it. It helped as she could use the force and fly up, getting to levitate in a more secure position. Of what she could see, it was only her and Tsuyu who had been thrown into this place, and Tsuyu had already given a knowing look to Izu as she readjusted herself so she could dive down into the water. With a thud, a splash came from where Tsuyu had landed in the water, and then another splash a few seconds later. Wait, what? Izu was somewhat dumbfounded. Humans didn't usually make two impacts after falling from high heights. And Tsuyu definitely didn't have the ability to clone herself, she hoped. So that could only mean one thing. She looked closer to the surface of the impact area and saw a flicker of a white glove. A horrifying thought crossed her mind as she flipped downwards and dive-bombed towards the splash area. It wasn't just those two who had been there. Hagakure had been there and she hadn't noticed. She flew down close to the impact area and hovered, squinting to see if she could see the other glove or the shoes she wore. Hagakure! She was frantically looking around to see any difference in the surface. Please. Say something, tell me you're all right. Nothing came back. Of course nothing came back. She's probably below the surface. Izu steeled herself for a second and dug down into the water. She really didn't want to do this. It was already difficult enough to move in water with wings, but she also usually got way too heavy because of it. But it wasn't like she could just do nothing. She had to do something. She landed in the water and dug down, wiping her head from side to side to look for any sign the Hagakure was there. It was a lot more difficult to see under the water than she had anticipated, and it wasn't like looking for something invisible made it that more easier. She frantically looked around until she felt the need for air, and had to get up. She surfaced taking in air and to try and get down again. But she was stopped in her tracks as Tsuyu emerged holding on to what looked like nothing. I got her, Kero. Tsuyu breathed out as she tried to steady herself in the water. Izu reached out to grab onto Hagakure to help Tsuyu hold her still. Oh, thank God. I couldn't see anyone, and I didn't even know that Hagakure was falling, and I didn't get her in time before she was in the water and… Izuku breath. We're not out of this yet, and I need you to be with me. Izu took a shaky breath in. She closed her eyes a few times and moved closer to Tsuyu and Hagakure to better help them. You're right. I'm here, I can help. She swam closer following Tsuyu's lead, which was rather difficult as she felt her wings weigh her down, flapping them rather ineffectually as they moved. Although, it seems like I'm more of a burden in this state. She huffed out. We're gonna make it. We just need to stay vigilant. Here, this'll probably help somewhat, ribbit. Tsuyu said as she spit her tongue out and wrapped it around both Izu and Hagakure. This'll probably help with keeping you on float. Just focus on helping with your legs. Hagakure is fine. Tsuyu turned to Hagakure, who let out a small breath. They both paddled away, Tsuyu doing most of the work at that. It shouldn't have been as surprising as it was to see how good she was at swimming, but here it was. Even with basically towing two people at the same time, she was capable of getting over to the shore side easily. Tsuyu huffed as she got up to the shore, helping Hagakure up and then Izu. Izu laid on the concrete, propping herself up on her fours with her wings draped down on her sides. They were completely soaked, weighing her down as she tried to get herself situated. She looked over in the direction of Tsuyu and Hagakure to see how Tsuyu was trying to warm Hagakure up a bit. She took the initiative to open the slits on her jacket and take it off, placing it on top of Hagakure. It might have been wet too, but the jacket was meant to withstand the cold when flying, so it's bound to be better than nothing. Are you all right, Izuku? It can't have been pleasant with your quirk to dig down into the water, Kero. She huffed out, flapping her wings absent-mindedly. I'm better than I probably should be. Were we even? Was it just us who were sent here? I don't really see any of the villains here. Tsuyu put her arm to shield herself. No, not as far as I can see. Other than Hagakure, I don't think they had planned where to send us. I don't know about that. Izuku looked at her soaked wings. You probably weren't supposed to dive into the water. Izuku puffed up at the statement, or as well as she could, but Tsuyu didn't seem to acknowledge it. We should probably find a way out of here. We're in no shape to help and we'd probably just be in the way if we tried, Karo. Izuku put her head down and dejected. Yeah, you're probably right. She had really put herself in an unhelpful situation. Let's try and move down by the pool till we get to the gates. Tsuyu nodded in agreement as she went to help Hagakure up. Izuku also moved over to help her, but she stopped her. Just look after yourself first. I'm sure those wings are heavy enough on their own, and you'll just tire yourself out if you carry anything more, Karo. She reluctantly nodded and went onwards. It didn't take long for them to get closer to the fighting. They ducked down so as not to be seen as they see Aizawa-sensei standing in the middle of a dozen down villains. Wah, you really are something, Eraserhead. Definitely living up to your reputation. The hand villain, Shigaraki, approached him slowly as he clapped his hands. I actually did want to wait with this, but you have really impressed me, Eraserhead. Normu. A hulking black mass started to move at the mention of the word. This is Normu. He was genetically made to match All Might stats, but you know what? I think you deserve to get a taste of him too. Izuku caught a breath in her throat as she gasped and tensed up. Normu, get him. At the mention of the command, the Normu jumped forward, ramming its side into Eraserhead, flinging him across the open field. It happened faster than she could keep track. It was equally fast when it repositioned itself as it ran over and grabbed hold of Aizawa-sensei's leg and slinged him over to the other side down into the ground with a painful crunch. Normu seemed to be both fast and equally jerky in his movement, moving in twitchy steps and hand motions. Izuku was left staring helplessly as she saw Aizawa-sensei being completely outmatched in this fight. She motioned to engage it to help her teacher, but was stopped in place when a hand grabbed her from behind. Tsuyu looked at her with a serious expression, shaking her head as her grip tightened. Alright, that's enough, Norm. Stop. Shigaraki stepped up to stand right in front of Aizawa-sensei. I thought you'd be at least a bit of a match against Normu when you beat all of these low-level ones so easily. Maybe you're better at crowd control than against a boss. Aizawa-sensei didn't respond, simply glaring up at him. Oh, come on. It's not like your students are in any real danger. I told them not to kill anyone but All Might, so you really shouldn't be as angry as you are. There was an extended silence as they just seemed to stare each other down. Whatever, I guess. I don't think you get it yet. Let me show something. The villain moved beyond him beside Normu as he stepped down and put his hand on Aizawa-sensei's side, where it then began to dissolve away some of the clothing and then moved to his skin, which started to flake off. Izuku stared in horror and started more violently to pull away from Tsuyu's grip. She couldn't just sit and watch this happen. Aizawa-sensei was completely outmatched, and now he was going to suffer like this? Izuku, please think rationally. We can't help him, we'll just be in the way if dash. Do not fear. But because I am here, came the crashing sound of All Might on top of the staircase. Oh, All Might. So happy that you would grace us with your presence. You're late, by the way. Shigaraki gritted out through his teeth. One moment All Might was standing at the top of the staircase staring down Shigaraki as he sat crouched down on top of Aizawa-sensei, and the next moment he was standing in front of him, having kicked Normu and Shigaraki backwards. Shigaraki grunted as he rose up from the kick. What was that? You're supposed to be weaker. Why aren't you weaker? The blue-haired villain yelled back at All Might. All Might didn't seem fazed by the villain as he simply turned to Aizawa-sensei. Sorry about coming so late. Stop ignoring me. God, whatever. Normu, kill All Might already. Normu sprang to action as it went for All Might. Seemingly matching the punch that it had received earlier. He returned the punches in kind, following them up with equal power, trying to find an opening. It really just looked like they were on equal footings. In the background of All Might fighting the Black Mass, Izuku could see Shigaraki make a move for Aizawa-sensei. With All Might completely absorbed by his fight, the hand villain had completely free reign on Aizawa-sensei. And with him focusing his quirk on Normu to nullify its quirk, this wasn't going to end well. I'm sorry, Tsu. Aizu let out as she ripped her arm free from her hold and sprinted out from their hiding spot. Her wings flapped slightly with a wet sound, giving her a slight boost, but nothing like what she had become used to. It was lucky that Shigaraki was focusing on Aizawa-sensei, because it meant he didn't see her coming and that he wouldn't be able to react in time. Aizu jumped in front of Aizawa-sensei as Shigaraki closed in on him. She moved quickly and stretched her hand out, extending her talons, and aimed for his head as she connected with the severed hand, knocking it away as her talons connected with the flesh behind it. A splatter of blood flew from his face as Aizu stumbled to the side of Aizawa-sensei. It happened in a split of a second, Shigaraki clasping his face screaming in pain, all might mustering an onslaught of attacks at Normu, Aizawa-sensei redirecting his gaze towards the villain, and Aizu standing beside her teacher in a protective stance, and the black mist reappearing behind Shigaraki, consuming him as he yelled, reaching out towards Aizu. It was difficult to comprehend what happened afterwards other than Aizu knowing that she had to protect Aizawa-sensei. Something felt shaky. Her head and body was wobbling and shaking back and forth. Couldn't it just stop doing that? She was trying to sleep here. The shaking did not in fact stop. It just kept going in its cautious motion like it didn't respect Aizu's nap. "Miss, visiting hours are over, you have to go home." Oh great, now the void was speaking to her too. Was this its scheme to make her open her eyes? "I'm on to you. You can't keep staying here, miss. I really would appreciate not having to contact security." Fine." Aizu opened her eyes and stretched a bit, feigning waking up, and looked up to see a nurse who had tried to wake her up. She remembers him. He was the one who told her about Aizawa's condition. After a lot of pressuring and pleading from her side. What does this, not being family, have anything to do with her seeing her teacher? "Oh good, you're awake. I was getting slightly worried when you didn't wake up before." "I'm sorry, miss, but visiting hours are over, you have to go home," he said with a pleasant smile plastered on his face. It only made Aizu feel a tiny bit bad for fake sleeping. She glanced over in the direction of Aizawa's room, taking a bit of time before leaving. "I know you're worried about him, but don't worry, his recovery is proceeding very nicely. I've actually never seen anyone as stubborn as him." She giggled slightly to herself, remembering how Aizawa had woken up for a short amount of time and how he almost immediately tried to get up and get off the bed to leave. She sighed a bit afterwards. "I'll go. I wouldn't want you risking your job just because I didn't leave on time." "Huh, if that was the only reason for getting fired, then I would have been fired years ago. Please have a safe trip home. It's quite late, so keep an eye open out there." "Oh don't worry, I live pretty close by." She went over down towards the entrance, glancing back to see the nurse having gone over to a different room. Aizu immediately stopped in her tracks and went in the direction of the stairs. She ascended them until she got up to the rooftop. She never said anything about her route would be by foot, and her home was technically pretty close by, as long as you count it as flying. She searched her backpack for her visor and put them on. Most people would call it stealing, but is it really when they're a part of her hero costume? If anything, it was worse that she had taken the flight jacket with her home. She jumped up and took flight in direction towards the apartment building. It was a bit of a dumb idea to fly in the middle of the night because of visibility, but it was still 10 times better than navigating the trains. Also, screw folding her wings in such an enclosed space. So flight it was. It was also just a good view. Daytime was still better because of just how lively the city felt, and also just because of how much easier it was to actually see where she was going. But the nighttime wasn't bad. The lights from the different streets and silence around her was comforting in a different way. She could do without the hard of seeing part though. Why were buildings so dark? Couldn't they be a bit brighter? It was easy enough to find her way home. She'd flown around Muzutafu enough to know where things were well enough. And things were close enough together so it wasn't even a long flight even if it was daytime. And what was the worst that could happen? Flying into a billboard. Come on, she wasn't Hawks. Now most people wouldn't necessarily joke in such a jovial tone after seeing one of their close people getting beaten into an inch of their life. But if there was one thing Aizu knew, then it was deflection and repression. As long as she didn't think about it or acknowledge it in any way, it'd be fine. Everything was completely fine. She let out a long sigh, shaking her body slightly mid-air as she did it. It was getting more difficult to swipe this stuff under the rug. She lifted her head up again and immediately spread out her wings to halt her movement, stopping inches away from a neon sign in front of her. She inhaled sharply, tensing up as she let the air in and trembly exhaled, arching her body forward. That was way too close. Where did that come from? Izu is pretty familiar with this area of the city and this shouldn't be here. How did it even dash? At least it wasn't a billboard. She remarked to herself, her voice wavering as the words left her lips. She floated there for a few seconds, or maybe it was minutes, before she took off towards her apartment. As she neared the apartment, she flew down to the front door. Even if Mom was fine with her training to become a hero, she was still a worrywart that got scared every time Izu flew. So entering through the front door was just a bit of a better way of not giving Mom anxiety. As she came up to the apartment door and reached for it, she paused. Her hand was shaking, both of them were, to be honest. She hadn't really paid attention to it before, maybe because of the adrenaline, but it was definitely noticeable now. She clenched her fist and tried to steel herself, breathing in and out as she headed inside. Her hands were still slightly shaky as she took her shoes and jacket off. She really hoped Mom was asleep so she didn't have to worry about her. "Izu, you're home," came from the living room. Well, there went that wish. She could hear shuffling from the room as Mom started to come into view. "You had a pretty long day at the hospital. I hope your teacher is recovering well." She let go of her grasp and let her hands relax as she turned to Mom. "Yeah, it's going fine. The nurse said he's recovering well and is probably going to be out any day now. But I feel really tired, so I think I'll head to bed." With that, Izu turned around and moved towards her bedroom, only for a hand to touch her shoulder. The hand gently pushed her around until she was facing Mom, who brought her into a tight embrace. Mom's hand moved to her back, with one of them lightly stroking her upper back above her wings. "Hey Mom, what's the matter? Did something happen?" she said in a tone that she would interpret as normal. "It's okay, sweetie. You don't have to feel like you need to keep everything to yourself. And it's okay if you don't feel like saying anything." The first thought in her head was to break the hug and assure Mom that she was overreacting and nothing was wrong. But it felt upsetting to step away, and she just really liked this. She did want to say something, reassure Mom that it wasn't as bad as she had made it seem like, to make sure that she wouldn't worry about her unnecessarily. But it was just really comforting to let the embrace speak for itself. And it was also just really difficult to find the words to express this feeling. "It's fine. Aizawa is getting better and I shouldn't even." It was scary to see that villain on top of him, and just see how utterly powerless he was against them. "How powerless I was." Mom hummed in Izu's ear, letting her take whatever time she needed. She thinks for a moment and just lets herself sink into her mom's embrace, returning it in kind. It was a nice feeling to not think about what happened at the USJ and just have the chance to breathe. They stood like that in comfortable silence. To be honest, Izu wasn't entirely sure what happened afterwards. She just remembered small conversations and reassuring hugs and warm blankets. She had some faint images of nuzzling into her nest and the familiar scent of Mom as she fell in and out of consciousness. She snuggled further into her bed, and the feeling of safety it provided, letting the concerns of the day to fade away. It was soft, really soft. Izu blearily started to stir in place, lifting her face up to notice her pillows and blankets all propped up around her. "That's a bit strange. Didn't usually do that other than a bit of ruffling." It was comfortable, and it felt like the worries of yesterday had disappeared. She shifted in her nest, so she lay towards the window, searching the sky tiredly, as if she was expecting to notice something unusual. When she looked at her phone, she saw it was close to 10 in the morning, which was surprising as well. She had noticed she had a bigger disposition to wake up early, so it was definitely strange to see such a late time on her phone. It was Saturday, so it's not like she'd be in trouble, but she still really wanted to make a checkup at the hospital. As she got to the kitchen to prepare a bit of breakfast before she'd head out, she saw a note on the countertop from Mom. She apologized that she had to leave so early and that she had a shift at the hospital. She also mentioned they might be able to meet during her break if Izu decided to go to the hospital today. It was definitely a thought, although she probably wouldn't come over there in time for her break. But it would definitely break up the monotony of waiting. There was more time to think about it when she was actually over there. She quickly ate something and took a quick shower before she headed out. She decided to head back again by flight. It wasn't like the police could do much about it, and it was the fewest people who actually looked up in the air to notice her. Save for a few kindergarten kids who had waved and squealed for her to do loop-de-loops that one time. Normal people usually don't pay attention to what happens when you're airborne. It was a much better flight this time around. Flying during the day was just better than night flying. She could actually see what was going on around her now, and she didn't have to fly low anymore for better visibility. The hospital got up in front of her where she found her way to the rooftop. She should probably go in through the front door, but that just felt like extra steps and no one on that floor would ask her why she was there, hopefully. She landed on the hospital roof with the door around 5 meters in front of her. She was about to walk over and open the door before she felt a tickling feeling near her wings. She turned around and grabbed out towards where the itching came from and grabbed hold of a red feather. Not so tight there, baby bird. Your talons are kind of digging into my feather. A cheerful voice from above said, You should really hold it more gently. Like an egg if you would. Izu looked up to see the number 3 hero hawks lazily hovering above her. Izu stood agape of the situation. What were hawks doing here? Doesn't he operate out of Fukuoka? Is he on a special mission? He really can control his feathers like that? Wonder how fast he is? Would he be willing to give an autograph? I wonder if his flight suit is similar to my own. Maybe. That's classified info, baby bird. Only me and the employees of my agency are privy to know that stuff. Oh no. She was mumbling again, wasn't she? Yeah, you were. Is the only thing that comes out of Izu's mouth after Hawks revealed her muttering spree. She should really learn to use her words better. You had a nice flight? Hawks said while he landed down in front of Izu. Yes. Didn't know you could feel conflicted about flying. For me personally, it's pretty great. Hawks lazily smiled. A light bulb went off in her head as she put things together. Wait, no. I'm sorry, Mr. Hawks. I know I'm not supposed to use my quirk and it's illegal. I wasn't thinking and I did something wrong. It's just, I get a headache when I take the train. And I feel squeezed in big groups of people, and it's not like I'm really hurting anyone doing this. No, wait, that's dumb. I know that doesn't excuse breaking the law. I just want... Wow. Slow down, little bird. I'm not gonna throw you in jail for some harmless flying. I'm not that heartless. He said, sending a few feathers in front of Izu's face to get her attention. Using your quirk to make your life easier or help with a problem you have as long as you don't harm anyone is okay in my book, little bird. Hawks said reassuringly, trying to calm Izu down. Oh, thank you. That's really good to hear. She lets out with an exacerbated exhale. Doesn't mean I didn't come here without a reason. Izu tensed back up again at the admission. Okay, relax, little bird. Let's not go back to having a panic attack again. I just wanted to know what you're doing on the roof of a hospital. I'm not doing anything bad, I promise. I'm visiting someone who was really badly hurt and just want to make sure he's doing okay. Shouldn't you still go in through the front door so the receptionist can mark your entry? Well, shoot. Technically, Izu said with a slight smile, although looking at Hawk's unmoving smirk it didn't seem to have an effect. Yeah, I should. She said, dejected, her wings reacting with her emotions. Okay, as I said from the start, I'm not here to take you to jail. But I will have to go with you into the hospital, just to make sure you actually are here for someone. Izu nodded in agreement to what Hawks said. Alright, let's get down to the receptionist then, through the front door. Izu nodded and moved over towards the edge, following Hawk's lead as he flew up over the railing. They got down to the receptionist so that Izu could tell them she was there. It should have gone by without a hitch, if it wasn't for the receptionist and some of the nurses fangirling boying over Hawks being there. They did eventually get it over with, and Hawks escorted her up to Aizawa's room where they ran into Yamada-sensei. Oh, Midoriya, I see you're here again and you have... What are you doing here, Hawks? Yamada-sensei asked with a puzzled look on his face. Present, Mike. I'm just escorting the little bird here. Caught her lost on the rooftop, so I thought I should help. Cursed internally at Hawk's recollection of the events. Yamada-sensei looked at Aizu with a half-amused and upset expression. Midoriya, is this something I should tell Shota about when he wakes up? No. I mean, please don't, Yamada-sensei. I know I did something kind of wrong and I won't do it again. He looked at her a bit in thought. We'll see. Look, little listener, in my book I don't mind. But I will have to tell Shota about it. Aizu faltered at his words. Don't look at me like that. He is your homeroom teacher, he needs to know this kind of stuff. Hawks perked up beside Aizu, making his presence known. Anyway, I can assume that you know why she's here and vouch for her? Yamada-sensei nodded to Hawks. Great. I don't have any more questions then. Thank you for looking after my student Hawks. I hope she didn't do anything too bad. Nah, I know how it feels wanting to stretch your wings. She just needs to learn how to use doors in specific circumstances. Aizu recoiled a bit at her mention. Yeah, definitely something we'll have to look into. Yamada-sensei said while shaking his head in what seemed like defeat. Aizu wasn't that bad of a student. I assume you're here because of the attack? Hawk's face seemed to shift slightly for a moment before resuming his expression from before. You know how it is, the commission wants more hands on deck to show it's still safe. Yamada-sensei nodded in agreement to Hawk's statement. Anyway, I'll head out then, I still have to look into that case about a student burning down his high school. Anyway, see ya around. He said as he moved back out towards the exit. Although that exit looked awfully like it was towards the rooftop. So, Midoriya? Shota is doing well, he woke up pretty early and was already fiddling with the drip feeders when I got here. Yamada-sensei with a slight chuckle. Huh, that man is gonna be the death of me. But anyways, I'm sure you want to see him. Let's go in and check up on him. Aizu nodded enthusiastically as Yamada-sensei led her into Aizawa's room. Wonder why he was here so early? Smash. As the glass hit the opposite side of the room. His eye was pulsating with irregular small spikes of pain throughout his head. Tamura's face was hurting like no other. His eye was screwed up, he'd be lucky if he'd be able to look through it again. That stupid goddamn doctor. Why was this one of the times he wasn't available to Tamura? What the hell was he doing that could be more important than him? He was gonna lose his FAI because of him. He was gonna lose his eye because of that goddamn Hawks wannabe. Oh, but this wasn't the end. No way was he gonna let that hero hopeful get away with taking his eye. He was going to find her and he was going to pay her back. Tamura gripped a hold of the side of his table and saw in satisfaction the corner disintegrate. He would find a way of paying her back in kind. What the hell did Yamada-sensei mean by Aizawa being okay? She's a freaking mummy from head to toe. Okay, calm down, Aizu, breathe. Easy in and out. But why did he say that? Are these kinds of injuries just normal for Aizawa and Yamada-sensei has gotten desensitized to them? Or maybe they just aren't bad and she's just freaking out for nothing. But Demon, everyone in class is going to have the scare of the year. Aizu was still trying to come to terms with how extensive Aizawa's treatment had been. She was sitting at her school chair bumping her leg up and down, and just waiting for the inevitable that was Mummy Aizawa's spectacular entrance. As far as she knew, she was the only one who had been to the hospital, through force, to check up on Aizawa, so how would everyone else react? The answer is, predictably. There were many open mouths seeing Mummy Aizawa walk in, and a few protests from Ida and Momo that he should have stayed home and rested. Jokes on them, Yamada-sensei and her had already tried to make Aizawa stay home. All it had resulted in was them shouting at him until their voices got hoarse. But Aizawa had been very adamant about still having to teach. Maybe it wasn't as bad as they thought it was. Alright, settle down. I believe you've all given your opinions on my appearance, so let's move on to something more productive. To be honest, Aizawa-sensei, it is not really your appearance that is the main concern here. Ida piped up and said. So as I was saying, the sports festival is happening in a few weeks' time, and I hope that you'll all prepare well for it. Aizawa-sensei explained with little enthusiasm in his voice. And before you ask, this is a decision made by Nedzu to show that UA stands together. If you're worried about potential villain attacks, there'll be plenty of pro heroes on standby for the event. And lastly, if any of you feel the need to talk about what happened at the USJ, Know that you come and talk to either me or Hound Dog. So, give it your all to the festival. Now get back to whatever schoolwork you have. He finished as he pulled out his sleeping bag. That is a way of addressing it, which means not at all. Then again, it was unlikely that he would have acknowledged it to begin with. He really should be home instead of going to work. Maybe if she found Yamada-sensei, he could help with forcing Aizawa to stay home and recuperate. They seemed to be close, so his words should mean something. Especially when Aizu didn't have much of an effect on him. Maybe she could get Fumikage to help her force explain to Aizawa that he needs to stay still for a bit to get better. Aizu frowned a bit. He'd probably just use it as a teachable lesson for her instead of helping Aizawa. But other than the increasingly uncomfortable situation that was Aizawa's health, the sports festival is happening. Not sure yet if that is a good thing, but can't really lie that it is exciting. Aizu had watched it every year pretty religiously, and had the notebooks to show for it, and now she had the chance to be on the same stage as them. She needed so much more training if she wanted to succeed. She could really benefit from training against stronger opponents. Maybe Fumikage wanted to join in. It could be a good idea to do group training on top of one-on-one. If the former festivals were anything to go by, they were almost always built to have somewhat equal amounts of group and individual competitions in the festival. It makes them a bit more interesting to watch, but it also helps the pros to see how each student does in team-ups and their abilities on their own. There's probably quite a few different ways they could prepare for it. I should write all the different possible combinations from our class down. Aizu fished out one of her notebooks that was still pretty empty and started writing down notes on everything she could think of. Different ways of applying her quirk in contrast to her classmates, ways they complemented each other, and a few rudimentary strategies. The bell rang eventually. Guess it could be a good idea to catch Fumi, Ochiko, and Tsuyu. She might have focused a bit more on those three than the rest of the class. And it's not like she needs to take notes on Katsuki, so that's at least a quarter of the class down. The class was rustling about getting and putting their things in their bags to get to move out of the classroom. Okay, better get over and poke at Fumi to put up some training sessions, and drag Ochiko and Tsuyu with her while she's at it. They probably don't have anything better to do anyway and would love to be roped into helping her practicing her quirk. Probably. She tapped Fumi on the shoulder as she came up behind him. He was usually fine with training with her, so he'd probably agree, hopefully. And if she could get him to agree, it'd be easier to get the other to agree. Fumi, you up for training for the festival? She was probably a bit too eager, but honestly, after the whole ordeal with Aizawa and the USJ, she really just needed some time with her favorite birds. I thought we could work on some moves for the one-on-one tournament. We might even be able to meet in the final. Fumi turned around to meet Aizu's face. Hello, Aizu. You seem very confident we are going to make it to the final. He said with a calm expression. Yeah. I mean, you probably will. You have one of the powerhouse quirks of our class, so you definitely will make it to the final. She said with assured tone. She wasn't even flattering him. Fumi could definitely rival the ones like Todoroki OG Katsuki. So, I obviously need to latch onto that greatness and learn from it. Fumi huffed in response, shaking his head as he held his hands on his sides. I thought you would be the one who knew the best that a quirk is not everything. I mean, yeah, but it does give a big boost. Fumi was putting way too much thought in her thoughtless comments. She should really stop doing that. But you can't disagree that we'd get further if we trained together. Statement I can agree with. Let's do it. We can probably pick up where we left off with Aizawa-sensei. I suppose you have not only thought of me when it comes to training. Aizu nodded with a self-assured expression. Ochiko and Tsuyu. It'd be great to get to know them better, and I think they would be great sparring partners. Then let's ask them now when we have the chance. Fumi said, arching his head in the direction of Tsuyu, who was walking toward the door near Ochiko. She made a small jump step forward and called out Tsuyu and Ochiko's names. It made sense to rope both of them in at the same time. And she was going to make her most convincing speech to why they should train together if it wasn't for the yelling coming from the front of the classroom. She wasn't really sure what was going on, but Katsuki and the red spiky one, what was his name again, was standing there speaking in not too friendly words. Get out of the way, you ill-fitted nosy extras. Aizu's face fell at Katsuki's words. He really couldn't give a friendly front just one day of the week. Just once. That's all Izu is asking for. There was some murmuring and hard-to-hear voices speaking from behind the wall. What was going on? Izu did tense up once, feeling her feathers standing on end. Katsuki was making an expression of deep displeasure. He was burning a hole in whoever was talking to him. She had seen that expression on him before, and she hoped whoever was on the other side of that door knew what they were getting into. Something had royally set him off. But apparently it was not anything important. As quickly as he gave his angry stare to the other side, it was gone. And considering Katsuki just pushed himself out the door with whatever commotion that was going on seemed to die down slightly as she heard the footsteps of a lot of people going away. Izu had a sinking feeling in her stomach. She felt really staggered. Katsuki had been better since high school started, but there were still times when she could see hints of how he used to act. I wonder what that was about. Achiko spoke up, having moved over to where Izu had run up to Tsuyu. True, Bakugo was really irritated. But Izu, you called out to us, what is it you wanted to talk about, Karo? Tsuyu said with her normal calm demeanor. Even during the attack she had been calm and collected. Yes. So I wanted to ask you too about training. Izu started, regaining her composure. With a loud thud she fell with a slam to the floor of the large gym. The slippery tongue that had dragged her down with tremendous force returned to Tsuyu, who promptly jumped backwards to reposition herself. It was the third time she had failed to dodge or counter Tsuyu's attack, but she was getting closer. Just a few more tries and tweaks to her approach, and she'd be able to beat her. Izu got up from her prone position, standing up on her knee, and as she readied herself to sprint forward. She could probably give herself a boost, and if Tsuyu tried anything she could just use the force to make a flip. Let's stop for now, Karo, Tsuyu said, getting up from her stance and clapping her hands together. We've already been at it for 3 hours, I doubt we're gonna get much more out of it if we tire ourselves out by continuing. Wait, but we've barely Izu stumbled on herself and said, Yes. We should stop now. We would not want to overdo it. Fumi said, interrupting her. Tell me at least one time I overdid it during training. Only. Izu narrowed her eyes at Fumi and let out a sigh. Okay, shut up. I guess we can stop now. Sounds like you've done that before, multiple times at that. Achiko said, exhaling what seemed like all her air from her lounges. She'd been focusing on strength training with Fumi while Tsuyu and her focused on their agility. Only a few, that doesn't matter. But you're probably still right, Tsuyu, we should stop here. She turned to face Fumi. We also need to get going so we're not too late. Achiko perked up as she moved quickly over to the three of them. You're going somewhere? Izu told me she had prepared a fight plan for the festival and wanted to show me the fruits of her labor. Yeah. I have a lot of ideas in my notebooks and I want feedback on what I've made. I also prepared a few ideas for you too. Izu was gesturing with her hands and fluttered her wings as she explained some of the simple aspects of what she had thought about, giving a few pointers on strategies that made sense in her head. So that's why you acted the way you did during training. I did think it was a bit different from what you did during the battle trials, Karo. Tsuyu said, snapping her out of her muttering spree. Izu looked up again, realizing what she had been doing. Some of their classmates who had been using the gym with them were paying attention to her theories. She smiled slightly and blushed at the attention. Oh, I'd love to see some of those ideas you have. Your plan for battle trials was good, so I can only assume the rest will be good too. Achiko replied with eager interest. Then why don't you just? Izu said with certainty in her voice. It's not like we're gonna do anything crazy, and we'd also be able to hang out a bit. She stopped herself for a moment to think. We'd probably have to buy you some essentials, else it could totally work. How so? Tsuyu said, tilting her head. Well, it's probably going to take quite a bit of time, and the Crow duo and I had already decided to stay the night. So mostly essential stuff for that. Oh, I'm sure I can do that, Karo. Tsuyu accepted much to Izu's delight. I'll have to check with my parents. So just let me do that, else I'm on. Fumi spoke up from his silence. If they are figuring that out, we could as well go and get ready to go. Yeah, good idea. Izu said as she went on to the shower. Tsuyu and Aiza got to the changing room with Achiko tailing behind them. She wasn't entirely sure when Tsuyu had told her parents, but she had had her phone out for a few seconds and as quickly put it away. So that was probably fine. There were a few others who got done around the same time as them, which was a minor problem. Aizu already didn't really like showers that much. After gaining her wings, it had become a really huge hassle taking baths. Whether it be because the bathroom was too small or just having wet feathers. So she had gotten pretty quick at taking them. But that wasn't the biggest problem here. She had much more of a problem with public baths and been seen rather than the act itself in this case. It might have been close to 3 years since her quirk came in and she changed, but that doesn't mean she was comfortable with everything. So that just meant she'd have to be even quicker than usual. Shouldn't be a problem, she was the second fastest in the class. Your speed is based on your wings, not legs. Shut at me. She let out a sigh as she moved in front of her locker. As quickly as she had put the plan together, she took the stuff she needed and swiftly got into the shower, cleaned herself off and got herself out of there. She might have beat her own record there. It took very little time getting her uniform on and getting ready to head out. Before a set of arms wrapped themselves around her neck. "Hey, Midoriya," came the voice from the person who was presumably holding her right now. Aizu turned around, prompting the arms to let go, coming face to face with Ishido. She blinked in surprise as she composed herself from the impromptu hug. "Hi Ishido. What did you want?" "I was talking to HQer, Aoyama and Kaminari, and we had a question we wanted to ask you," Ishido said with her regular carefree simile. Sure. What was your question?" "I don't know what I could know that you would want to ask about." "Oh, only you can answer it, I assure you," she said with a mischievous look on her face. "Are you and Tokoyami dating?" Aizu had to stand for a few seconds, just compartmentalizing what Ishido had said. She'd probably say she felt her brain rebooting during that time. That was an odd question. "No. What made you think we were?" She was still utterly lost as to why those four would have thought that. "Oh, come on. You constantly hang out together, and you have this overly friendly air around you. How couldn't we think you were?" Ishido replied, exasperated. "Well, we're not. Unless Fumi knows something I don't." "Okay, you're not even flustered about this, and you're, Midoriya. I've seen you get flustered over ordering a bagel." Aizu shrugged at Ishido's words. "I don't know about dating. I don't really feel that kind of stuff. Like, we hang out a lot. Is that what dating is?" Ishido shook her head, sighing deeply. "Well, that's how the land stands. I don't know what I am entirely, but I do know I don't particularly feel attraction like that." "Oh, I get it now. So that's what you mean. Okay, I think I know what you mean. Sorry about the weird question out of nowhere, Midoriya. Hope I wasn't overbearing," Ishido said as if a light bulb went off in her head. "Don't worry about it. It's not like I've never thought about it, but I found out quite a bit of time ago that I don't experience that stuff the same way others do." Ishido nodded as she repeated an apology to Aizu. She had to reassure a bit more that it was fine to have asked, but oh well. Can deal with that later. She found her way out to the front of the school, meeting up with the rest of their forming group. They had all dealt with the necessary contacts, so they could start to head home. They took a small divergence to get the necessary stuff they needed before they headed towards her apartment building. As they exited the general store, they came to the intersection near her apartment building. They were chatting away about their lessons and homework and the training they had just had. They were particular to not bring up the USJ attack. But it honestly didn't seem like too much of a problem as they were having a rather nice conversation. They continued as such until they got to her home. "Mom, I'm home. Also the guests, they're here too," Aizu said as she took off her coat and shoes. She motioned to and pointed out the places Tsuyu, Achiko, and Fumi could put their outdoor clothes. "Oh, hi everyone. Thank you for taking care of my little Aizu. I know she can be a bit of a handful sometimes." Mom came out to greet them all in the hallway. "Mom!" Aizu shrieked. "Oh shush. Come on in and make yourself comfortable." Fumi casually took his coat and shoe off and placed them with no questions asked. "Thank you for allowing us to stay in your abode, merciful Fledge," he said, greeting Mom as he stepped forward. She huffed out a chuckle in response. Oh come one Fumikage, this is hardly your first time here. With her free hand she led Fumikage inside the apartment. You can just leave your shoes over there and the coats on the rack. Achiko and Tsuyu did as told and put their outerwear away. Tsuyu casually went after Fumi, greeting Mom on the way, while Achiko seemed rather stiff and looked like she was expectantly waiting to be given permission to go inside. Mom was quick to defuse it by greeting her with a smile and leading her inside. They seemed to situate themselves well enough. Fumi was already comfortably in place and was trying, somewhat in vain, to keep Dark Shadow away from causing any trouble. Honestly, you couldn't blame them that much, they just got overly excited sometimes. Achiko was still fidgety and a bit careful about where she stood. She reminded Izu a bit of how she used to act before she met Fumi. Had she had a similar childhood to hers? She shook her head a bit too violently at the thought. No, don't jump to conclusions like that. Tsuyu was probably the only one who seemed unfazed. Okay, so Fumi was also unfazed, but it made sense for him to be unfazed about being in her apartment. It seemed like she was used to this and took no time to relax. Mom, we're going to stay in my room for a bit. There are a few things we're gonna go over in preparation for the festival. Mom turned to face Izu. Of course, sweetie, the hospital has been hectic the last few weeks, so I might get called in. But don't mind that too much, I'll let you know if something comes up. Izu nodded in agreement as she motioned to and led her friends to her room. With a tint of hesitation, she opened the door to her room, leading the way inside. Her room was respectfully clean. It was messy, no doubt about that. She hadn't really had time to think about putting things aside and making it presentable for other people. The crow duo didn't count. She quickly swept most of the manageable and movable objects into her arms and threw them into her cupboard, her wings almost hitting Achiko as she moved closer. Ah, I'm so sorry, it doesn't usually look like this. Izu frantically gestured as she checked Achiko over where she hit her. A cough left Achiko's lips as a few pieces of down feathers leave them. It's okay, Izu, you just surprised me. Also, it's not like your feathers are that sharp or uncomfortable. Try getting hit by them with full force. Fumi murmured from behind her. Only Izu and Tsuyu seemed to notice what he said. Izu swiped some of the larger down feathers in her hands and went over to her bed and placed them neatly into a nook she had. Oh right, we should probably open the windows unless you guys want to breathe in feathers the whole evening. As she gestured to the medium-sized window opposite her bed. You'd think the worst thing about having wings would be the preening and upkeep, but no, it's all the small feathery bits that float around after preening. They're everywhere and they never go away. Are they that terrible to deal with? Achiko asked. I mean, you just tried to inhale a few. You be the judge about uncomfortableness. Tsuyu walked over to one of Izu's display cases and started to look around. You have quite a bit of hero merch, Izu. Quite a few All Might, but also a good assortment of Miriko and Hawks, Karo. Oh yeah, she said, rubbing her neck nervously. It was honestly a bit disappointing that there were still more All Might themed merch than the rest. He might have had good intentions, but that little talk on the roof had kind of stuck with her. The number one hero trying to dissuade her dream, it just felt like such an odd thing to do. Wouldn't you indulge people in their dreams even if they seemed impossible? Wah, you even have a wild pussycat set. These are quite rare, they usually only sell them further north where their agency is located, Karo. Tsuyu said, dragging Izu out of her own thoughts. Can I have a closer look? Yes, of course you can. And, yeah, they totally are. I had to track down a specialty store that had them in stock, as the alternative was taking a trip up there. They are not that popular when it comes to merch, so I'm pretty impressed that someone else in our class knows about them. Tsuyu said as she took the tiger figure in her hand and looked it over. Yes, same, I had no idea you knew about them, Tsuyu. Not even Fumi knew about them when I first introduced him to them. They have so many cool team fights and ways of overcoming opponents that should be stronger than them on paper. Did you know Ragdoll can know the location of up to 100 people at a time? It gives them such a big advantage when it comes to strategies and reactivity. Izu muttered away about the pussycats for longer than she probably should have. Achiko stepped in and asked in a curious tone. Who are the wild pussycats? They're the most successful hero group, occupying the number 32 spot as a team. They do a lot of rescue work and wildlife protection as their agency is located in the mountains. Izu said excitedly as she listed a myriad of different facts about them. They're a hero team, so they don't usually get the same level of respect or adoration as other heroes, so I get that you don't know about them. That sounds so nice. How come I've never heard of them if they're rescue heroes? Garg, I feel so disappointed in myself now. Achiko relented while grabbing and squeezing her head. Izu laughed lightly at her. It made sense she didn't really know about them. Because while hero teams generally weren't as well known than solo heroes, there were other reasons the media didn't really talk about them. Stupid, overly sanitized news outlets. They're also big proponents of Quirk equality and use a lot of their time and resources advocating for it. Tiger being an out-trans hero is also really huge, Karo. Izu stood agape at what Tsuyu had just said. Few people knew about the wild pussycats, and even fewer knew about why they were so obscure. Oh really? That's so cool. That must be really daunting with how many are still in the closet and all. Tsuyu hummed and nodded in response. They jumped quite far in ratings from the last rankings. Must have been because they were a huge part of the relief effort after that big earthquake that left a lot of people homeless. Personally, I'm a big fan of the Hawks-themed items you possess. Fumi said, walking over and sitting on the edge of her nest. Dark Shadow appeared from his stomach and flopping on her nest, snuggling into it. Dark Shadow, behave. Remember, this is Izu's domain and we are simply guests here. A displeased chirp came from the shadow bird, readjusting themselves so they faced Izu, looking up at her with big puppy dog eyes. It's fine, Dark Shadow, you can nestle if you want to. A pleased and self-confident chirp came from them as they gave a sly glance to Fumi. Don't look at me like that, it is okay as long as the owner says it's okay. Dark Shadow simply huffed and returned, nestling into the pillows. Izu chuckled slightly at the crow duo. Careful, your sibling energy is showing. He looked up to face Izu with a face she had connected to being confused. I don't understand. We are siblings, so is it not evident that we would seem so? Well, yeah, but you two are like extra siblingly today. Izu emphasized, but it didn't seem to lead anywhere, so she decided to drop that line of thought. Dark Shadow is very comfortable here. I can see just how close you three must be, Karo. Tsuyu said as she put the tiger figure away. Oh, please don't feel bad. I've just known Fumi and Dark Shadows for longer, so I'm just more comfortable with them staying in my nest. Tsuyu uttered as she pet her head to the right. It wasn't meant as anything like that, Izu. I simply noted how close you seem. I can see what you mean. She hadn't realized it's the first time she had invited other people than her flock into her room. Not that it was bad, Tsuyu and Achiko were really nice and she would love to get to know them more. It was just different to have them so close to her nest. I don't mind you two sitting on it. Tsuyu gave a small smile as she nodded at her admission. It was Achiko that spoke up first. I think I might be missing some context here. What does all this have to do with them using your bed? I'm sorry if that is insensitive to ask. Achiko stumbled slightly over her words. She should have expected that Achiko probably didn't know about mutant instincts. Hell, she didn't even know about it in the beginning. It had already taken her a long time to figure this stuff out. And it had unfortunately led to her screeching at her mom once when she tried to wash one of her favorite pillows. That had really pushed her into gear about learning all there is to know about her mutation. It's not, my quirk is avian in nature, so I have certain instincts in nature that is different from other people. Case in point. She motioned to her nest where Dark Shadow was currently purring. Didn't know they could do that. She shook her thoughts away and returned her focus to Achiko. My nest, it's similar to how other birds do it, which means I have a lot of soft things and other effects that are calming and such. She took out a scarf that was pressed in between a few pillows. Take this for example, this is my mom's scarf and I put it in there because it had her scent and it makes me imagine she's here without being here. As quickly as she had taken it out, she put it back in its place. It's very special to be invited into another's nest as it's usually seen as being very personal. Tsuyu continued from where Izu had stopped. Oh, I almost don't feel worthy to be here. I don't think I get 100%, but it's a big deal for you guys, so I'll absolutely learn more about it," she said, making a little self-assured pose. Izu let out a little laugh before she quickly composed herself again. "You don't have to do that. I appreciate it and it would be neat, but you don't have to." Achiko hummed as she thought about something. "But there gotta be something I can do. We can do. Are there any other mutant-style things we can do? I mean, we could preen my wings, but that would just feel like I was the only one who benefited." There was a swift rustling sound from behind her as the dark form of Dark Shadow shot up from the nest. "Preening?" they said as they hovered above Izu's head expectantly. She sighed with a light-hearted tone. "Okay, but let's not take too long. I don't want Tsuyu and Achiko to feel left out. You can just call me Tsu, and don't mind me, I would love to help with the preening." Izu let out another sigh as she turned to Achiko, who seemed very eager to be involved. Fumi had already located a few preening items, standing ready with a comb in hand. She wiped her head back as she relented to her situation. "Okay, fine," she said with a smile crossing her face. And as if on cue, Dark Shadow fell on her from above, followed closely by Fumi and Achiko, with Tsu going over there as the last one. This wasn't necessarily what Izu had had in mind when she invited them over, but this isn't bad either. "Did you get her schedule, Kurogyri?" Tamura rasped out from the couch, nursing his head as he slowly rose from his lying position. The personified shadow moved over to stand in front of him. "Yes, Tamura Shigaraki, it was less of a hassle than I had expected it would be. It seems like their security is not all it is made out to be," he said as he pulled out a phone to show him a timetable of what she was up to in the next week. "Good, I say we pick this day here. They get done pretty late, so it'll be easy to swoop in and take her without anyone knowing," Tamura said as he gripped towards the remote and swiped in careful but fast grip so as to not dust it. "Be ready to leave the note as well after we have her. After all," he rose from his sitting position, "though we wouldn't want this side quest to be for naught," as he stared down on schedule with a determined look on his face. There was a lot of scurrying around below her, with people in suits, school uniforms, and some in casual wear who were all walking back and forth to whatever destination they were headed. As always, no one knew she was there. They didn't know someone was observing all of them from above. Because apparently it's weird to look up in the air. Doesn't make any sense why it would be. She was effortlessly swaying through the air as she continued with her people watching. It was still pretty early in the morning, so she had plenty of time to get to class. So who's to say she can't do a bit of relaxing aerial sightseeing? With a few flaps of her wings, she increased and decreased her speed with regular intervals, simply enjoying the early morning sun as much as she could. It would be a lot more fun if she had the chance to wear her hero costume on her way to school. It was a lot more aerodynamic. And as a plus, it made her look similar to Hawks viewed from far away, and the idea of someone mistaking her for him sounded kind of fun. With a deep breath she exhaled as she got closer to you. Things were progressing pretty well for the sports festival. She had gotten pretty comfortable with her moves, and teamwork fights had ended pretty well. So she really shouldn't be in a bad mood, but things were still nerve-wracking. This was a live event that pretty much everyone with a TV watched. And she was probably going to be focused on as one of the new blood in the hero course. Plus all the news coverage and the pros watching it, everyone evaluating and making up conjecture and opinions. Who wouldn't be nervous about that? The question whether or not a bunch of high schoolers who were barely 16 should be put on a pedestal like that, no comment, doesn't mean she's adverse to the idea. Like, it wouldn't be too bad to see all of her hard work pay off like that. Although that might be too much to ask for, as long as she found a way to improve, she'd be happy. "Hey there, little bird. How's the flight?" The voice of Hawks asked her as he hovered above her. When? She flipped violently around, losing her balance, leading Hawks to catch her by the arm as some of his feathers stabilized her. "You've got to stop freaking out every time we meet a little bird." He turned Izu around so that she stood in an upright position, holding on to her until she was able to hover herself. "Hey, it's okay I call you little bird, right?" She looked puzzled by his sudden question. Wasn't she just about to fall to her death? Could birds even fall to their death? That'd be pretty embarrassing if it happened. "That's fine." Hawks let out a loud sigh of relief, spooking her in her place slightly. Oh, thank God. I told one of my friends about you and your little excursions. And she told me it was really inappropriate to call you by that nickname, and then I just felt bad about it. So I'm really happy I got to run into you again. Well, it's okay with me, but maybe it won't be okay with everyone else. So maybe you should, wait a minute. You talked about me with someone else. Oh yeah, it was just Rumi. Don't worry too much about that, we speak about most things that happen during our patrols. He said, gesturing like it was no problem. Wait, when you say Rumi, you don't mean like Mirko? The top heroes could not, should not, be gossiping about her, most certainly technically breaking the law. She must have had a look of dread and disbelief written on her face because Hawks let out a short chortle. Don't worry too much, little bird. It's not like Rumi's going to crash your classroom and drag you over to a police station. Heck, she'd probably tell you to do way worse than what you're currently doing. Hawks let out another chuckle. So trust me, you're good. Now someone like Kamui Woods or Best Jeanist are probably too big sticklers for the rules, so what I'm trying to say is, don't run into Kamui Woods and Best Jeanist. That's definitely not something Izu had expected to happen. I can't believe you're telling me to basically flake on 2 of the top 10 heroes if I illegally fly around. Hawks shrugged, lazily hovering in the air as he leaned back in an invisible chair. If your wings are anything like mine, then you'd probably easily be able to outrun them, or fly, should I say. Looking self-satisfied by the pun he made. Anyway, you should probably still get going. You have the sports festival coming up, don't ya? Wouldn't want to be too sloppy during the competition. Iza blinked a bit bewildered in response. How do you know I go to UA? Retracting herself a bit from the winged hero. Your teacher is present, Mike. Remember how I met him at the hospital? Not many schools can brag that they have pro heroes on the payroll. He said with a small smirk. But keep that instinct up, little bird. It's good to be cautious, especially when it comes to dealing with strangers. Oh, of course, sorry. I didn't think about it hard enough. I shouldn't have doubted you like that. Don't do that. You did a good thing, little bird. And you should definitely never feel bad about that kind of stuff. Well, Hawks seems pretty sure of himself about this. Still feels a bit bad to think Hawks would do anything like that. But I do mean it when I say you should get going. I've held you up here for too long, so you should probably get going. He said with finality as he flapped his wings in a motion to fly away. I look forward to seeing your performance at the festival, little bird. I have my eyes on you. And with a quick movement he flew away in the opposite direction. Well, that's definitely not extra pressure on top of everything else going on with the festival. Nope, everything's fine, just gonna pretend that isn't a thing and just go to school like normal. With a quickened motion she set her sight on UA and flew ahead. It didn't take long before she was in front of the gates. Hawks hadn't really stopped her that far away from it after all. Maybe she should be more concerned with the number 3's apparent disregard of her quirk use, but she really shouldn't question it considering how much it benefited her. Or maybe that exemplified how she should worry about it. Did Hawks have a past of also flying around illegally? She shook her head as she navigated the corridors to her classroom. It wasn't really worth thinking deeply about. It's not like she harmed anyone with her quirk as Katsuki had. She slammed her face with her hands, shaking off the unpleasant feeling. It had gone so well with not thinking or worrying about her past, and she really didn't want to start reliving that stuff now. As she entered the classroom she saw most of her classmates already heading to their desks. She noticed on the clock that she had actually been close to being late for once. First time during high school she would have experienced that. Quickly she ran to her seat as Aizawa headed inside after her. Good. You seem to have learned to settle down better with time. The mummified hero uttered as he dumped a stack of papers on his table. Tomorrow is the festival, so today we're going to go through some of your strategies and practice fights. I have a lot of notes prepared and we're going to go over your recordings and see what you did wrong. And good, right? Ashido said, raising her hand slightly. Aizawa raised his head, staring blankly in Ashido's direction. As I said, we'll go over the things you did wrong. Ida raises his hand in a quick mechanical manner, waiting for Aizawa to nod at him. Aizawa-sensei, what is this about recordings? I do not believe I have ever seen a camera anywhere that would help us with our training. Now, that's what you think, Ida," he said as he repositioned himself and sat down in his chair. "There are cameras in all our training facilities and recordings are ready for everyone to review their combat abilities. This should have been made clear in your handbook." Izu was honestly stunned at the revelation. There were recordings of her and everyone else? She could have analyzed herself all this time and she didn't know. Looking around in the classroom, it seemed like most others were as blindsided as she was. "Excuse me, Aizawa-sensei," Achiko said a bit timidly. "I don't think I can find it in the handbook, or maybe I just overlooked it." "I don't think it's our fault. I mean, have you seen the handbook? It's 675 pages long and the text size is minuscule." Kaminari spoke up. Aizawa sat stretching his neck as he listened to the classroom's uproar. "Well, you know now. Anyway, simmer down. We have a lot of things to go over and not enough time, so let's get started." Most of the class started to calm down. There was still some murmuring from a few of them, but some death stares from Aizawa seemed to shut most of them up. The lesson was simple enough. Aizawa would present a recording of someone and then he would ask what they did wrong. There were so many different ways they could apply their quirks and ways to improve, so there was just so much to learn from it. This was actually becoming a very easy and fun lesson. Or at least she thought so. Looking up during the class, it looked like most everyone else seemed to be struggling with the analysis part. That was a bit strange. This seemed really straightforward with so many different applications. Was there something she wasn't getting, and she was actually just thinking too simply about this stuff? Maybe everyone else was on a much higher level than her and that's why they were struggling with some of these things? Her head was spinning at the thought. She just had to apply herself more so she didn't miss anything and didn't go over these things too simply. By the end of day, her head felt heavy as the bell rang its last time, and she propelled her head down on her table. She doesn't think she's missed anything, and she has so many notes about everything, so she was definitely not going to fail this class. This isn't going to be on any test. It's literally only for the festival. She let out a loud sigh as she moved her head to look lazily through the window. Maybe she had overdone it just a tiny bit. Sitting staring through the window, she didn't notice a hand coming up and poking her head and then proceeded to ruffle it from side to side when she didn't respond immediately. Looking up blearily, she comes face to face with Dark Shadow, who had apparently wrapped themselves around her chair. "Fumi, look, she's alive again." "Yes, Dark Shadow. That was never in question, she was simply resting after our debriefing." Fumi came into view from behind the murky visage of Dark Shadow, sliding up in front of her table. "Are you alright? You seemed to crash the moment Aizawa-sensei left the room." Slowly she moved her head up, scratching Dark Shadow on their side as she stretched her wings a bit. "I'm fine, thanks for worrying though. I just really wanted to make sure I understood everything Aizawa was trying to teach us." Dark Shadow returned to Fumi as she started to stir in her seat. "I am certain you will do well tomorrow. You have trained and prepared a lot, so I doubt much will surprise you during the festival." That's a nice sentiment if it was true. She smiled at the encouragement from her friend. "I am tired though. It'd be nice to wind down a bit after today. We could head over and spend a bit of time at the cafe. I heard they got a new assortment of avian-based products." That's a thought. Fumi was usually on top of mutant-specific places and the go-ons of them. And it didn't sound like the worst idea out there. She perked up, practically jumping out of her seat as she stood up. "Sounds like a plan, let's do it." Fumi nodded in agreement as he moved to the side to let Aiza get her things so they could get moving. Getting to the cafe was quick enough as it wasn't that far from UA, just a bit further downtown. It was a quaint little place, nuzzled in between a few narrow alleyways. With it being out of the way, it was less busy than most places, which was both a blessing and curse. It meant her and the Crow duo could be more relaxed, but also, come on, it was such a good cafe. How come no one knew about it? But it was a plus today. It meant she could just lay back and enjoy all the amenities they had to offer. She really doesn't know how she lived without this place before Fumi introduced it to her. This was such a good place to wind down. Plenty of different foods for mutant-type quirks, nest-like areas for people to relax in, and all kinds of extra things that were specialized for different mutation types. Seriously, why wasn't this place more popular? Izu flopped head first down into a big pile of pillows in the corner of the cafe, with Fumi following suit sitting down beside her near the other wall. She let out a long groan. Today had been way more mentally taxing than she had expected, and with how much they had all trained the past few weeks. It was a wonder she hadn't crashed before now. Seems like I underestimated how much you needed this. Izu let out an incoherent stream of sounds into the pillows at Fumi's words. Should I go and procure some refreshments for us? An unintelligible sound of affirmation came from the pile of pillows and feathers. She wasn't entirely sure if Fumi had left, but the weight for the corner sofa did shift a bit, so she'll just assume that he had gone ahead to order for them. It took a bit of time, but eventually she heard steps approaching their table and the clink of a tray. Eventually she also felt the pinch of one of her feathers, which shot her up from her position, meeting Fumi holding a green feather between his fingers. A small shrieked chirp leaves her lips as she proceeds to glare at her crow-themed friend. He seemed rather amused at the situation as he simply took his drink and started to sip on it. She had a prolonged staring contest with Fumi, or at least she tried to have it. At some point she realized his patience would probably outlast her own, so she decided to turn to her drink. There was a pleasant stillness as Sat enjoyed the atmosphere. It lasted until Fumi broke the silence by asking about how Izu felt about tomorrow. Logically everything makes sense, I know we're going to make it, but there's still a nagging feeling that things won't turn out the way I anticipated. Maybe I'm just not good enough. I can understand that. It is a big event, our first big one. It will most certainly be an event beyond our wildest imaginations. He took a sip of his drink as he let the cup rest in his hands. If it helps, I am also quite filled with trepidation for tomorrow. Gonna be fine. Izu noticed his grip slightly tightening around the cup. She let out a small sigh of relief. It wasn't nice knowing Fumi felt like that, but simultaneously it felt good she wasn't alone in that thought. We're going to do well, Fumi. We are going to beat everyone and meet each other in the finals. You're right. It is all probably better than what we think. They let out a self-assured nod to each other as they started to talk about more light-hearted subjects. It kept going like this until they realized they had to head home. They paid their bill and split up near the train station. Izu shot Mom a message that she'd be back in max half an hour. It was a rather uneventful walk home. She had cautioned not to fly today so as to not fly into anything again, but it was still much slower and more boring. When she came up to her apartment building, it was a bit odd that there wasn't any light on in there. Mom had taken it on her to take fewer shifts to spend more time with Izu, but I guess this one of those times she is at the hospital. But she couldn't help but feel that was strange. Mom is very good at telling her when she has work and not. As she went into the apartment, it was as she had expected. No one seemed to be home. She yelled out to Mom to see if she had simply fallen asleep, but nothing but her echo could be heard. Through their apartment. Walking through the rooms, turning on the light as she went ahead. There was an unexplainable eerie feeling in the air. It was stupid, she shouldn't feel like this. Mom was just at work, so she shouldn't freak out about an empty apartment. She shook her head as she walked into the living room, noticing the familiar piece of paper she had become accustomed to over the years laying on the table. A sigh of relief she hadn't noticed she had held in came out. With a causal movement she went over and took the note of the table and froze at what she read. She stood completely still in utter shock and dread as the piece of paper in her hand crumbled at its side. Rereading the same paragraph over and over again. Shaking from top to toe as she fell in on herself and started to cry. Iwai Bakubro. You ready to show Class 1B just what we're made of? Katsuki covered his left ear at the loud yelling of shitty red-haired. Why the hell was he being so loud this early in the morning? What's it to you? You know I'm gonna be number one, so what are you even gonna gain from this? Shitty Hair let out a hearty laugh as he slammed his hand on his back. That's the spirit, Baku bro. Seriously, what is wrong with this guy? Katsuki had tried everything to get away from him, but every time he tried he just came back with an even wider grin. Why hadn't the class started yet? It was already stupid enough that they had to meet up before going to the stadium, but it even took so long for the class to start. As if on clockwork, Caterpillar Sensei came into their classroom. Finally, now they could get going with all this formality bullshit. Yeah, you're yappering on about something, can't we get moving? It's not like you're saying anything we don't all already. Midoriya. What the hell does he want from the nerd? Midoriya is absent, the F-dash? Katsuki shot his head up, seeing the strained look on Aizawa-sensei's face. He flipped his head backwards, expecting to see the dumb green head of the nerd, only to see nothing. Where the hell is the nerd? No way she would ever miss this chance. No one who has heard from Midoriya? There was a heavy silence in the class as they all spoke amongst themselves. Tokoyami, do you know anything? Aizawa-sensei asked pointedly at the bird face. Why the hell would the bird face know? No, sensei, we were together yesterday and she seemed completely fine. That's a bit concerning. He heard Aizawa-sensei murmur under his breath. If he wasn't so close to him, he probably wouldn't have overheard it. Katsuki glanced back at the bird face and he all but grimaced at the sight. The double crow had a pained expression on his face, like he was about to have a panic attack or something. Aizawa-sensei clasped his hands together. All right, everyone, head over to the stadium. But Aizawa-sensei, what about Aizu Midoriya? Shouldn't we figure out what's going on? The bub cut spoke up. I'll figure out what's going on, the rest of you get going to the changing rooms. He said as he looked out over his class, who were obviously not doing what he was saying. Don't worry, I'll figure out what's going on, so just get moving to the changing rooms. Everyone started to slowly move, but this didn't sit right with him. Deku was many things, but she wasn't a FING quitter and she'd never let anything stop her from participating in something like this. How many times had he heard her nerd out about the festival in the past? Where the hell is that nerd? Something is fishy and it's pissing Katsuki off that he doesn't know what it is. But what does it have to do with him? Nothing, that's it. It's not his fault she's not here. If she overslept, it's her fault she won't get to participate in the sports festival. No, he shouldn't care, so why? Why does he feel like this? With a start, he stopped dead in his movement. Screw this. He turned around and started to walk towards the teacher's lounge, quickening his pace as he got closer to it. You better have a FING good explanation for this, Izuku. A dial tone reverberated through Shota's ear. It was the second time he had called Midoriya's number, but to no avail. He'd want to talk to her mother if necessary, but that hadn't been successful either. Everything about this was off-putting. He knew the problem child better than most other teachers in the school, and this was so abnormal from how she usually acted. He really hoped nothing bad had happened and this was just him overreacting. Picking up his phone, he dialed the hospital Midoriya's mother works at. If he couldn't get in contact with either of them, this would be the next best thing. Hello, this is Muzutafu General Hospital. What can I help you with? This is Pro Hero Eraserhead. I'm calling to see if Inko Midoriya is currently at work and if you can get a hold of her. He didn't necessarily like to use his hero title in these scenarios, but this felt like an emergency case. Yes sir, I'll get right to it. Hopefully it'd be enough for the receptionist to figure something out. If only it didn't take them this long to do it. Sorry for the wait, Mr. Eraserhead. Inko Midoriya has a night shift today and won't be in before later tonight. That doesn't solve anything. Can you tell me about yesterday? Was she at work? When did she go home? If there was anything abnormal? Mr. Eraser, I think I need a bit more of an explanation from you, sir. The receptionist asked him a bit apprehensively. He should have expected it from the beginning, honestly. I just have some suspicions that I want confirmed. He inhaled sharply and sighed as he turned to face his computer. I'll send you whatever credentials you need, just come back to me when you can. I'll see what I can do, but I can't promise anything. That's all right, thank you for your help. He said as the line was broken. And he was back at nothing. He'd almost have to physically go and check out their apartment, but wouldn't that just be too much? While he had gone a bit further than what is considered normal, actually going to their home seemed like overkill. What the hell was he supposed to do? Sho, what are you still doing here? I thought you'd be at the stadium already. You're usually the most punctual of the both of us. He turns to the voice to see Zashi walking up to him from the entrance. Midoriya. Zashi raised a brow at him, waiting for him to continue. She didn't come to class today and both her and her mom aren't answering their phones. So one of your students didn't come in today. A bit weird, it's on the festival day. but it shouldn't be that big of a deal. What Zashi said makes sense, and he wouldn't normally be so out of it, but no, Midoriya is different. She'd participate in the festival even if she was running a fever or she had a broken arm. No matter what, she'd take part in this whole event. He hadn't spent so long training her without getting to know her. Something doesn't add up and I don't know what it is, but something is wrong. Shota rubbed his temple as he tried to figure out what he had missed. He was not about to believe that his problem child had just simply forgotten about Yue's biggest event, especially with how enthusiastic she had been throughout their training. As he sat thinking and going through everything, two arms wrapped around him, with Zashi resting his head on top of his. It's gonna be fine, Sho. I'm sure she's fine and has just overslept. Shota raised his hand and held Zashi's in his. It wasn't like him to freak out like this, and Zashi was probably right in that he was overreacting. But if you want, you could give Hawks a call. He should still be in Mizudafu for the whole Established Trust initiative from the HPSC. He nodded as he reached for his phone to call up Hawks. It wouldn't have been his first choice, but Hawks was the number 3 hero for a reason, and telling him to keep an eye out wouldn't be too bad of an idea. Telling Hawks what he had to do would be fine, or at least he thought so until the door to the teacher's lounge was kicked in with Bakugo standing in the doorway. With a jump he was in the air. He was currently heading towards an apartment complex because of everything that could have happened today. Eraserhead, an absolutely obscure hero, asked him to look for one of his kids. And not just any kid, it was Little Bird. Hawks hadn't really expected to be doing that today. He had actually gotten a bit of time off to see the festival, so figuring out the little fledgling troublemaker hadn't turned up for school today. That was really strange. So, he was just going to have a little check to see if anything was up. No big deal. It was probably nothing. Kids flaked on school all the time, such as buying shampoo and boy problems. Okay, Hawks actually didn't have that good of an idea of what teenagers did, but he liked to fake believe he knew. So just a short visit to the apartment, and check up on them and then out. Simple. It really took no time for him to get to the place Eraserhead had given him. He came to the building and flew around it to find the entrance. After he came up to the door, he knocked a few times to no response. Okay, so they're not home and not answering their phones. Okay, maybe Eraserhead was actually onto something. Not really gaining anything, just knocking, he thoughtlessly tried the doorknob, which opened. But this was definitely something that regularly happened. Yup, this was totally normal. He detached a few of his feathers as he inched the door open, sending out his feathers throughout the apartment. Not noticing anything abnormal, he moved inside and confirmed what he already imagined. Nothing. No one was here. The only thing that seemed to indicate that anything had happened was the unlocked door. He could definitely confirm Eraserhead's suspicions. Something had happened, he just had to figure out what. Hawks started to search the apartment for anything strange. It was just a normal lived-in apartment with things he'd expect from a home with a mutant-type quirk. He should probably tell Eraserhead that yes, something was wrong. No, he did not know what was wrong. He pulled out his phone and was about to dial Eraser's number when he noticed a crumpled-up note. One of his feathers lifted it up and flew it up to him so he could read it, and this was bad. Like really, really bad. He quickly dialed the number. Eraser better answer him quickly. Hawks, unless you have an update, then this isn't a really good time. Eraser's voice came rather strained over the phone. I do, and it's a lot worse than I had expected. Little Bird, her mom, she seems to have been kidnapped. Hawks says succinctly as a silence falls from the other line. What do you mean? The voice on the other side was serious. There's a ransom note. It's asking for her in particular to turn herself into them if she wants to see her mom again. There was a pause from the other end, with the only thing audible being the slight shuffling and muffling coming from what Hawks expected to be Eraserhead speaking with someone. He thought about speaking up so he could relay what it said in detail, but he felt like that would just interrupt Eraser. The sound picked up again as the muffled sounds became more prominent. Hawks, I know you've already helped, but I'd really appreciate it if you could help looking for Midoriya. Having a bird's-eye view of things would be preferable, and you'd probably be able to find her in the air easier than the rest of us. Can't really argue with that, but even so, it wasn't like he would ever let Little Bird do these things on her own. You got it, Eraserhead. Have you contacted the police yet? They should be on the way. Normally I would instruct you to stay put till they arrive, but I think you'd be worth more being out there searching. Gotcha, I'll probably still stay put for a few more minutes. Want to be completely sure I haven't missed something, but afterwards I'll leave the note on the table. Good. A low voice interrupted Eraserhead as Hawks started to move back through the apartment. Hawks, I have to go. I leave the active search to you. Contact me immediately when you find something. He didn't even have time to respond before it went silent. He sighed as he moved over to check some of the bigger windows. Examining them, he didn't find anything that was broken open, and there were no signs of lockpicking either. So at least it wasn't here that she had been taken. He did notice, though, that one of the windows was open. It looked like it had been slid down from the outside, so either the kidnappers had a very specific quirk that let them bypass locks and then leave through an open window afterwards. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, so this is probably the exit of the little bird. Looking back down on the note, it specified a time and place 40 minutes from now. It would take him around 15 minutes to get there, so he better get moving. He sent the place to Eraserhead, emphasizing what he had told him as he jumped through the window and went ahead to the designated place. He better live up to his title as the fastest hero. Would you calm down? His hair was standing on end as he glared down with his reddish glow at Bakugo. He was having a difficult enough time juggling the police on one end, Hawks on the other, Zashi pacing back and forth between Nedzu and the other teachers, and he was not about to let the angry Pomeranian further complicate things by blowing everything up. And couldn't All Might be useful for once this school year and keep Bakugo in check? Why was he just standing there staring like a goddamn? He had to calm down himself. He couldn't let the situation get to him yet. He had to figure out what he knew and what he had to do. First of all, it's not Midoriya herself that's gone but her mom. That doesn't make things that much better, but at least it's a lead. They don't have any outstanding problems on the home front from what Shota can remember, so that leaves only a few possibilities that he is not too happy about. Her not blindly seeking out the villain was wish fulfillment. Second, they knew where she was headed and he was positive Hawks could get to her in time. And third, probably the most worrying aspect, he had an idea of who was behind the kidnapping. Like he'd be able to forget the look that guy had in his eye after Midoriya slashed at the other. And if it actually was them, then they had bigger problems with the possibility of a teleportation quirk thrown into the midst. He breathed in deeply, centering himself, exhaling slowly. Bakugo, I'll turn off my quirk and I'll expect you to be calm. The angry teenager huffed in what he pecked as agreement, prompting him to turn off his quirk, reaching for his eye drops in his pocket. What the hell is going on? What do you mean Auntie is gone? Are Bakugo and Midoriya related? No, not now, focused Shota. Get over to the stadium, Bakugo. Let the police and pros deal with this dash. Bullshit. I heard something about Izuku skipping school because Auntie has been kidnapped. You better not keep me out of the dark here, Aizawa-sensei. He rubbed his temple, letting it morph into a dragging motion down his face. This is for your own good, Baku dash. He stops himself as he meets his student's piercing glare. He knew if he didn't inform him about this that he'd have not one but two rogue students on his hands. It's come to our attention that Inko Midoriya has been kidnapped. Currently we don't have a read on Midoriya as it seems like she has gone ahead to look for her on her own. I'm gonna help find her. No. You are most certainly not. You watch me. I'm gonna do this whether or not you'll let me or not. Bakugo was practically growling at Shota. He knew he couldn't realistically stop him if he didn't lock him up somewhere, but it'd be woefully irresponsible of him to let him join in. Shota wiped his head backwards and groaned for what was probably the 100th time as he rubbed the back of his neck. Fine, but you are to stay ready here until I say so. You are on standby, Bakugo, and nothing more, understood? The blonde teen was in the process of opening his mouth before Shota shut him by glaring intently at him. He didn't seem happy about the arrangement, but if he could keep him here then he could at least account for him. Now it was just a question of figuring out what to do next. Zashi had been told to head over to the stadium to commentate, and looking at his expression Shota just knew this was going to be difficult for him. He looked uncomfortable and like he was straining his smile as he tried to practice it before heading to the booth. If it was up to Shota they'd have cancelled the festival already, but he knew the rat would never go ahead with that. He moved back to his desk as he looked to check up on what the police had found when the door slammed open again. "Sensei, what's happening with Izu?" The voice of Tokoyami spoke up as he came in with dark shadow extended, because of course he would be here as well. What did he really expect from their symbiotic relationship? Shota threw his face in his hands as he groaned for the 101st time today. Okay, it's not every time Hawks would admit that he was wrong, but he was wrong. He had been circling the supposed meeting place for 15 minutes by now and there was no sign of Little Bird. Was he wrong? Had he somehow read the address wrong? He was actually getting a bit anxious now. He was not ready to accept the fact that he might have gotten something like this wrong, that he could possibly have let her be taken by them as well. He shuddered at the thought as he detached some of his feathers again to recheck the area. It hadn't really amounted to much before, but it wouldn't harm to try. He'd probably have to call Eraserhead soon. UA should probably already have put up a search team with the police by now. It was weird to be so out of the loop, but he had his own objective to take care of. There was a shift, a slight one, but it was definitely different from normal. As if on command, he immediately flew in the direction of it as he saw the smoky visage of one of the villains who attacked UA and Little Bird. He quickly shifted one of his nearby feathers and sent it after her. He knew it wouldn't be possible to get her in time, but he could do something else. The Little Bird was stepping into the portal, and before she disappeared, he nestled one of his feathers in between hers as he saw her disappear in the inky dark smoke. He landed the place where they had disappeared from, calming himself down as he willed his feathers back, letting them all relax as he focused in on the one with Little Bird. It was faint and almost impossible to keep a connection, but it was there, which meant he could have an opening, and as long as he had an opening he couldn't lose. She knew as a matter of fact what she was doing was a mistake. It was the wrong thing to do and went against everything that Aizawa was trying to teach them during class. Against everything he taught her through the years. But what could she really do? She couldn't just let her own mom get pulled into something that was her fault. And shuddered at the thought of what could happen to mom if she hadn't followed that letter and she instead had gone to the police or Aizawa or someone. No, she couldn't trust that Shigaraki wouldn't flip out if she deviated from his note. It's kinda difficult to count how long she's been waiting. She hasn't really slept all night and she had so anxiously been waiting near the meeting place for hours without rest, so she was beyond tired right now. Staying in this room could have been longer or shorter than she thought. The only thing she really wanted to know was where mom is. Why were they just keeping her in this room without so much as a word about her? Was this some kind of torture technique? Just letting her sit and stew in her own thoughts and stress herself out? Because if that was the case, then mission accomplished. She'd just been pacing back and forth or staring frantically from corner to corner of the room. Why couldn't she just get this over with? They had her now, so they didn't have a reason to keep mom here anymore. She clasped her hands around her body as she tried to hide herself behind her wingspan, curling in on herself. Couldn't they just deal with her and get all of this over with so mom could go home? She's already resigned herself to her fate, so what is taking them so long? Look at them. Tamura leans back on the couch as he points half-heartedly at the TV. They're still holding their little festival even with one of their students missing. This is what's wrong with Hero Society. They'd rather keep up a front than spending resources on their own. He shifted in his seat and moved to get up, walking towards the corridor. With the brat in his grasp, he just needed to figure out what exactly to do with her. His initial thought had just been to gauge out one of her eyes and leave her for the heroes to find. Wager that'd rattle them some, but then Sensei had proposed a good idea. He could make Kurogyari throw her into the middle of the festival during their grand finale. Not only would he get his revenge on her, but it would do a whole lot more on the trust in heroes if he did it so. Might even clip her wings a tiny bit to really make a show out of it. After all, what better chance did he have? Taking one of the hero hopefuls from right under their noses and shoving it in everyone's faces how poorly equipped they truly were. True, he would be able to truly enact his revenge on the brat if he wanted her to hang on to the thread of life. But this was also fine. If he couldn't kill her, he could still leave her on the precipice of life. He wasn't quite sure why Sensei was so adamant that she shouldn't die, but he guessed seeing a nearly dead girl struggling for life is more impactful than seeing a dead one. Now when he's at it, he could even give a little speech, really driving home how utterly powerless they all are. Or maybe not, There's a lot of heroes on standby and he wouldn't want to overstay his welcome. But it did mean he had to get to work before the event stops, especially with how Tamura stopped in his tracks as he turned his head to the door opposite the one he was walking towards. Of course, beat two birds with one stone. If he couldn't stay and give a speech on the failings of hero society, he could still give them a scene worth remembering. Throw the mother into the arena after the brat. Having a shocked and crying mother with her child in her embrace. Just imagine the shock and terror people would be in. Oh, that sounds like such a better idea. He grinned to himself as he turned back to the first door. Everything was falling into place. He had a bulletproof plan now and an objective at hand. Opening the door, Tamura is met with the dark dampness of the makeshift cell, only the outline of a dirty mattress and haphazardly placed boxes around in it. Kurogyari could have been a bit more descriptive when he said he had prepared a room for the bird brat. What the hell even is this? It's just filled with DLVY boxes and other junk he thought he had forgotten about. Why hadn't he prepared a proper cell already? What does this say about the league? He groaned internally as he took a step into the room, scanning it until his eyes fell on the ball of puffed-up feathers. He'd probably feel a lot worse about what he was about to do if she wasn't a hero student, and if she hadn't scratched his freaking eye out. But she had, so he'd deal with her how he saw fit. "Hey there," Tamura said with a crooked half-smirk. "Hope you're falling in well here or not, I don't actually care." There wasn't much of a response other than a bit of a few ruffled feathers. Tamura crouched down beside the fluff ball. "You probably wouldn't have been in this situation if you hadn't scratched me. Have you even seen the results of your handiwork? I'd be impressed if it had been on anyone else. Where's my mom?" It's the first sound other than small hiccup chimes. Also the first time she interrupted him. He reached out and grabbed the leading edge of one of the wings, and touched with his fingers, seeing as the feathers started to crumble away as he decayed patches of the base below. A loud scream came from the girl as flaky feathers and epidermis fell down on the ground as Tamura let go and saw the green bird scurry in on herself. "Now that's better, please don't interrupt me. If you had let me speak then you'd know that she's fine. Not like it matters much whether she is or not, but my plan forces me to keep her alive." Tamura took up a few of the ashy pieces and crushed them up in his hand. "You don't know yet, but you're actually going to play a pretty important role in them. You should feel honored, you've been upgraded in the bigger frame of my goals." What are your goals? Tamura huffed out a short laugh as he got up from his crouching position. "See, now you're asking something interesting. I want to destroy everything, all of this failed hero society. Just look at how they're treating you. All alone with no one to help you. After all, why did you come here alone instead of with help?" He tilted his head as he peered in behind the wings with a sinister look. "Can you even say that they'll be able to save you? Just look at what they're doing. They're still going ahead with that festival of theirs even with your disappearance, everything to uphold the razor-thin peace. Doesn't that make you feel just a little downturned?" Her face fell a bit as Tamura finished his little speech. She seemed to lose a bit of heart. "I also don't think I have to explain to you my quirk, definitely not with how your wing is looking," he said, lightly tapping the area he had just decayed, noting how she flinched in response. "Don't worry though, you won't die. I have other plans for you." He reached out and took hold of a small handful of feathers, seeing the green give way for gray as they turned ashy and fell to pieces. It was satisfying to finally be able to see those stupid wings decay under his touch, a nicely green and red feathery demise. He looked down and saw the singular red feather in a sea of green in between the ashes. "Since when did the brat have red feathers?" "Hey Greenie, since when did you have red feathers?" There was an extended silence as he held the red feather between his fingers and looked between it and the green bird, until a small flicker came through his fingers and the feather sharpened, cutting into his index finger and thumb. This had to go perfect, it just had to. Hawks had exhausted himself a lot to figure out the placement of where they had taken Little Bird. He had no idea how long he had or how long that villain would keep her alive. It was also the motivation to pressure the police and other heroes to act quickly rather than wait unnecessarily long. Luckily he had Eraserhead on his side, which he was so happy about. He had really been pushing for this mission, and DMN he could be a scary man when demanded. And boy was he lucky to have him on his side this time around. He had already flown in the direction of his feather. He was really lucky that it was so close by all things considered. Didn't help with it feeling like moving through mud with a spiking headache, but he really shouldn't complain about it. But at least he was here in time, currently waiting for the rest to appear. Which he was again lucky with. Better not have used all my good luck up. Hello, do not fear. But. Or well, a kind of lucky at least. No bad hawks. You can't be unhappy with the type of help that comes for a mission. Hey, All Might. I see you're the first to appear. He said, shifting to face the blonde hero, ignoring how he just interrupted the #1 hero. Oh, yes. I immediately set out when I heard about the situation. I of course am here to assist, however. That's great, All Might, but can you tune it down just a bit? Keeping track of my feather through concrete is a bit tricky. He said with a small glint in his eye. Sorry. Hawks nodded solemnly and returned to looking at the building. It actually didn't matter being this close. He could even get a feel of the bit of the room little bird was in, but what All Might doesn't know won't hurt him. And it's not the first time you get to shut up the #1 hero. When are the rest of them coming here? Hawks broke the silence with. They should be here in 10 minutes tops. Hawks hummed to himself, lost in thought. Not ideal, but not like I can really will them here faster. All Might seemed to be about to answer him when Hawks felt a tremor from inside the building. A trembling form as something heavy as a body scrambled towards a wall, with a small whining noise faintly coming through his feather. We gotta move. Hawks quickly moved from his crouched position and started to fluff his wings slightly. Hawks, wait, we need to wait for backup. We are simply here for. She is suffering in there, All Might. She is trembling and basically going into shock or something. I don't know. I just know that something terrible is happening in there, and we can't just wait for backup to come here. You were up against the teleport and decay villains before, you should know better than I what could be happening. We don't know what could be inside there. Even more reason to act quickly. You're not just #1 for show, right? He lets the words sit in the air before he starts to move over towards the edge of the building. It would be really nice if he could get the musclehead to do as he says. He wouldn't really want to try to break through a concrete wall himself after all. And wasn't the #1 hero all about overexerting himself or something? Or had he been mistaken about that? Look, All Might, trust me on this one, won't you? I am not wrong about the signals and vibration my feathers catch. Also, with the #1 and 3 heroes, we can definitely take on whatever is in there. He wasn't really sure if playing up All Might's ego worked. It usually did with other heroes, but this guy seemed different in that regard. All Might seemed contemplative about the whole ordeal but recipient to it, that is until he felt another tremor, but this was different. There was a shift and his feather was on the ground, okay, not good. And now someone is holding it with their fingers, double not good. He jumped out and hovered in midair as he clenched control on his rogue feather. I've decided for us, we're heading in now. What? Hawks? They found my feather, so it's only a matter of time before they escalate the situation. Also, I might have cut the person who held my feather. Let's go, All Might. All Might huffed disappointedly and jumped down in a quick motion towards the building. There was an annoyed screamed yell as Shigaraki moved back from her. Something had definitely happened. She moved to look behind her, winching at the spike in pain it caused her to have, and there the hand villain was, bleeding from his hand. Izuku looked disbelieved on how that could have happened when a red feather floated in the air between them. Hawks! A loud crash broke through the wall as the visage of All Might stood tall, with a flurry of feathers flying in from behind him, dispersing around the room and further into the building, Hawks following closely behind, primaries in hand. All Might? How did you find your way here? Shigaraki moved to an attacking position, ready to launch at the blonde hero. Hawks, you got it? Already found her, you take care of little bird and I'll head inside. Hawks set off after his feathers, leaving All Might to deal with Shigaraki. Kurogiri dash. All Might in a quick motion launched Shigaraki to the other side of the room, grabbing him and throwing him with tremendous force, so that he could position himself between Izuku and him. He got up from his crashed position and ran in surprisingly fast motion, reaching out to All Might ready to decay him with All Might barely reacting and jumping backwards. Shigaraki repositioned himself and moved his left hand forward with great gusto, while leaving his right in a hidden position. It seemed to be enough for All Might as he didn't seem to notice. Izu rose up to a crouching position and launched forward, scratching it before he could decay anything, rolling a painful length on her wings as she tried to shield herself against retaliation. Tamura screamed as he shifted his view to her, losing All Might pummeling him to the ground with a gut-wrenching crunch permeating the room. As the distant sounds of voices got louder, a flood of other heroes came in with Katsuki and Fumi following. They looked to secure the area and make sure that nothing came of Kurogiri's portals. Shigaraki slinked out through a portal, with Fumi rushing over and helping Izu standing. Dark shadow cuddled around her as she felt the tiredness and throbbing finally overtaking her. Izu pulled off the cover to let the sun in. She had been covering under blankets ever since she woke up, and what was the problem with that? She had been placed on bed rest by the hospital staff. Aizawa had barred her from even thinking about training. Mom was fuzzing her to stay in bed for longer than waking up 7 in the morning, and even Fumi had made sure to provide her with more soft things so she would be more compelled to stay in bed. So she was simply doing what people were telling her to. Doesn't help that she felt utterly bored and helpless staying inside. It had been 4 weeks since the sport festival, 4 weeks since the kidnapping, and Izu was still nowhere close to being up to 100% again. If this continued, she'd really get behind everyone, probably something Aizawa would get angry about if he heard her say out loud, but he wasn't here right now, was he? She sighed at no one as she sat up in her nest. She really shouldn't mind her more negative thoughts so much. It wasn't like Aizawa had said she would never be able to return. He had simply said depending on how well her wings healed, she might either have to wait a year and start high school all over again, or she'd just have to take extra personal lessons with him. And of course he had been very adamant that he wanted her to wait a year before coming back, but that just felt like too long a time. Her wings would surely heal in time for her to come back this year, although she stretched her damaged wings slightly, but was met with the same painful reaction she had become all too accustomed to for the past 4 weeks. It seemed more and more likely that before it had healed completely and she had gone through rehabilitation, it may very well be over 4 months later, way too late for any kind of extra lessons to help her catch up. Getting accustomed with the idea that she might have to wait a year before returning to UA, at least Aizawa had promised her she would come in, and Principal Nedzu had even said she shouldn't worry about it. It still felt shitty. She flopped back in her bed and laid in it as starfish, staring up at the ceiling, noticing the small bird feeder hanging above her. When her class learned about how severe her injuries were, they were all too happy to send her all kinds of things. The bird feeder had apparently been a joint expense led predominantly by Kaminari, who had said that it was apparently very popular with her type of mutation. She wasn't quite sure where he had heard this or who had spread this rumor, but he had seemed way too genuine and giddy when giving it, so she hadn't had the heart to correct him on it. On the other hand was a large, almost body-sized, pillow that Katsuki had given her. It was a rare Hawks-themed one that had different kinds of scents that was calming avian mutation. This was at least one Izu knew about. She had begged Mom to get it for so long when she saw it on his website, but she had unfortunately turned her down because of the price. These types of merch were rare enough to begin with how few avian mutations were out there, but to even find one that was in such good quality was even more surprising. Even more so, it was amazing to actually see Katsuki appear in her living room with the pillow in hand. Auntie hadn't even been with him, he had just done this by himself. She felt a bit bad that she hadn't been able to thank him with how out of it she was at the time. After all, she wouldn't never have ever expected Katsuki to give her a get-well-soon gift. Or even apologies to her. She moved over her side so she could better face the oversized pillow. It really was calming. It felt like it was washing over her and relaxing all of her muscles, her feathers always quivering with excitement when she inhaled the scent. Above it was a small nook, the red and black encased around green. Originally it had only been hers and Fumi's feathers there. She had also given some to him and Dark Shadow for their nest, but now there was also something more there. Pucks. He had been over one of the days, saying that he had a bunch of feathers that he had severed connection to that was just laying around. He had given them to her and said she could use them together with the feathers she had in her nest. How he had found out about that was a mystery to her, until Fumi pointed out that Hawks was the one who led the search for her. Kind of stupid of her not to realize that sooner. Fumi had been over almost constantly. Every day after class ended he would come over either with an extra sheet of homework or notes on what type of combat training he had done that day. He really didn't have to. All that stuff was provided online to her anyway, but he wouldn't have it whenever she brought it up. Always saying something akin to, "It's easier to study and review here." He was really intent on keeping her company and making sure she didn't fall behind. It's sweet how nice he is like that. She was lucky to have him in her flock and as her friend. Of course she wasn't blind to the fact that it was probably very traumatizing for him to have one of his flock get taken like that. Dark Shadow had even fawned over her and refused to leave when they saw her in the hospital. It was nice being able to be so close to her flock like this. But it would also be nice if he didn't sacrifice so much just to placate her. After waiting for a few moments she got up from lying position and started to move out into the living room. She had spent too much time inside her room and she wanted a bit of change in scenery. She still had the sports festival to watch. Apparently Todoroki had won according to what everyone had talked about, although he didn't seem particularly excited about it when she asked him about it. But even if she knew who had won, she still really wanted to see it play out herself. Today might just work out in her favor. She wasn't in as much pain and she was pretty awake this time around. It might work out pretty well. She found her way to the sofa and TV and decided to turn it on, and looked through the recordings on UA's website. The act itself wasn't too new for Izu in and of itself. She usually rewatched the sports festival at least 5 times each year, but knowing what was going on at this moment did make it feel uncanny. Also, she could swear that present Mike didn't sound as animated as he usually did. She could swear there was an air of strained and forced excitement to his voice. It did leave a sour taste in her mouth. She really wasn't pleased with what Shigaraki had done. It's not like she could really do anything about it anyway. She turned it on from the beginning and started watching the obstacle course, which was really a letdown. Todoroki demolished everyone. He came in first place way before anyone else. It took triple the amount of time for the second place to come in. Was there really no one who could do it as fast? The rest wasn't that different, to be honest. Todoroki went through most of the event at the top. There were a few times Siro did some interesting things and someone from 1B called Hananuki who actually got the upper hand on him, but it was still pretty one-sided and he did end up winning. She looked down on her notebook and started to go through some of the notes she had taken. The absence of Fumi and Katsuki wasn't lost on her, but she tried not to think about it too much. It was still fun getting back to taking notes. Being able to comfortably see the festival after this long did make her happy. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Izu practically jumped out of her seat as the close voice of her mom spoke into her ear, landing her on the side squarely on the sofa. Mom chuckled lightly as she proceeded to pat Izu on the head. "I didn't mean to scare you like that, I just wanted to hear how you're doing," she said, smiling as went back to the kitchen and placed the shopping bag and handbag. "You did it on purpose, you wouldn't have been so close otherwise." "Well, what about all of your bird instincts? Don't you always say how they make you sharper?" She smiled sneakily at her. Izu huffed as she dragged herself to lay on the sofa so she could face the kitchen. "It does, you just surprised me," she muttered, feeling her voice lose strength. "Then I suppose it's because you haven't really eaten anything today." She hummed. Izu remained silent as she tried to look at anything but her mom's face. She sighed as Izu failed to answer her, rustling through the shopping bag and threw something that landed on Izu's head. "AV. Eat that while I get some food ready for us." Getting struck by my own mother, how could you do this to me? She exhaled a short. Yeah, my unruly daughter getting bested by a granola bar." Izu took the bar from her head and sat up to eat it. Maybe she should have thought about food before Mom came home so she wouldn't have run into this problem. "We're having katsudon. I thought I'd make something I knew you'd eat." Izu smiled as she looked over at her mom. "That sounds good."